Chapter 369. In front of the Yang mansion's gate, the gatekeeper, Mo Xuanfei, cupped his hands over his eyes and looked into the distance. As soon as he saw A Lang and the eldest lady riding side by side, he immediately shouted with joy, "A Lang and the eldest lady are back." When Yang Fan arrived at the front of the mansion, he pulled the reins. Before he could dismount, he was stunned. He saw that the gate of the mansion was wide open, and the servants were lined up neatly in 2 rows. A white-haired old housekeeper stood in front of them and said respectfully, "Congratulations on your safe return, A Lang." The 2 rows of male and female servants behind him shouted in unison, "Congratulations on your safe return, A Lang." Yang Fan was annoyed and amused at the same time. He said to Xiao Man, "Why did you make such a scene out of nowhere? Won't it be a joke if outsiders see it?" Xiao Man pursed her lips slightly and said, "I didn't teach you that." The servants of the Yang mansion did spontaneously come to the gate to greet their master. Yang Fan was not only Xiao Man's backbone, but also the backbone of the Yang family. Without a male master, how could everyone not be anxious? Besides, Yang Fan had committed the crime of rebellion. If he was convicted, the servants would also be treated as official slaves. Although official slaves were still servants and did their old jobs, their freedom would be greatly reduced. Now that Yang Fan had been exonerated and returned safely, everyone was happy. Yang Fan dismounted from the horse and said in a clear voice, "I was falsely accused and imprisoned. These days, you have done your best to help Madam at home. It has been hard on you. I'll definitely express my gratitude to you after these 2 days. All right, now disperse, disperse." The old steward waved his hand, and the servants thanked him and dispersed. 2 servants came out from the front yard and took the reins from Yang Fan and Xiao Man. The old steward welcomed them into the yard and said respectfully, "A Lang, Madam, dinner is being prepared. There is hot water in the backyard. A Lang, do you want to take a bath first?" At this time, Yang Fan was still wearing the clothes he was wearing when he was arrested. His hair was unkempt, his face was dirty, and his beard was unshaven. Naturally, he had to take a bath, change his clothes, wash his hair, and shave his face. Yang Fan signed, and was about to walk to the back of the house with Xiao Man. At this time, the doorman, Mo Xuanfei, hurriedly ran over and took out a red visiting card from his pocket. He said to Yang Fan, "A Lang, this is a guest named Zhao Yu. He personally delivered this to you about an hour ago. He also said that he will visit you again tomorrow afternoon." "Oh, Zhao Yu?" Yang Fan reached out to take it and opened it to have a look. There was nothing special on it. It was just a regular congratulatory note, congratulating Yang Fan on his safe release from prison, and so on. In the end, it said that he would visit again in the afternoon the next day. Yang Fan smiled and casually handed it to the old steward. Zhao Yu's action was just to show Yang Fan that they hadn't abandoned Yang Fan. Instead, they had been paying close attention to Yang Fan's every move. Of course, Yang Fan didn't think that since he was cooperating with the hidden sect had the obligation to take care of everything for him. However, he still had to listen to the necessary explanation. In the bedroom at the back of the residence, the bathtub and bathing equipment were already prepared. Once Yang Fan arrived, the servants brought in hot water and poured it in buckets. They added cold water to adjust the temperature. After the water temperature was adjusted, Xiao Man instructed, "All of you can leave now. I will serve A Lang in his bath." It was very normal for a wife to serve her husband in his bath. The 2 servants who were carrying the water acknowledged respectfully and left, closing the door behind them. Xiao Man walked over to bolt the door. Yang Fan hesitated and said, "Xiao Man, bathing. I will do it myself." Xiao Man bolted the door and tidied the hair at the side of her temple. She whispered, Serving my husband is what Xiaoman should do. This sentence made Yang Fan's heart palpitate. He wanted to say something, but Xiaoman had already rushed over and squatted down in front of him. Yang Fan lowered his head and saw that the back of Xiaoman's ears were all red. It seemed like this sentence made Xiaoman very shy. Xiaoman carefully rolled up his trouser leg and whispered, "You won't be able to bathe yourself. The servants are rough and clumsy, and I won't be at ease. Let me do it." Xiaoman rolled up Yang Fan's trouser leg and couldn't help but feel sad when she saw the bloody ankle that was rubbed by the heavy shackles. She quickly stood up and said, "Wait for a moment, Lang Jun. Xiaoman will go change my clothes and get some medicine for Long Jun's wounds." Xiaoman hurriedly went behind the screen. When Yang Fan saw this, he quickly took off his clothes, and in a moment he was completely naked. Xiaoman wanted to bathe him. If this was one, Yang Fan would naturally expose his body in front of her, not to mention asking her to bathe him. He might even pull her into the bathtub and have a bath together. But Xiaoman, although she was his wife in name, the two hadn't taken the most important step yet, especially now that he already knew that Xiaoman was Nyo. The psychological change from brother to husband also needed a process. Suddenly, he was naked in front of Xiaoman. Yang Fan really couldn't get over it. Yang Fan tore off his clothes and was about to jump into the bucket when a bright light came from behind the screen. There was a lamp on the other side of the screen. When the two left the council chamber, the sun was already setting. When they got home, it was already dark. It was time to light the lamps. Ordinary families didn't want to use oil and had to endure for a while, but the Yang family didn't have this concern. When the light came on, Yang Fan saw a slender figure on the screen. Yang Fan's eyes couldn't help but widen. That incomparably beautiful figure gently tugged at her belt, and her long skirt floated to the ground. Her tall and dignified neck, her slender waist, her perfectly round and perky buttocks, her slender and straight thighs, and her beautiful jade peaks that rose from the ground were reflected on the screen under the light, revealing her curves to the fullest. Yang Fan watched intently as Xiaoman gracefully took off her clothes, and then watched her pick up a set of clothes to change into. It seemed that she had also changed her shoes. He saw her bend down and fiddle with something a few times. Her round and perky buttocks were illuminated by the light, swaying on the screen, causing Yang Fan's heart to be in a mess. The thing under his crotch slowly raised its head, and in a moment a protruding horn appeared. It eagerly pointed forward, and then with a pa sound, it pressed tightly against Yang Fan's lower abdomen. At this time, Xiaoman had already changed her clothes and pulled out her hairpin. Her hair fell down like a waterfall. Yang Fan took advantage of the time when Xiaoman pulled out her hairpin and coiled her hair up again to sneak into the water like a thief. The water was scalding and Yang Fan's ankle was injured. As soon as he entered the water, he felt a piercing pain. Yang Fan gritted his teeth and endured it, not daring to make a sound. After a while, Xiaoman walked out from behind the screen in a pair of wooden clogs. When she saw that Yang Fan had already entered the water, she screamed and rushed to the bucket. She said worriedly, "Lang Jun, your foot is injured. How did you get into the water?" Yang Fan didn't feel the pain after being in the water for a while. He said, "It's okay. It hurt a little when I first entered the water, but I'm fine now." Xiaoman hurriedly said, "It's not good to soak in the water. Let me clean you and apply medicine." Yang Fan couldn't get out of the water at this time. He hurriedly said, "It's okay, it's okay. It's not convenient to take a bath now that I've applied medicine. Anyway, I'm already in the water. Let's talk about it later." Xiaoman had no choice but to agree. She turned around and put aside the gourd containing the medicine, a roll of cotton clothes, and a pair of scissors. Yang Fan secretly looked at her. He saw that Xiaoman's beautiful black hair was casually tied on top of her head and coiled into a spiral shape. She only wore a moon-white shirt and a pair of knickerbockers. The legs of the pants were loose, but it couldn't hide her graceful figure. As soon as Xiaoman turned around, Yang Fan hurriedly withdrew his gaze. He leaned against the edge of the bucket and closed his eyes to rest. Xiaoman walked over and went around to his back. She picked up the honey locust horn in one hand and the loofah in the other. She gently rubbed them on Yang Fan's chest. Yang Fan's body tightened. It was the first time Xiaoman had done such a thing. Her face immediately became flushed. Elder brother. Xiaoman called out softly, as if this voice was the source of her strength. And this title really seemed to have a wonderful power. As soon as it came out, her expression quickly became calm, no longer reserved and shy. It was as if everything she was doing now was natural, because it was as close as blood. Yang Fan's heartstrings suddenly trembled when he heard this. It couldn't be denied that the feeling Xiaoman gave him just now was more from the perspective of a lively and beautiful girl. But this elder brother aroused the deepest and most sincere feelings in his heart. This feeling far surpassed desire. Nyo-nyo. Yang Fan also called her by her childhood name. He gently grabbed her hand that was holding the honey locust horn. Her small hand seemed so petite in Yang Fan's large palm. The skin on the back of her palm was extremely white. Blue veins faintly appeared. It was actually slightly transparent. The water droplets splashed on the back of her palm like a pure lily. Xiaoman meekly let him hold her small hand. She faintly said, "Elder brother, where did you go after we parted?" "Nyo-nyo sent people to the Guangzhou prefecture to find you more than once. But every time they either didn't hear from you or brought back an impostor, disappointing Nyo-nyo time and time again." Yang Fan lightly sighed and said, "It's all fate. If it wasn't for that fate of yours, I'm afraid this fate of mine might not have happened to me." Yang Fan told Xiaoman in detail about the day he sent Nyo-nyo away. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked for Aunt Pei's identity and address. He told her about running into Zhangku on the Long Street. Then he went to Nanyang and returned to Luoyang. Xiaoman squatted down and gently placed Yang Fan's large hand on her cheek. She gently caressed it and choked with sobs. "That day, I heard in prison that Lang Jun was elder brother. I simply couldn't believe it. Finding elder brother should have been the happiest thing for me. But at that time, Lang Jun was in prison. It was hard to know whether he was alive or dead. It was even more worrying than not knowing elder brother's whereabouts." As she spoke, the sparkling and translucent tears fell one by one onto the back of Yang Fan's palm. Chapter 370. Yang Fan wiped her tears and comforted her softly. "Don't cry. It's all in the past. Elder brother, I've gotten my revenge and found you. God has been kind to me." Speaking of this, Yang Fan suddenly hesitated and said worriedly, "Nyo-nyo, do you like me to call you Nyo-nyo or Xiaoman?" Xiaoman looked at him and suddenly understood what he meant. She hurriedly lowered her head and thought carefully. Then she kicked the ball back to him and asked with shining eyes, "Then, do you like me to call you elder brother or Lang Jun?" Yang Fan thought for a moment and said slowly, "Do you still remember that night when we worshipped our parents under the moon?" Xiaoman gently nodded. Yang Fan said implicitly, "I made a wish at that time. I hope to grow old with my wife. I hope to find my younger sister and never be separated again. Now, my wife has become my younger sister, and my younger sister has become my wife. I don't know what to choose. Do you want to be my younger sister or my wife?" Xiaoman looked forward to it for a long time, but she didn't hear what she wanted to hear. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She said angrily, "Elder brother, I've found him. Lang Jun, I've saved him. Now you're telling me that if I have elder brother, there won't be Lang Jun, and if I have Lang Jun, there won't be elder brother. But I don't want to. What do you think I should do?" Yang Fan was surprised and happy. He grabbed her little hand and asked, "Xiao Man, you mean Xiao Man?" Bit her lips and lowered her eyes. She looked a little bashful, but there was a kind of unusual firmness in her tone. "Anyway, if you want me to call you elder brother, you are elder brother. If you want me to call you Lang Jun, you are Lang Jun. Elder brother is you, and Lang Jun is also you. Whoever wants me to leave brother or Lang Jun, I can't." Yang Fan immediately grinned, his face beaming like a flower. "Nyonyo," Nyonyo said sweetly, "elder brother." Xiao Man. Xiao Man was very shy. "Lang Jun." Nyonyo. "Pa." Xiao Man slapped him on the shoulder and said coquettishly, "Are you going to be talkative all night?" Yang Fan chuckled and said, "Xiao Man, this is you. Ever since you married me, you've changed completely. The mighty and domineering Xie is gone. Now, you've finally returned to Jianghu." Xiao Man smiled sweetly and said, "No way." In the past, he didn't have anyone to rely on, so he was afraid of being bullied by Lang Jun. "I'm not afraid now. If Lang Jun bullies me in the future, I'll ask my elder brother to get even with you. If elder brother bullies me, I'll ask my Lang Jun to back me up." Yang Fan was dumbfounded and said, "How can I clear up this mess?" Xiao Man covered her little mouth and giggled. After this conversation, the feelings of the two people seemed to be in perfect harmony, and they naturally fused together. Their interaction also became very natural. Of course, nature was nature. The cleaning of the vital parts was still done by Yang Fan himself. Even if Xiao Man had made up her mind to become his wife, she was still a pure young lady at the moment. How could he ask her for help with those embarrassing things? Yang Fan pulled a wide towel into the water and wrapped it around his waist to cover his vital parts. Even so, when Xiao Man wiped his body, her little hand stroked his strong and majestic male body and smelled his free and unrestrained manly scent. Her eyes still became a little blurred. "It's like this between me and a new—" At this time, Yang Fan was leaning on the edge of the tub. Xiao Man held the loofah and carefully rubbed his back while listening to him narrate the process of getting to know Tineno. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Speaking of which, she was accidentally saved by me because she was being chased by you. In fact, I didn't want to be nosy at that time. The reason why I saved her was because the scene of her lying by the stream was very similar to the scene when you saved me and fed me rice soup when I was a child." Xiao Man's eyes unconsciously became gentle when she heard this. Because of serving Yang Fan while bathing, coupled with the hot steam, her forehead had already seeped fine sweat, and a few strands of black and shiny hair gently stuck to her forehead. Xiao Man raised her wrist, wiped the sweat on her forehead, and whispered, "Elder brother, she obviously became a monk because of you. After you were imprisoned, she risked her life to save you, which shows how deep her love for you is. If you let her be and ignore her, whether it's you or me, we can't get over this on our conscience." Yang Fan heavily grunted, slightly turned his head, and said, "Do you know where she became a monk?" Xiao Man shook her head and said, "She never told me this." Yang Fan suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "Is she a nun or a Taoist priest now?" Xiao Man's hand stopped, and she stammered, I don't know. When she saw me, I didn't know she was a monk." Yang Fan grunted and muttered to himself, "This is big trouble. She's not willing to see me. Don't tell me I have to search all the Kuan Temple and Guzi Temple in Luoyang?" Yang Fan thought for a while and said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. When I have time, I will go find her." Xiao Man grunted and then said, "Lang Jun, the second day after you were arrested in prison, Brother Chu and Brother Ma came. At that time, I hadn't been informed by the Imperial Envoy Station. They helped me come up with a plan to save you. I was the one who asked them to deliver your first meal. They said they would find time to see me, but since then there has been no news. In the afternoon the day before yesterday, an old soldier of the Jin Wu Guards sent me a letter. He said that Brother Chu's superior knew. He came to our house. He was afraid that Brother Chu would be involved, and then he would also be involved. So he didn't allow Brother Chu to leave the barracks and asked people to watch him. I think Brother Ma's situation is similar." "Yeah." Yang Fan nodded and said, "With their abilities, it's impossible for them to save me from this case. If they have more contact with me, it is more likely that they will be implicated. Their superior did not do anything wrong. They are in the barracks and can't come out often. When I have the opportunity to meet them, I will talk to them in detail. We are brothers. There is no need for us to become enemies because of this." Xiaoman said meekly, "Lang Jun should thank Master Xue of the White Horse Temple first, although this Master Xue has a bad reputation among the people. And to be honest, Xiaoman used to look down on him. But no matter what people say about him, he has done you a great favor, so you should thank him." Yang Fan nodded deeply. He did feel a little close to this great monk Xue. Even if the whole world looked down on him, even if Xue Huai did all kinds of shameful things, he did not do anything wrong to him. On the contrary, he had done him a great favor. Yang Fan was clear about kindness and hatred, and he didn't want to be a moral guardian. Xiaoman said, "There is also King Liang. When I went to ask him, he didn't agree to my request. But as soon as I left, he went to the censorate courtyard, fully armed. This was what I heard later. He didn't want to see me, probably because he didn't want others to gossip about him. At least, he really did help you. These are all favors, and they are all high and mighty people. We may never have the chance to return this favor, but we have to show our gratitude. After this incident, we can see how important connections are." Xiao Man's voice was gentle, and it was clear that she was doing everything for Yang Fan's sake. Once the knot in her heart was untied, she would act like a gentle and virtuous wife. Yang Fan nodded again. He had no idea what had happened in the outside world after he was sent to prison. The fickleness of human nature, especially in the bureaucracy and especially in sensitive cases like this, were the best time to forge friendships. He naturally had to learn more about them. Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao were two low-ranking officers, and it was probably because their positions were too small to the point where they could not enter Lai Junshin's eyes. Otherwise, just based on the fact that they had come to deliver food for him, as long as Lai Junshin was willing, he could immediately arrest them. Although they didn't play any role in the process of saving him, he remembered this friendship of life and death. Xue Huai didn't need to be mentioned. This monk did things based on his own preferences, and Chu Kuanga would definitely accept this friendship. As for King Liang, it was enough that he had done this much. There was no need to resent him. Given his status, it was impossible for him to do anything more. Sending charcoal in the snow, no matter how much it was enough to be remembered. There is one more. Xiaoman picked up a ladle, scooped up some water, and gently poured it on Yang Fan's back. She said softly, "There is also Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping has contributed the most. It can be said that Lang Jun was able to escape from prison because of her. If it weren't for her, we would have had to wait until the day of the execution and try our luck." Yang Fan suddenly turned his head and said in surprise, "Princess Taiping? What did she do?" Xiaoman said, "Everything. She was the one who obtained the flawless letter of approval, contract, and city registration. She was also the one who bribed the informant who gave you the information. She was the one who complained to the emperor and coaxed the emperor into making a visit incognito. She was also the one who intercepted the interrogator and used her coachman to make a scene in court. Xiao Man recounted everything from beginning to end, and then said in a low voice, "Speaking of which, this princess is really devoted to you, elder brother." Xiao Man's change of role was very smooth and natural. When her heart was stirred, and she wanted to confess her feelings to Yang Fan, she would affectionately call Yang Fan her husband. When it involved Yang Fan's relationship with someone else, she would call Yang Fan elder brother. At that time, she would become elder brother's little sister. In this position, from this point of view, her speech and behavior would undoubtedly be more natural. Yang Fan said, awkwardly, "This princess, Sai, it's not what you think. I don't have any personal relationship with her." Xiaoman said in a low voice, "I know, otherwise, she wouldn't have forced us to make an oath." Yang Fan's heart tightened. An ominous feeling immediately rose in his heart. He said urgently, "What oath?" Chapter 371. Xiaoman said, "She wanted me to swear that if she could save your life, I would have to leave Langjun." Yang Fan said angrily, "How could she? You didn't promise her, did you?" Xiaoman said, "How could I not promise her? But the vow I made was—" Xiaoman told him about the vow she made. Yang Fan was startled and couldn't help laughing. "You little girl, Princess Taiping has been smart all her life. I didn't expect her to fall into your hands." "Ha ha," Xiaoman said faintly, "but Sister Wan also made a vow." Yang Fan's laughter stopped abruptly, and he asked nervously, "What vow did Wan make?" Xiaoman shook her head and said, "I don't know, but Sister Wan is pure and kind, a gentleman among women. I'm afraid she wouldn't cheat on the vow." When Xiaoman talked about Wan, she really cared about her. She didn't have any jealousy, nor did she worry about competing for favor. For her, whether it was feelings or status, she was very firm. She was Yang Fan's official wife. Unless there was an unfortunate thing, like Wu Zetian marrying a princess to a married man, no one could take her position as the official wife. Emotionally, after she and Yang Fan recognized each other, there was a kind of family love in their love. This kind of special feeling was something that Wan couldn't have. As for enjoying this love and this person alone, she never thought about it. Not to mention that Wan and Yang Fan were already engaged. Even if there was no such thing, she wouldn't have thought about it. It had always been like this since ancient times. Just like how people thousands of years ago didn't think that the earth was round, Xiaoman's thinking couldn't jump out of the frame of the era. However, she didn't mind that Langjun had another woman, but she did mind that the woman was a princess, especially when the princess already had a husband, and the husband was from the Wu family. This was a fatal thing. No one knew about it before, but now that Princess Taiping had made a scene in the court, the rumors would soon spread. The husband didn't dare to do anything to the princess, but it didn't mean that he didn't dare to do anything to Yang Fan. At that time, Xiaoman was very worried. Yang Fan was very surprised. He did not expect that it was Princess Taiping who had arranged for him to be saved. He had always thought that it was one who was manipulating things behind the scenes. Especially after he saw the grasshopper, he was even more certain of this. He didn't expect that it was Princess Taiping who had made great efforts. Thinking of this, Yang Fan had mixed feelings. He was stunned for a long time before he slowly said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. Wait until I ask Wanner, then we'll make a decision." Right now, Yang Fan had many things to do. He needed to pay a visit to the big shots who had helped him, and this matter could not be delayed. Since he had already been released from prison, he had to pay a visit to them as soon as possible. The whereabouts of Tin Ano needed to be investigated. The experience of being wrongly imprisoned and narrowly escaping death not only made Xiao Man realize how to cherish the people in front of her, but also made Yang Fan feel the same way. Since An Nu was so deeply in love, what else did he have to worry about? Just like what Shen Mu said, if you can't let her go, then marry her. After all, we are the ones in charge. As for Princess Taiping, Yang Fan felt a headache when he thought of it. Taiping had saved his life, but her behavior of taking advantage of the situation made it hard for him to have a good impression of her. Yang Fan had no idea how to deal with her. He had to see Wan first. If Wan Er's vow was hard to break, how could he be nice to the culprit? As for Wan it was impossible for him to see her now. His current identity was too sensitive. Other than visiting Shui Huai and Wu Sansi and meeting Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao, it was best for him to stay at home for the rest of the time. In this political storm, he had suffered an unexpected disaster. It was already praiseworthy for him to be able to escape from the disaster. It was absolutely impossible for him to intervene, especially since he had just been released and was unemployed at home. His identity was too sensitive, not to mention that he did not have the ability to intervene at this time. He would be overestimating himself. Once he intervened, it would be easy for things to develop in a bad direction. The political forces in the court that opposed the cruel officials were not weak. It was impossible for these prime ministers to not have a few henchmen. Now that he had been released from prison and the emperor had suspended the execution, it was an excellent opportunity for them to turn the situation around. If they did not know how to use such a good opportunity, then they were really hopelessly stupid. There was really no need to protect such a group of officials who did not have any political brains. Therefore, it was better for him to stay out of the fight between the immortals. He could only stay out of it. Yang Fan made up his mind, and his mood slowly calmed down. He had almost lost his life in prison this time, and it had tempered his temperament. This year, he had just turned 20, but his mentality was steady and his shrewdness was deep. He had gradually made a qualitative leap, far surpassing many men of his age. Well, I'm not worried. Why are you frowning? It won't look good if you wrinkle. Yang Fan had already made up his mind. Seeing Xiao Man's slightly furrowed brows, he couldn't help but feel happy. He smiled and stroked Xiao Man's tightly furrowed brows and said, "We have even overcome the disaster of losing our heads. What else can't we accept? These are not urgent matters. Let's take it slow." Because he did not have an affair with Princess Taiping, he did not expect that after the disturbance caused by Princess Taiping, his relationship with Taiping would be known to everyone. It was hard to predict how Wu Yuji would react. This was exactly what Xiao Man was worried about. However, since she knew that Yang Fan was her elder brother, Xiao Man had unknowingly returned to the habit of relying on him and trusting him. Seeing that Yang Fan was calm and composed, as if nothing could stump him, Xiao Man's mood unconsciously relaxed. Yang Fan tightened the towel around his waist and suddenly stood up from the water. Xiao Man suddenly opened her eyes wide. That naked, muscular man's body was steaming hot. His skin was the color of wheat. His chest muscles were thick, and his arms were thick and strong. Although his lower body was wrapped in a bath towel, everything that was revealed at this time was enough to shock Xiao Man, who had never seen anything like this before. She would even go crazy if a man touched her body. Xiao Man's face was red. Her small mouth slightly opened into an O shape, and she stared at Yang Fan in a daze. Yang Fan pretended to untie the bath towel and said to her with a clear smile, "Do you want to help me wipe my body and change my clothes?" Xiao Man tried to pull her eyes away from his body. Hearing his teasing words, she could not help but lightly spit and ran behind the screen. Yang Fan laughed and stepped out of the bathtub. He untied the bath towel and picked up another towel to wipe his body. Xiao Man hid behind the screen and covered her heart with her hand. Her heart was pounding, and she was still recalling the scene that had just come into her eyes, the two thick and strong triangular pectoral muscles, which bulged spectacularly the rather oppressive eyes, and the 6 strips of muscles on his abdomen. She couldn't feel it in the water just now, but now that she thought about it, it was like a huge centipede. So strong. Are all men's bodies like this? Xiao Man subconsciously touched her stomach. It was flat, soft, and seemed to have a faint feeling of muscles, but it was completely incomparable to the spectacular Yang Fan. Xiao Man, I'm coming in. Oh. Xiao Man hurriedly jumped onto the bed and lay on her side as if she was about to sleep. She said, "Come in." Yang Fan was wearing a half-length cotton shirt, a pair of jeans, and a pair of wooden clogs. He walked in from outside the screen and pretended to look around. Xiao Man's face could not help but blush again. She said embarrassedly, "What are you looking for?" Yang Fan said, "The mat, the bedding, where are they?" Xiao Man's face became even redder. She played dumb and said, "What mat and bedding?" Yang Fan said, "To sleep. Otherwise, where would I sleep?" Xiao Man did not say anything. She just moved her body into the bed. Originally, she had already given up half of the space, but who knew that the hateful elder brother would play dumb? This time, she was pressed against the wall. Yang Fan pointed to the bed and asked knowingly, "Can I sleep here?" Xiao Man bit her lip and said, "Yes," in embarrassment and annoyance. The sound of yes that came from her nose was so enchanting that Yang Fan's little brother couldn't help but tremble a few times. Yang Fan walked to the side of the bed and turned over to lie down. Xiao Man hurriedly turned over and lay flat. She pulled a thin layer of quilt over her body. Her heart was pounding again. Yang Fan also lay flat. He looked at the top of the tent. He could feel the beauty lying beside him. He could even smell the faint fragrance on her body and feel her body temperature. He knew that as long as he reached out his hand, everything would go smoothly. But this first time, it was really quite difficult. Yang Fan was eager, but did not dare to move. Xiao Man closed her eyes and waited for him to move. The two were silent for a long time. Xiao Man suddenly opened her eyes and cried out involuntarily, "Ah!" Yang Fan hurriedly said, "What's wrong?" Xiao Man climbed up and said, "You haven't applied medicine to your ankle yet." Yang Fan said, "It's not a big deal. The injury was not serious to begin with. I think there are some scabs now." Xiao Man did not comply and said, "That won't do. If it festers and becomes pus, it will be difficult to treat. I'll go get the medicine." Yang Fan was lying on the outside. If Xiao Man wanted to go over, she would have to climb over him. In fact, when people went to bed at that time, women were on the outside and men were on the inside because women could not climb over men. However, Yang Fan and Xiao Man were both young and did not understand this rule at all. Xiao Man crawled out of Yang Fan's body. Her delicate body was kneeling. Her waist was like a willow, and her curves were enchanting. Especially her pair of firm breasts, which had already been untied, were now affected by gravity and became even more plump and round. They swayed slightly with her movements. Xiao Man was flustered when she wanted to climb out of Yang Fan's body. She always felt that this was a little ambiguous. She crawled over Yang Fan's body with one leg, and Yang Fan's gaze fell on her buttocks. Her underwear was tight on her body, and her buttocks were firm and tight, round like a peach. When her body was kneeling with one leg bent forward, it was even more round and full. Now that the beautiful scenery was right in front of him, in Yang Fan's eyes, he suddenly felt like he was listening to thunder in silence. It was like a beggar who had been hungry for a long time suddenly saw a fragrant roasted suckling pig. Yang Fan, he was hungry. Chapter 372. Yang Fan's heart was burning. He couldn't help but reach out to grab her waist. Xiao Man screamed and fell into Yang Fan's arms. Xiao Man panicked. "Elder brother!" Yang Fan stared at her and said, "Call me Lang Jun." Xiao Man gave in. She closed her beautiful eyes tightly and said with a trembling voice, "Lang Jun." As soon as she said that, her body felt like it was boneless. She fell into Yang Fan's arms and couldn't get up again. In fact, since Yang Fan was imprisoned, Xiao Man realized that she loved him. She regretted not being a real husband and wife with her Lang Jun, when she knew that her Lang Jun had not only sister Wan, but also Tineno, who loved him deeply, and even Princess Taiping was interested in him. Xiao Man had a strong sense of crisis. She had planned to give herself to her Lang Jun tonight. Unfortunately, as soon as she saw Yang Fan, she couldn't do anything. If Yang Fan didn't reach out, she wouldn't dare to do anything. At this time, Yang Fan reached out and hugged her. Xiao Man's bones were soft, and she didn't have the strength to struggle. She could only take what he wanted. "Nyonyo," Yang Fan whispered in Xiao Man's ear. Xiao Man's heart felt warm and itchy. She blushed and looked at Yang Fan shyly. She gently leaned on his chest, closed her eyes, and said softly, "Elder brother." Lang Jun. The gentle candlelight illuminated the surroundings, and it seemed tranquil and beautiful. In the tranquility, only the rustling of clothes could be heard. Xiao Man's eyes were closed tightly, her breathing was heavy, and her face was completely red. She was at the mercy of her brother, and even her delicate body that was soft and smooth like fine jade was completely presented before Yang Fan, yet she was completely unaware. Xiao Man's mind was in a daze. She had no idea that her brother had already stripped her like a little lamb. Her slender and fair legs, her round and plump buttocks, her plump and perky breasts, and the red mark that seduced one's soul were all exposed in front of Yang Fan's eyes. Yang Fan's movements were very gentle. He loved her as if he was his most beloved treasure. Xiao Man, who had just experienced sex, was intoxicated. Amidst the sweet moans, Xiao Man completed the transformation from a young girl to a young woman. When she woke up from the Elysium, she snuggled up to Yang Fan's sweaty chest, feeling his strong embrace, and suddenly cried tears of joy. She didn't know why she was crying. She only felt that at this moment, her heart was dripping with joy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to pour out the warmth and joy in her heart. Xiao Man was like a little lamb in Yang Fan's arms. Her slender legs were still intimately wrapped around Yang Fan's waist. The calmness and gentleness after the passion were slowly seeping into each other's hearts. Xiao Man, Yang Fan's hand gently stroked her shoulders, back, and slender waist. It slid all the way to her plump, firm, and tight buttocks. He whispered in her ear. Xiao Man responded in a low voice in his arms. She sounded like she was moaning and moaning. Yang Fan said emotionally, "Xiao Man, from now on, you're mine." Xiao Man raised her moist eyes and stared at her lifelong lover. She softly corrected him. "Ever since we were young, in the early morning, Xiao Man opened her eyes to the sound of the rooster crowing. Only then did she realize that she was still snuggling in her husband's arms. She was a little shy and wanted to get up and put on her clothes. However, Yang Fan's arms were very firm. She was afraid of waking him up, so she could only obediently snuggle up to him and lie down. Looking at Yang Fan's handsome face and his firm and strong chest, Xiao Man couldn't help but smile sweetly as she recalled the scene from last night. She, who had just experienced the rain and dew for the first time, had been reborn. She had really become a little woman. It had been a long time since she married her husband, but today she had truly become a woman. That feeling, Xiao Man thought for a long time and could only describe it with the phrase too wonderful for words. Lang Jun, elder brother, Xiao Man looked at Yang Fan in a daze. Her eyes were full of love. She couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke his handsome eyebrows. Ah! As soon as her hand touched his eyebrows, Yang Fan, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, suddenly reached out and firmly grasped her little hand. He opened his smiling eyes and gently said, "Little girl, are you naughty again?" Xiao Man was caught by him and couldn't help but pout coquettishly, "You're pretending to be asleep." Her gaze followed Yang Fan's eyes and looked down. She was shocked to find that her body was exposed. Xiao Man was even more shy. She hurriedly pulled the thin quilt to cover her body, but Yang Fan just wouldn't let go. She couldn't help but beg, "Lang Jun!" Yang Fan smiled, but didn't say anything. Xiao Man pretended to be pitiful again and said, "Elder brother, this trick really worked." Yang Fan couldn't bear to tease her anymore and let go. Xiao Man quickly pulled the thin quilt that had slid down her shoulder and wrapped herself up tightly. Only her face was exposed. Yang Fan saw how cute she was. He couldn't help but tap her nose and asked with a smile, "Lang Jun, and you were lovey-dovey last night. Were you happy?" Xiao Man blushed and refused to answer. Yang Fan's eyes were bright, but he didn't want to let her go. Xiao Man had nowhere to hide under Yang Fan's gaze. She just frowned and said shyly, "I was tormented by you for half a night. My body is about to fall apart. What's there to be happy about?" "Really? Really?" Yang Fan moved closer and touched the tip of his nose. He said, "So it's your husband who didn't do a good job. Come on, let's do it again." Xiao Mang was startled. After all, she was just a beginner, and although she had practiced martial arts since childhood, she was still young, and her endurance for this kind of bedroom pleasure was far inferior to that of a mature woman like Shangguan Wanner. Last night, she barely managed to bear it. Although she had tasted the bliss after suffering, she still couldn't bear such a strong body. She hurriedly begged for mercy. "No, no, it's broad daylight. Okay, I admit it." Only then did Yang Fan let her go. He laughed and said, "Admit what?" Xiao Man lowered her eyes and said shyly, "Admit, I'm very happy." Yang Fan said, "Who's happy?" Xiao Man pushed him and said angrily, "I don't care about you anymore. I need to get dressed and get up." Yang Fan said, "It's still early. What are you afraid of lying down for a while?" Xiao Man said, "The hot water I prepared last night is already cold. Since there's no one around, I need to quickly boil some hot water to wash my body. How can I be like you and not get up?" "The hot water I prepared last night," Yang Fan thought for a while, and said, mischievously, "My wife, it seems to have been premeditated." Xiao Man was embarrassed. She reached out to cover Yang Fan's mouth and said coquettishly, "Don't say any more. If you say any more, I'll—" Xiao Man's mouth flattened. It looked like she was about to cry. Yang Fan quickly nodded. Xiao Man was not satisfied. She glared at him and said, "I'm going to get dressed. You cover your eyes. Don't peek." Yang Fan hurriedly covered his eyes. Xiao Man stared at his hand and slowly sat up. She quickly grabbed the clothes scattered on the bedside and hurriedly put them on. Yang Fan gently opened his fingers. The boundless spring scenery was too beautiful to behold. In the past, Yang Fan had never seen a woman put on clothes so calmly and unruffled. Looking at it now, he only felt that every move of hers was extremely amorous. Xiao Man got up, but Yang Fan was still lying on the bed and refused to get up. After recalling the sweet taste of last night, he actually fell asleep again. Xiao Man finished cleaning and tiptoed back to the bedroom. Seeing that he had fallen asleep again, she couldn't help but let out a sweet smile. She wrinkled her nose and said, "You only know how to sleep." While Yang Fan was sleeping soundly, Xiao Man sat in front of the dressing table. She trimmed her eyebrows and painted her lips. She dressed up seriously. When her face appeared in the mirror, even she was stunned. It wasn't that she hadn't dressed up before, but she had never seen herself like this. Her eyebrows and facial features were still the same, but there was a different kind of charm, tender and alluring and lustful. That kind of radiant energy came from the bones. It was not something that could be painted with rouge and makeup. Speaking of which, on the day of her marriage, the two female officials in the palace were responsible for dressing her up was the most meticulous. But that kind of beauty was only on the surface. It lacked this kind of liveliness and liveliness. Xiao Man gently stroked her cheeks. For a moment, she was also dumbfounded and speechless. Yang Fan was still sleeping soundly. Xiao Man ran to the side of the bed in surprise and softly called, "Lang Jun!" Yang Fan hadn't woken up yet. Xiao Man was anxious to let him see her appearance. She called again, but he still didn't wake up. Xiao Man was anxious. She knelt on the bed and reached out to lift the thin quilt. There were a few plum blossoms on the bed. That was the masterpiece she left last night. "Ah!" Xiao Man shyly exclaimed and quickly pressed the thin quilt down. Yang Fan hazily opened his eyes and casually asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Man quickly pulled the thin quilt off his body. She didn't care that he was naked. She only firmly pressed the thin quilt down and said with a straight face, "It's time to get up, pig." Yang Fan woke up early in the morning. He freshened up and ate with Xiao Man at the same table. Everything was the same as in the past. But after becoming husband and wife, the feeling was really different. One look, one word, one action, and there was a faint sense of estrangement in the past. It was the so-called oil and honey. That kind of feeling could only be understood after experiencing it personally. After breakfast, the young couple exchanged a few intimate words, and the day's business was settled in the midst of whispering to each other. That morning, Yang Fan had to go to the White Horse Temple to thank Monk Shui. After that, he would see if there was enough time before deciding whether or not to see Wu Sansi. In the afternoon, because Xiao Yu was coming, he had to go to the Imperial Envoy Station to get the documents and city registration. He also had to go to Nan City to appease the shopkeepers. At night, they would go home together for dinner. After the matter was settled, the two reluctantly said goodbye. Yang Fan rode straight to the White Horse Temple. When Yang Fan arrived at the White Horse Temple, it was already late in the morning. When he arrived at the back of the temple, he only saw Hong Yi, Hong Lu, and the others. After asking, he found out that Shui Huai had been invited by Wu Sansi to drink at the Golden Hairpin Drunken. This was good. As long as he went to the Golden Hairpin Drunken, he would be able to see the two people he wanted to thank. Yang Fan and the brothers of the White Horse Temple gathered for a while. Then he said goodbye and hurried to the Golden Hairpin Drunken. But he didn't expect that among the guests attending the Golden Hairpin Drunken, there was Princess Taiping's son-in-law, Wu Yuji. Chapter 373. Drunken Golden Hairpin was reserved by Wu Sansi today. Speaking of which, today's banquet was still the Wu clan's banquet, and it could have been held at one of the Wu clan's representatives' Wu Manor. However, because Wu Qingxi had been removed from his position as prime minister, the situation between the two Wu clans had become delicate. This kind of struggle was reflected in the Wu clan's banquet, and a change occurred. The reason was that although Wu Qingxi had been removed from his position as prime minister, he had not suffered a crushing defeat, as Wu Sansi had expected. The descendants of the Wu clan had not completely abandoned Wu Qingxi and turned to him. The reason for this was actually because of the Prime Minister Rebellion case. After the Prime Ministers were imprisoned, many officials naturally saw this case as an angry counterattack by Wu Qingxi, who had been removed from his position as Prime Minister. In reality, this case was indeed Wu Qingxi's handiwork. As a result, they had witnessed Wu Qingxi's ruthless methods and had no choice but to respect him. After the Prime Minister Rebellion case, the Empress had frequently mobilized the army to prevent any mishaps. At this critical moment, she still had no intention of putting Wu Sanxi in an important position. This caused some officials to believe that the Empress favored Wu Qingxi more. Although Wu Qingxi had been removed from his position as Prime Minister today, it was not impossible for him to become the Crown Prince in the future. Similarly, Wu Qingxi's position in the Wu clan had not changed much. He still retained his position as the imperial minister, and Wu Zetian had never said that she would remove him from this position. This also indirectly became the basis for some people to determine that he still had a chance of becoming the crown prince. In this way, although he had lost two great generals, Zhou Xing and Qiu Shenji, and had lost his position as prime minister, he still had great rallying power. Wu Sanxi's strength was originally inferior to Wu Qingxi's, but after this change, he only had the same strength as Wu Qingxi. In the past, the two of them had opposed each other with equal harshness, and neither was willing to hold the banquet in the other's manner. Thus, Wu Yuyi, whose strength was only inferior to theirs, had to be the host. But recently, Wu Yuyi had been too busy and hadn't even returned home a few times. She had always been stationed in the palace. Her words carried little weight, and those who were not qualified were not fit to host the family banquet. So she had to compromise and chose to hold the banquet outside. This was not the first time Yang Fan had been to Golden Hairpin drunk, so he was already familiar with the place. When he arrived at the bottom of Golden Hairpin drunk, he saw 3 large signs with black characters on a red background placed in front, left, and right of the door, with the words closed written on them. Yang Fan did not pay attention to him. He tied up the horse and walked towards the door. Today, Yang Fan was dressed in casual clothes, a black, soft-legged hat, and a round-collared, narrow-sleeved shirt. As soon as he stepped through the door, the wine master of Golden Hairpin drunkenness came forward to stop him and said, "Sir, our shop is closed today. We are not open for business." Yang Fan smiled and pointed at the top of his head, which was full of laughter and music. "I'm here for the guests on the 2nd floor." When the wine master heard this, he put on a smile and said, "I see. May I ask which branch of the Wu clan you are from?" "My surname is not Wu," Yang Fan said. The wine master's expression became even more respectful. "In that case, you must be an esteemed guest invited by the Wu clan. May I know your esteemed name? Do you have an invitation?" Yang Fan became impatient. "I have come uninvited. Go to the hall and tell His Highness King Liang that Yang Fan wishes to see him." The wine master did not dare to be negligent when he saw how arrogant Zhu Wen was. He hurriedly said, "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you to wait for a moment. This lowly one will go upstairs and report." On the 2nd floor, the banquet looked lively on the surface, but none of the attendees felt comfortable. Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi used to be friendly on the surface, but they were actually hostile on the inside. Now, however, they had completely fallen out. Every time they met, there would be innuendo and innuendo. This banquet didn't seem to be for the sake of bonding with the Wu clan. Instead, it seemed like a stage for the two of them to plot against each other. If they were enemies, wouldn't it be fine if they didn't meet each other? That wouldn't do either. When Wu Qingxi held the banquet, Wu Sanxi was worried and forced his faction to not attend. That would be lacking in etiquette. This was the Wu clan's banquet, and it was held by the Wu clan's chief minister. If they refused to attend, wouldn't they be disrespecting themselves as members of the Wu clan? Moreover, Wu Sanxi was afraid that some of the Wu clan members who were originally on his side, but were still watching from the sidelines, would lean towards Wu Qingxi's side. That was why he had to attend. Wu Qingxi was also worried when Wu Sanxi held the banquet. Moreover, if he didn't attend, it would definitely affect his prestige as the chief minister. As a result, even though the relationship between the two of them was rather awkward, they would still attend whenever they were invited. Today, the guests they invited did not include their lackeys. The only outsider they invited was Xue Huai. They were fighting for the position of crown prince, and to fight for the position of crown prince, this person who could blow pillow talk to the emperor definitely could not be ignored. Since ancient times, there were many examples of people taking the back palace route and deciding the overall situation in one fell swoop. Thus, no matter who held the banquet, the two of them would not leave behind Xue Huai as a guest. This guest was currently drinking to his heart's content. No matter who offered him a toast, he would drink until the cup was empty, and even if no one offered him a toast, he would still drink until the cup was empty. Originally, actions like this where he had no side was a great taboo in the officialdom. If you didn't offend either side, then you would offend both sides. No one could be praised by the two heroes of the Wu family for so long and still be treated with such courtesy by both sides. But Xue Huai could. Under the heavens, there was only one Xue Huai who could do this, because he was the empress man. Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi both had their own eyes and ears in the palace. They already knew that Wu Zetian had another male companion with the surname Shen. However, that male companion with the surname Shen was not as favored as Xue Huai. Secondly, imperial physician Shen was a person of status. He had a family, a career, a wife, and a child. He was ashamed to announce that he was the empress' male companion, so his influence was far less than Xue Huai's. In the banquet hall, there was another person drinking to his heart's content. This person was Princess Taiping's son-in-law, Wu Yuji. Wu Yuji had always felt that his revenge on that proud daughter of heaven, the princess of the Tang dynasty, was very satisfying. That's right, on their wedding night, he was thrown into the pigsty by the pampered princess. However, he used a series of counterattacks to redeem his face and ruthlessly humiliated this high and mighty princess. From that day onwards, he did not step into Princess Taiping's boudoir for a single day. He let her stay on the empty bed every night. He brought his own concubines to the princess residence and drank to his heart's content right under the princess' eyes. He even redeemed a famous prostitute and made her a concubine. He also brought her to the princess residence. What could she do? However, she did not expect that she was actually raising a man outside. After all this time, the one who was truly humiliated was not her, but himself. She even spent money to please that little white face. For that little white face, she did not hesitate to ask for an edict in front of the emperor and caused a ruckus in the censorate. Less than 2 hours after Princess Taiping left the censorate, this matter spread like the wind in Luoyang City. Whether it was the common people, the high officials, or the elegant scholars, everyone seemed to be particularly interested in this kind of romantic affair, especially when the heroine was Princess Taiping, who had the reputation of being the flower of Luoyang. Those people seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Their eyes were shining, their faces were flushed, and their saliva was flying everywhere as they spread the news. Lustful thoughts, many of the erotic scenes that they had seen with their own eyes were constantly being embellished and spread like wildfire. Some people said that when Princess Taiping was newly widowed, she happened to see young Fan bowing, looking valiant and heroic. She fell in love with him and secretly gave him a huge sum of money. In order to appease the prince's son-in-law, she generously allowed him to bring his concubines into the princess residence and helped him redeem a famous prostitute. Wu Yuji, who had become a tortoise, returned the favor. When the princess and Yang Fan were having sex in the daytime, he even stood guard for them. Damn. This was too unreliable. This was obviously a copy of the affair between Princess Hapu, Princess Gaoyang, and Monk Bianji. Some people said that the prince's son-in-law had a weak kidney and could not satisfy the princess. Therefore, Princess Taiping fell in love with the left officer of the Yulin Forest, Yang Fan. It was said that this Yang Fan was gifted. He could lift a big stone lock that weighed dozens of kilograms with ease. Every time he was with a woman, he would make her feel like dying. Wu Yuji was about to go crazy. This was obviously the record of Lao AI in the records of the Grand Historian. The only difference was that the wheel of the carriage was replaced with a stone lock. Why are there so many idiots who believe such nonsense? Did these idiots not read books at all? They obviously knew nothing about it, but they still thought they were infallible. It had been 2 days, and the rumors were everywhere. As the person involved, he should have been kept in the dark. Even so, the rumors still reached his ears. It could be seen that the news had spread far and wide. Wu Yuji was very angry. He did not expect that he would be humiliated by Princess Taiping. Even if he did not want to touch Princess Taiping, of course, he could not touch her even if he wanted to. But she was his wife after all. He could not allow others to touch her. It was a great humiliation. Now, when Wu Yuji walked outside, he felt as if there was a living tortoise on his head. Everyone looked at him strangely. When he was in the princess mansion, he felt as if all the servants were looking at him with ridicule in their eyes. When he went out to meet his colleagues and friends, everyone was so polite to him that they almost shook his hand and said, "Restrain your grief and accept your fate." Today, he came to this banquet not because he wanted to show his face in public, but because the rumor about Princess Taiping keeping a gigolo had spread like wildfire. Everyone knew about it. He had nowhere to go. Originally, he thought that since they were all brothers, everyone would be united against a common enemy, so he would feel better. However, from the eyes of some of his cousins, he still saw something very special. Sai, drink wine. Only Dukong could solve this problem. Right, today's drink was Dukong wine. There were many famous wines of this dynasty, such as Fu Shui, Ruoxia, Tu Kuchun, Stone Frozen Spring, Jianan Braised Spring, Qianhe Pu wine, 3 Basil wine, Bamboo Leaf wine. There were so many good wines, but Dukong was definitely not in the top 10. Why did he have to drink Dukong today? Wu Yuji now had the mentality of a young man who had lost his axe. He felt that drinking Dukong wine today seemed to be a deliberate mockery of him. When Wu Yuji was about 70 to 80% drunk, the wine expert ran up the stairs and bowed respectfully to Xue Huai, Wu Qingxi, and Wu Sansi. "Sorry to disturb you. There is a guest downstairs who calls himself Yang Fan. He says he wants to see His Highness King Liang. Will you see him?" Chapter 374. Yang Fan. Upon hearing this voice, the hall immediately fell silent. The unusual reaction stunned Dr. Zhou. It can't be, right? Could it be that Yang Fan is a special person? Why are all the regional princes and generals showing such expressions? Dr. Zhou rubbed his head and suddenly remembered. Yang Fan? Aya, isn't that Princess Taiping's little lover? I was wondering why this name sounded so familiar. Naturally, Dr. Zhou had heard of Princess Taiping's romantic affairs. However, they were more concerned about this woman's identity and beauty. They preferred to hear about what she had done. As for that man, it didn't matter if he was a Tom, Dick, or Harry. He was just a prop. Perhaps after a while, they would remember the name Yang Fan. However, their focus wasn't on this right now. Once he recalled Yang Fan's background, Dr. Zhou was instantly excited. There's going to be a good show. The Wu clan's regional princes and generals were startled at first. Then they looked at Wu Yuji in unison. Wu Yuji was embarrassed, angry, and hateful. He cursed in his heart. "Why the F*ck are you all looking at me for? Even if the entire world knew about this, there was no reason for him to publicly announce his wife's affair. The person Yang Fan wanted to see was Wu Sansi, the Liang Wang Wang. However, everyone was looking at him as though he had the final say. Wu Yuji was already 70 to 80% tipsy. His face was flushed, and now he looked like a cooked prawn. When Xue Huai heard that Yang Fan had arrived, he was overjoyed. He laughed heartily and said, 17 is here? Ha ha ha, that is my disciple. Quickly go, call him up and have a drink with me. When Wu Sansi saw that Xue Huai had spoken, he quickly waved his hand and indicated for Dr. Zhou to invite him over. Xue Huai's drunken eyes were filled with disdain as he smiled. Of course, he had heard of the rumors about Yang Fan and Princess Taiping. However, he didn't take it to heart. The people sitting in this hall are either royal princes or generals. So what? Didn't I still sleep with your aunt? That little girl, Taiping, should have called my disciple to sleep. Only then would the prestige of my white horse temple be displayed. The winemaker hurried downstairs and said to Yang Fan, with great politeness and enthusiasm, Lang Jun, the person upstairs invites you in. Yang Fan looked at Dr. Wine's eyes strangely. His eyes were filled with excitement, curiosity, and fanatical worship. There seemed to be a pair of yin and yang fish forming an 8 trigrams diagram spinning rapidly in his pupils. Yang Fan was a little surprised, but it was not convenient for him to ask. He just nodded to him, lifted his robe, and went up the stairs. The winemaker thought about it carefully, slapped his forehead, and hurriedly ran to pick up the 2 jars of wine and followed him upstairs. As soon as Yang Fan went upstairs, he felt the atmosphere was a little strange. This was not the first time he attended a Wu clan's family banquet. Apart from people like Xue Huai, it was rare for the entire Wu clan to pay attention to him. When a person like him came, most of the Wu clan would still be drinking and chatting. That would be normal. Yang Fan didn't think of Princess Taiping at all. He also didn't think that since this was a Wu clan banquet, Princess Taiping's husband would also be present. He thought that the Wu clan's strange expressions were because he had just been released from prison. Yang Fan's gaze swept across the Wu clan's members and fixed on the 3 people sitting at the head of the table. He quickly walked over and bowed to the ground, saying respectfully, Yang Fan greets Master Prince Liang and Prince Wei. Xue Huai laughed and said, Good disciple, I already know that you have safely left prison. How did you find this place? Yang Fan said, This disciple woke up early in the morning and wanted to go to White Horse Temple to see Master, then go to Prince Liang's residence to thank His Highness. After being informed by my fellow disciples, I found out that Master and Prince Liang were both here. It is all thanks to Master and Prince Liang that I was able to clear my name and leave prison safely. Yang Fan is extremely grateful. Many thanks. As Yang Fan spoke, he solemnly bowed to the 2 3 times. Xue Huai and Wu Sansi smiled and raised their hands at the same time. Just as they were about to speak, someone at the side suddenly said coldly, Good. How come I heard that it was a beautiful woman who caused a ruckus in court and cleared your name, allowing you to leave prison safely? Xue Huai and Wu Sansi's expressions darkened. Yang Fan turned his head to look at him and asked, Who is he? Someone at the side answered for that person, This is the Prince of Anping. Yang Fan pondered for a moment and understood. This Prince of Anping was called Wu Youshu, Wu Yuji's second brother. Wu Weiliang's branch had 3 sons. The eldest, Wu Yuyi, was currently the great general of the Featherwood Guard. The 3rd son, Wu Yuji, was the emperor's son-in-law and the great general of the Right Guard. All of them held military power. This 2nd son was far less promising than his older and younger brothers. Apart from being a prince, He only held the position of Honglu vice minister. Yang Fan didn't know all of the Wu clansmen. The reason why he knew Wu Weiliang's branch of 3 brothers was because he was a general under Wu Yuyi. At the same time, Princess Taiping was married to Wu Yuji, so he had some understanding of Wu Yoshu. Yang Fan was a bit surprised by Wu Yoshu's hostile tone. He turned to look at Wu Yuji, who was sitting at the table next to him, looking at him with a hateful gaze. Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly understood. No wonder the entire Wu clan was looking at him with strange gazes. No wonder their gazes were filled with curiosity, anger, and even jealousy. Jealousy? The jealous gazes didn't come from Wu Yuji. When he thought of this, Yang Fan truly felt sorry for the emperor's son-in-law. Yang Fan suddenly realized that coming here today was a mistake. However, Wu Yoshu was looking at him with a provocative gaze, so he had to answer this question. He smiled calmly and said, "The woman the Prince of Omping spoke of is Princess Taiping, right?" "That's right. Princess Taiping has helped me before. After I thank my teacher and His Highness King Liang, I will pay a visit to thank Her Highness." "Oh, that's right. The Prince of Omping mentioned a beautiful woman just now." Yang Fan nodded with a smile. "That's right. I also believe that Her Highness' beauty is unparalleled and can be called a peerless beauty in this world." Yang Fan had always been like this. If someone was loyal to him, he would never allow them to be humiliated because of him. Back in the Library of History, he dared to openly contradict Grand Scholar Guan. For a scholar, he didn't know, and a lowly eunuch. Now, when Wu Yoshu mentioned Princess Taiping, he deliberately added the word beautiful. It was clear that he was secretly mocking her. Yang Fan knew that everyone present was a member of the Wu clan, so he didn't want to be vague. When these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. When Yang Fan publicly admitted that Princess Taiping had helped him before, and he was going to pay a visit to thank her, the Wu clansmen were already in an uproar. When he smiled and said that Princess Taiping was unparalleled, no one thought that he was just praising Li Lingyue's beauty. This was clearly a pun. This was a public provocation. Apart from those who firmly followed Wu Sansi, even those Wu clan members who were wise to protect themselves and remained neutral were enraged. When Xue Huaiyi saw Wu Yoshu refute his face in front of everyone and scolded his beloved disciple, he was about to explode in anger. However, when he saw that his disciple had a hidden needle in a cotton floss and refuted him forcefully, his anger was swept away. He chuckled and took a big gulp of wine. When Wu Yuji heard Yang Fan's words, his face became as red as blood. He couldn't bear it anymore and scolded, "You are a man, yet you kneel before a woman, wagging your tail and begging for pity. You are truly shameless. That bitch, she is also a disrespectful, heartless, and shameless bitch. What a pair of dogs, doing such a shameful thing, and still being so grand." When he said these words, Yang Fan's expression didn't change and remained calm. On the other hand, the smiling Xue Huaiyi's face turned purple. Wu Yuji's words were like a big slap to his face. Wu Sansi saw that the commotion was getting out of hand and wanted to stop it, but when he saw Xue Huaiyi's expression, he shrank back. At that time, he had followed his aunt's orders and poisoned Wu Yuji's wife to death. Wu Yuji hated him to the bone and joined Wu Qingxi's camp. He had spent a lot of effort to rope in Xue Huaiyi, but this Xue Huaiyi seemed reckless, but was also treacherous. He invited both sides and accepted gifts from anyone. Even when his disciple, Yang Fan, was close to him, Xue Huaiyi didn't show any special inclination towards him. If Wu Yuji offended Xue Huaiyi, would Xue Huaiyi not stand on his side? Thinking of this, Wu Sansi was happy to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He calmed down and sat back down. Wu Qingxi was also in a difficult position. He didn't want Wu Yuji to offend Shui Huai-yi, but Wu Yuji was the victim. If he came out to stop it, it would chill everyone's hearts. Who would be willing to submit to him? Helpless, Wu Qingxi could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. He only thought about how to send a generous gift to resolve Shui Huai-yi's anger. It was true that Yang Fan hated Princess Taiping for taking advantage of the situation and forcing and Xiao Man, these two women who loved him deeply, to swear an oath to separate from him from now on. But this Princess Taiping, he could scold her, he could beat her, he could not tolerate anyone insulting her, even if that person was Princess Taiping's husband. Yang Fan also sympathized with Wu Yuji's wife who was poisoned to death, and his son who was forced to leave. But if it didn't concern him, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel angry when he heard him scold Princess Taiping so badly. He pretended not to know his identity, and said without giving in, "Who is it that dares to insult Princess Taiping like this?" According to what I know, Her Highness the Princess got married at the age of 16 and has been husband and wife with Prince Consort Shui for 7 years. They love each other very much, and there has never been a word in the world that can slander them. What you're saying seems to be that Princess Taiping doesn't follow the ways of a woman. Think about it. Her Highness the Princess and Prince Consort Shui have been husband and wife for 7 years. They follow the ways of a woman. Husband and wife are harmonious and love each other. Why is it that after Prince Consort Shui passed away and the princess remarried, it is as unbearable as you say? Yang Fan said it in a righteous tone, but when Wu Yuji heard it, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Chapter 375. Yang Fan brushed his sleeves and said righteously, "Yanzi once said that orchids from the south are like orchids from the north. If it's really as you say, then in my opinion, Prince Consort Taiping should reflect on whether he's too weak to be a match for such a beauty. Outsiders won't be able to know the secrets of this couple, so it's best if you don't make rash comments. As for me, I have to say that I have fought with the princess on the same stage. I was recognized by the princess and became her confidant. That's all. As for personal feelings, there's no such thing. Yang Fan is a man, so it's fine to say that it's just a romantic affair. However, it's Yang Fan's fault for ruining the princess's reputation, so I have to make it clear." The wine brewer stood in a corner with 2 jars of wine in his arms, listening attentively as his eyes darted around. As expected of the man that Princess Taiping has taken a liking to, he dares to speak like this in front of so many people in the Wu clan. This courage is truly admirable. From his words, could it be that Prince Consort Wu really has an unspeakable illness and can't have sex? Then you can't blame the princess. She's a dignified princess. How can she be a widow for you? Wouldn't that be a waste of a beauty like her? You can't even plow such a fertile piece of land, and you can't even allow her to loosen the soil for you? It's just that I don't know if this Yang Lang Jiang really has the ability to lift large rocks. Wu Yuji's eyes turned red as he stood up shakily and pointed at Yang Fan. "You dare to bully me like this? Does this mean that you've admitted to having an affair with that slut?" Yang Fan retorted, "Who are you? If you continue to speak so rudely, this Yang won't be polite anymore." Wu Yuji flew into a rage. "I'm Prince Consort Taiping, Wu Yuji." Yang Fan said in surprise, "Sorry for my disrespect. So it's Prince Consort Wu in front of me. Prince Consort Ma, this is your fault. Everything is fine. How can you accuse yourself of sh*T? I've already said that I'm indebted to your highness for treating me like a bosom friend. So I'm a bosom friend of the opposite sex with the princess. Adultery would take 1.5 years. I have always been a law-abiding person. So how could I have adultery with others?" Yang Fan's words were clearly hinting to him that he had an affair with Princess Taiping, but an affair is against the law and punishable by imprisonment. Therefore, he could not admit it. Wu Yuji was so angry that he used the excuse that the opposite sex knew him as an excuse, which made him so angry that he felt like a Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. When Wu Sansi saw that the fight was about to start, he didn't want to continue watching the show. He coughed and said, "Yuji, how can you believe the rumors? Yang Fan is a brilliant disciple of Master Xue. How could he do such a thing? Today is a family reunion, so don't make trouble and let the brothers laugh at you. Sit down." When Wu Yuji heard the 2 words, Master Xue, his mind cleared. He knew that he would not be able to gain anything if he made a move now. He could only suppress his anger and gritted his teeth, saying, "Fine, what a sharp tongue. Yang Fan, don't let this Wu catch hold of your weakness. Otherwise, humph humph." Wu Yuji sneered and sat down heavily. Wu Yoshu had always had the best relationship with his 3rd brother. Seeing him sit down, he moved closer to his ear and said, "Lao Sen, do you remember the story of Fong Ling?" Wu Yuji was stunned and said hesitantly, "Fong Ling? You mean Princess Fong Ling?" Wu Yoshu said darkly, "Yes, Princess Fong Ling. This matter is a disgrace to us brothers. If we tolerate this, how can we go out in the future?" Wu Yuji lowered his head and thought for a while. He gritted his teeth and nodded, saying in a low voice, "I know what to do." The Princess Fong Ling the 2 brothers spoke of was the 8th daughter of great ancestor Li Yuan. This princess later married Dou Xiaojie, the son of Empress Dou's cousin, Dou Gu. He and Princess Fong Ling were cousins. Later, Princess Fong Ling and Yang Yuji committed adultery. This Yang Yuji was the son of Princess Fong Ling's elder sister, Princess Changguang. Princess Fong Ling was his aunt. Not only did his aunt and nephew commit adultery, Yang Yuji also married Li Yuanji's daughter, Shouchuan County Magistrate. Shouchuan County Magistrate was Princess Fong Ling's niece. Princess Fong Ling had stolen her niece's man. In the end, the son-in-law, Dou Xiaojie, found out about this. Dou Xiaojie was not the waiter who stood guard for him after his wife cheated on him. Knowing the truth, Dou Xiaojie immediately took people to capture Yang Yuji, cut off his ears and nose, and beat him to death. When he returned, he wrote a divorce letter and sent Princess Fong Ling back to her maternal home. Logically, adultery should only be sentenced to 1.5 years in prison. However, Dou Xiaojie had beaten Yang Yuji to death, which was a violation of the law. Moreover, Yang Yuji was Princess Changguang's son and the son-in-law of Prince Qi, Li Yuanji. His background was not small, but what was the result? This was a huge scandal in the imperial family. Not only did Li Yuan not do anything to him, he even had to do his best to appease him. Wu Yoshu was telling his brother, "Don't think that Yang Yuji is Xue Huai's disciple and doesn't care about the law. Either we don't make a fuss, or we make a fuss and kill him. Once the fuss is made, the emperor will appear. As long as the emperor appears, Xue Huai can't do anything to us." The 2 brothers secretly calculated and began to secretly send people back to the residence to gather the warriors. On the other side, Wu Sansi had already suppressed the situation. Xue Huai called Yang Fan over to his side and asked him to drink with him. Those who had probably experienced a dead end would always be able to see through things more than others. Yang Fan was now more carefree than before. He had obviously offended a great general and a member of the Wu clan at that, but he didn't care at all. He only talked and laughed with Xue Huai. In order to express his gratitude, he toasted Wu Sansi 3 more times. Wu Qingxi saw that Yang Fan didn't care about him at all. He was very displeased, but he didn't say anything. Because of Yang Fan's arrival, the Wu clan's drinking mood was greatly reduced. Wu Qingxi reluctantly drank a few more cups of wine and used the excuse that he was no longer in a good mood and wanted to end the banquet. Xue Huai was drinking happily and didn't want to leave just like that. Seeing this, Yang Fan said, "Master is still in a good mood. Then this disciple will accompany Master. All the regional princes and generals have official duties to attend to, so please don't delay." Wu Sanxi was very happy to have a closer relationship with Xue Huai today. He also saw that this Yang Fan, who had made a cuckold of the Wu clan and was treated like an honored guest, made many members of the Wu clan uncomfortable, including those on his side. He said, "That's true. You two, master and disciple, don't often have the chance to see each other, so drink a few more cups. We will be leaving now." Xue Huai only wanted someone to drink with him, so he didn't care how many people there were. He waved his arm and said, "Go, go. I will drink with my disciple." These people didn't expect Xue Huai to see them off, so they all took their leave. At this time, the two brothers Wu Yuji and Wu Yoxiu had secretly transferred people over and were lying in ambush near Drunken Golden Hairpin. The two pretended to leave and waited until they were out of everyone's sight before quietly coming back. They went to a nearby restaurant and asked for a private room on the upper floor, watching the commotion from above. For a moment, only Yang Fan and Xue Huai were left in the restaurant. The two drank a few cups of wine. Yang Fan wanted to say words of thanks again, but Xue Huai would interrupt him as soon as he brought up the topic. He could only suppress the topic and say to Xue Huai, "Master, this disciple has a few words from the bottom of my heart that I want to say to Master." Xue Huai widened his drunken eyes and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. However, don't say words of thanks. Master didn't have the ability to fish you out, and it was very embarrassing. If you want to thank me, that would be slapping Master's face." Yang Fan smiled and said, "All right, this disciple won't talk about this topic anymore. This disciple will remember it in his heart." Seeing that Xue Huai was about to glare at him again, Yang Fan hurriedly said, "I won't say it, I won't say it, I won't say it. Master, after going through this ordeal, this disciple is deeply touched. The political situation in the imperial court is chaotic. For the sake of the position of crown prince, no matter if it's the nobles, generals, or ministers, they all jump into this pit. They all have their own motives, whether it's for the country, for their name to be passed down through the ages, or for the supreme throne. No matter if it's for public or private reasons, they all have their own motives. But, Master, you're different. Master's status is transcendent, and you've enjoyed endless glory, splendor, and wealth. There's really no need for you to get involved with them. As long as Master doesn't get involved, His Majesty can guarantee that you'll be able to sleep peacefully. After His Majesty dies, no one will have any ideas about Master. These are the words from the bottom of this disciple's heart. Perhaps it's not pleasant to hear, but it's for Master's sake." At first, Xue Huai listened to him speak, still drinking big mouthfuls of wine, and didn't mind. However, when Yang Fan was halfway through his words, he widened his eyes and stared at Yang Fan with a very strange expression. Yang Fan's words were indeed from the bottom of his heart, and it was indeed for Xue Huai's sake. In his view, no matter if it was for public or private reasons, everyone had a motive. Only Xue Huai was involved in this political struggle, and he had no motive at all. He didn't ask for anything, but the risk was very high. If he really got in the way of Wu Zetian's eyes, she might not take pity on him, her lover. If it was in the past, Yang Fan definitely wouldn't have confided in him like this, but today he said it without hesitation. It wasn't for anything else, but because the ruler treated him with sincerity. Xue Huai's eyes were red from drinking, and he stared fixedly at Yang Fan for a long time. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and laughed. He stretched out his large hand and grabbed a jar of wine. He slapped away the mud seal, raised his head, and gulped down the wine. Yang Fan furrowed his brows and called out in a low voice, "Master!" Shwe Huai slammed the wine jar down with a bang. He wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yang Fan with a smile. He patted Yang Fan's shoulder and chuckled. "Kid, you used to be afraid that I would drink too much. Actually, I didn't drink too much, right?" Yang Fan was about to defend himself, but Shwe Huai raised his hand and said, "You don't need to deny it. I can see it. Hong Yi and the others rely on me to make a living, so they're close to me. The Wu family's people need my help, so they're close to me. The others are afraid of me, so they're respectful. Only you, although I often praise you, you don't actually interact with me much. If it was someone else, wouldn't they always come to curry favor with me? Shwe Huai's power? I can see that you want to rely on your own ability to earn fame. Don't think that I didn't say it. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. But I'm different from you." As Shwe Huai spoke, his eyes turned red, and there was a faint glint of tears in them. Chapter 376. Shwe Huai sighed. "Actually, I don't need you to tell me. I know what I am. Why, when Su Liangxi beat me up, the Empress refused to protect me, because she knows that she has to rely on these people to govern the country. Why, when Lai Junchen does whatever he wants, I don't dare to fall out with him, because she has to rely on people like Lai Junchen to maintain her authority. What am I?" Shwe Huai laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'm just a plaything in that old woman's bed." Yang Fan said uneasily, "Master." Shwe Huai raised his hand again and stopped him. "I know how the world sees me. I also know how you saw me in the past. But what else can I do? You want me to abandon my power and riches and return to the streets to sell martial arts and fake medicine? I can't do it. It's not beneficial for me to get involved in these things, but I only know that I'm useful after getting involved. Otherwise, Shwe Huai, would have lived my life aggrieved. Now, a bunch of nobles are bowing to me. Ha ha ha, this is great. Don't you think so?" Yang Fan remained silent. Shwe Huai laughed unrestrainedly. "It's worth it. What am I, Shwe Huai? I'm just a ruffian on the streets. Anyone can step on me. But now, I've slept with the woman that everyone in the world worships. Everyone respects and fears her like a god. But under my crotch, she's just an ugly old woman." Yang Fan said, "Master, you drank too much. Don't talk nonsense." Shwe Huai said indifferently, "What are you afraid of? You worship her like a god, because you'll always see her godlike appearance. Do you know what she looks like after removing her makeup? Do you know that she snores and sometimes talks in her sleep? Do you know how old she looks when she shakily asks me to support her when she gets up at night? Do you know that she kneels in front of me like a dog with disheveled hair and talks nonsense?" Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "Master." Shwe Huai sighed. "All right, I won't talk about it anymore. 17. You're different from me. You're really capable. You should rely on your own abilities to make a living. Let me tell you, none of the women in the imperial family are good. You can't touch them. You can't touch them." Yang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I was the one persuading him. How did he become the one persuading me? Why isn't he out yet? Wu Yuji looked towards the door of the Golden Hairpin Drunken Inn and said anxiously, "Don't worry." Wu Yoshu said, "Can he stay in Golden Hairpin Drunk for the rest of his life?" Wu Yoshu waved his hand to summon a guard, ordering, "Remember, when they come out, follow them." He had come here today to thank Master Shwe and King Liang. There was no way he would follow Master Shwe back to the White Horse Temple. Be patient and wait for that monk to leave before you make your move. That family warrior was wearing an indigo blue robe. His stature was majestic like a mountain, his eyebrows thick like a leopard's eyes. He looked very awe-inspiring. Hearing the voice, he respectfully complied. Wuyoshu said again, "Remember, do not show mercy. Kill him on the spot. Don't let him live." The large man complied again. Inside Golden Hairpin Drunk, Xue Huai rarely revealed his inner thoughts. He had kept these words bottled up in his heart for who knew how many years, and now that he was finally able to say them, he felt extremely carefree. After another round of drinking, he finally fell asleep on the table. Yang Fan supported him and called out, "Master, Master." Xue Huai waved his hand and said with a lisp, You can go. When I wake up, I will return to the White Horse Temple." Before he could finish his sentence, snoring sounded like a tsunami. Yang Fan smiled bitterly. He could only go downstairs and call over the 2 young monks who had been waiting there. The 2 young monks recognized Yang Fan. When they saw him, they said respectfully, "17th senior brother." Yang Fan said, "The abbot is drunk. Go up and take care of him. If the abbot needs to drink water or relieve himself, you will be able to serve him. This is not a good place to rest. After the abbot sobers up, we will return to the White Horse Temple." The 2 young monks agreed. 17th senior brother, don't worry. Master will have us to serve him. Yang Fan nodded and said goodbye to them, walking out the door. The 2 young monks ran up the stairs. Coming, coming. Wu Yoshu saw Yang Fan and immediately said excitedly. Wu Yuji's hands suddenly tightened. He stared fiercely at Yang Fan and said through gritted teeth, "Go! Kill him. Gouge out his eyes, cut off his nose and mouth, and cut off his head. The more noise you make, the better." Wu Yoshu hurriedly said, Wait for Master Xue to leave." The 2 watched from the top of the building. They saw Yang Fan come out of Golden Hairpin Drunk, untie his fine horse, flip onto it, and gallop down the street. They couldn't help but be surprised. Wu Yoshu suddenly said, "Master Xue must be drunk. The heavens are helping me. Chase after him." The 2 of them hurriedly went downstairs. By the time they reached the ground floor, a group of family warriors had already chased after Yang Fan. The 2 of them hastily leaped onto their horses and chased after Yang Fan under the protection of a few family warriors. Yang Fan's horse trotted down the street with light steps. The gentle breeze brought a trace of coolness. Today, after drinking with Xue Huai, Yang Fan was also a bit tipsy. He pulled at his clothes to let the wind pour in through his collar and whipped the horse again. The fine horse galloped lightly. It turned into a large road ahead and entered a long street. After crossing this street, he would reach the southern city. When Yang Fan came out, it was already past noon. He thought that Xiaoman had already gone to the southern city. Since he was passing by, there was no harm in going to see her first before going home. After his first love with Xiaoman, Yang Fan was very affectionate towards his little wife. Even more, after learning that she was Nyonyo, Yang Fan had another kind of care and concern, as if she was still the little girl who needed his care everywhere. There were many stalls on both sides of the street, mainly selling all kinds of snacks such as steamed pancakes, noodle soup, pasta, and mutton offal. There were many people doing business, and there were also many people eating. A place like Golden Hairpin Drunk was not something commoners could afford. The food stalls in the streets were heaven for them to enjoy delicious food. Yang Fan slowed down his horse and looked at the freshly baked, steamed pancakes. The aroma of meat hit his nose. His heart suddenly moved. He thought that it would be good to buy a few meat pancakes to taste with Xiaoman. He took out a few coins from his pocket and said to the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, I want to buy some steamed pancakes." He bent down and handed the money to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper quickly picked up a few steamed pancakes, wrapped them in oiled paper, tied them with a string, and handed them to Yang Fan. Yang Fan took them and thanked the shopkeeper. Just as he raised his head and picked up the horse, he was suddenly startled. In front of him, 4 fine horses came side by side. The long street was originally very wide, but the distance between the 4 horses was very even, occupying the entire street. There were knights on all 4 horses with swords on their waists. There were also several rows of knights behind them. The pedestrians on the street saw that these people were acting strangely. Although they saw that the main street was occupied by them, they didn't dare to scold them. They all moved to avoid them. Some clever peddlers saw that the situation was not good and moved their stalls to the side of the road as much as possible. Yang Fan turned his head and saw the same situation behind him. There were 4 rows of knights horizontally and 6 or 7 rows vertically. They were galloping forward at an even speed, and the knights on the horses were slowly unsheathing their swords. Yang Fan tied the oiled paper bag to the saddle bridge and calmly looked at the approaching knights. They were all wearing arrow sleeves, black silk hats, and leather belts around their waists. They were in an orderly formation, their necks were straight, and even their movements of unsheathing their swords were uniform. Yang Fan's eyes couldn't help but slightly narrow. These people were obviously not officers and soldiers, but private soldiers raised by rich and powerful families. These private soldiers raised by rich and powerful families were originally soldiers who had retired from the army. They were well trained and were like a real army, not a motley crew. These people's target was obviously him. Who else could it be that wanted to deal with him and had such power? Yang Fan almost immediately thought of the other party's identity. The steamed biscuit seller was a middle-aged man in his early 40s. He had a long beard and a stocky figure. Because he was busy with business, the upper half of his back was soaked in sweat. At this moment, the sweat on his face seemed to have increased. He looked with terror at the approaching green-clothed knights from both ends of the street, not knowing what to do. Yang Fan smiled at him and said, "Shopkeeper, there's nothing for you to do here. Go back to the house and hide." Oh. The shopkeeper seemed to wake up from a dream and hurriedly ran back into the house. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, let me borrow your pole." The shopkeeper didn't even turn his head and ran back into the house like a wisp of smoke. Yang Fan stretched out his hand and pulled out one of the wooden poles supporting the shed. The steamed biscuit stall was originally supported by 4 wooden poles. With one missing, a corner of the stall was lowered, but it did not collapse. Yang Fan held the pole in his hand and pinched its weight. He exerted his strength with both arms and suddenly shook the pole. With a wung sound, a flower blossomed on the pole. It was not tough enough, but the thickness was suitable and very sturdy. Yang Fan switched to holding the pole with one hand and hid half of it under his elbow. He pointed it up, and with his other hand holding the horse's reins, he suddenly kicked the horse. Almost at the same time he moved, the knights on both ends of the street also increased the speed of their horses. With their sharp blades raised high, they charged forward with a murderous roar. Yang Fan lifted the horse and moved forward, completely relying on his legs to control the horse. The pole in his hand rolled up and down, moving forward rapidly. His strength was continuous, and he could use it as he wished. The pole in his hand seemed to be alive. Although the opponents were also experts, they were still lacking by more than a level compared to him. Using brute force to defeat 10 people was not a superior pole technique. Brilliant pole techniques also relied on skill to win. The pole in Yang Fan's hand only had a defensive range of 7 feet and an offensive range of less than 10 feet. As he charged down, his hand only spread out 7 inches above, below, left, and right. His pole was like a tiger, advancing and retreating dodging and dodging, protecting his body. With a sudden attack, it was like a rainbow drinking a stream, and someone would definitely fall from the horse. As the saying goes, a spear pierces a point and a pole sweeps a piece. In this kind of chaotic battle, where one was fighting against many, a pole in hand was indeed an excellent weapon. As Yang Fan charged down, there were already more than 10 empty horses behind him. The knights on the horses were either swept off or knocked off. Some of them were seriously injured and lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Those with light injuries were limping and struggling to get back on their horses. But at the same time, more warriors rushed up with a roar. Their blades flashed like the sun shining on a dragon's scale. Suddenly, with a kacha sound, the pole in Yang Fan's hand was cut in half. The knights pounced on him like a pack of wolves. Chapter 377. In the back garden of Princess Taiping's mansion, Li Lingyue was wearing a peacock gown, a red pomegranate skirt, and a mandarin duck embroidered belt. She was holding a silk fan painted with albizia flowers and was walking slowly among the flowers. 2 leopard cats with tiger stripes sometimes jumped into the flowers to catch butterflies, and sometimes ran to her feet and squirmed in her skirt. Princess Taiping usually did not like to raise cats, but somehow she knew that the long-faced arhut raised by Xiao Man and the 1,000 wenqian she sent to the palace were both bought by Yang Fan. Princess Taiping suddenly became interested in cats, so she gave an order and raised 2 cute, heterogeneous cats in her mansion. There was no palace maid beside her, only a shrewd family member in green clothes and a small hat. He was Princess Taiping's coachman. Don't think that a coachman was a very low position among the servants. In fact, it was not. A coachman in ancient times was like a car driver for a modern official. Only the most trusted people could be a coachman. This coachman, who had once pretended to be Yang Fan, was called Su Haod. Although he looked a little flamboyant, he actually did things as his name suggested. He was very steady and meticulous. Otherwise, how could he be put in an important position by Princess Taiping? Su Haod's voice became a little muffled. Princess Taiping smiled faintly and bent down to pick up a kitten. She gently stroked its fur and said, "You are just passing on the message. You can say it. I don't want to listen to your modified words. You should learn from what he said." Yes, Su Haod agreed and repeated the words that Wu Yuji scolded her. Although he did not use the same tone as Wu Yuji, Princess Taiping could naturally hear the hatred in Wu Yuji's heart after hearing such vicious insults. She slightly raised her willow leaf-like eyebrows and said as if nothing had happened, "Oh, what did Yang Fan say?" Su Haod repeated what Yang Fan said. Princess Taiping suddenly stopped and turned her head. She lightly asked, "Did he really say that?" Su Haod put down his hands and said, "I dare not deceive the princess." Princess Taiping suddenly turned around. She thought to herself, "He said I am unparalleled in beauty, a peerless beauty in the world, but as a man, who wouldn't be moved?" Princess Taiping hurriedly took a few steps forward and passed through a cluster of flowers. Amidst the swaying flowers, her eyes quietly curved like a crescent moon. "You can continue." "Yes." The prince consort flew into a rage. He said, Su Haod repeated the conversation between Wu Yuji and Yang Fan to Princess Taiping from beginning to end. Princess Taiping could not stand still. In her heart, she kept repeating Yang Fan's words. Her Royal Highness got married at the age of 16. She and Prince Consort Shui were husband and wife for 7 years. She adhered to the womanly virtues and loved each other deeply. In the world, there has never been a word that could slander her. Princess Taiping tasted it several times. Suddenly her nose turned sour. Tears were about to flow down. She did not care about the slander of the world, but she did not want to be looked down upon by Yang Fan from the bottom of her heart. It was true that in front of Yang Fan, she had done a lot of provocative things, but to be honest, was she really a dissolute woman? As a princess, if she only wanted a handsome and tall man, it was not difficult to find a man who was even more handsome and tall than Yang Fan. If she did not really fall in love with him, why would she degrade herself like this in front of him? So he also knows my Li Lingyue's character. He did not look down on me. Two clear tears finally could not help falling into the cluster of flowers. At this moment, Taiping's heart was blooming. She felt that everything she had done for him was worth it. At this moment, another family member hurriedly ran over, shouting from afar, "Princess! Princess! Things are not good." Lord Consort brought many brave family warriors and hacked that Yang Fan to death on the Long Street. When Princess Taiping heard this, she could not help but turn pale with fright. She threw away the cat in her bosom and did not bother to go around the small path. She hurriedly passed through the cluster of flowers and rushed to the front of that person. She asked with a trembling voice, "What did you say, Yang Fan? What happened to Yang Fan?" That family member ran until he was out of breath, panting heavily. He said, "Oh, Lord Consort brought a lot of people and trapped Yang Fan on the Long Street. He could not escape Lord Consort's people. All carried knives. Princess Taiping could not restrain herself and hurriedly interrupted him. You said Yang Fan was what happened to him?" When she thought of the word hacked to death, she was frightened and did not dare to say it out loud. That family member said, "He must have been hacked to death." Princess Taiping's two eyebrows immediately raised. She said in a deep voice, "Must be?" That family member confidently said, "When I saw that the situation was not good, I hurriedly ran back to report. Although I did not see the result, there were so many guards, and they had already surrounded him. How could he still have a way out? Of course, he was hacked to death." Princess Taiping was furious and raised her hand to slap that family member. The family member spun 2 rounds on the spot, covered his face, and did not know what to do. Princess Taiping frowned and shouted to Su Hodao sternly, "Prepare the horse." Princess Taiping didn't have time to change her clothes. She just hurriedly rushed to the front yard, mounted the horse, and rushed out of the gate. Su Haod, the family member who reported the news, and some warriors of the princess mansion all jumped on the horses and chased after her. The marketplace only opened in the afternoon. After noon, Xiaoman packed up and went out of the mansion with Tao Mei and third sister to the South City. Not far away, they met Pasta and Miss Xiaodong. There was also a kind-looking old lady accompanying them. The old lady also lived in the Xiaowen workshop. Her family ran a wine shop. Her surname was Zhong, and her name was Zhong Ruojiu. When she was young, everyone called her Ruojiu Nyang. Now that she was old, they still called her that. Ruojiu Nyang was entrusted by Auntie Ma and Auntie Hua to help Miss Xiaodong in marriage. Speaking of which, the marriage she was talking about was not an outsider. It was Chu Kuanga. Naturally, it was because Ma Qiao was the middleman. But as a man, it was not appropriate for him to be the matchmaker. Ruojiu Nyang was very attentive to this matchmaking task. Today, she found Xiaodong and accompanied by Pasta. They came to the South City to get some new cloth to make some new clothes for Miss Xiaodong. This matter had already been discussed by several aunties in private, but Chu Kuanga had not mentioned it yet. They planned to ask Ma Qiao to invite Chu Kuanga and Miss Xiaodong to have a marriage. The matter of Yang Fan being imprisoned, Pasta and Miss Xiaodong did not know. The common people only knew that a lot of high-ranking officials had been arrested recently. They had also heard a little about the prime minister, but officials like Yang Fan belonged to the weight category. Ma Qiao knew that Pasta and Yang Fan were like brother and sister. He was afraid that she would be worried, so he did not tell her about this matter. Today, Ruojiu Nyang brought the young lady and daughter-in-law to the South City. On the way, she casually talked about the love affair of Princess Taiping. Only then did Pasta and Xiaodong know that something had happened to Yang Fan. Fortunately, now that Yang Fan had been safely released from prison, the two did not need to worry too much. But since they knew that such a thing had happened, they naturally had to come and take a look. Ruo Junyang had no choice but to accompany them. When the three of them arrived, Xiaoman was about to go out. Xiaoman wanted to invite the three of them into the mansion. As a result, the three of them asked where Xiaoman was going, and Yang Fan was not at home, so they cooperated and went to the South City. Along the way, Xiaoman told the story of how her husband was imprisoned and rescued. As for why Princess Taiping stood up for Yang Fan, Xiaoman naturally could not admit the rumors. The reason she found was roughly similar to what Yang Fan had said in the Golden Hairpin Drunk. This could be considered as a husband and wife of one mind. Ruo Junyang, Xiaodong, and Pasta naturally would not ask this question. After Xiaoman vaguely answered it, she asked about Xiaodong's marriage. Knowing that the person Ruo Junyang was going to introduce to her was Chu Kuanga, Xiaoman was happy to see it happen and said a lot of good things about Chu Kuanga. Miss Xiaodong still had a face of hesitation. Pasta said, although Chu Kuanga is a little older, it is not too outrageous. Besides, he is a dignified officer of the Jinwu Wei. I heard from Qiao Go that he will soon be promoted to brigade commander. Such a Lang Jun, what do you have to be dissatisfied with? Miss Xiaodong timidly said, this brother Chu, I seem to have seen him on the day of Erlang's marriage. Brother Chu's body is so strong, his arm is thicker than my waist. He looks so scary, I'm afraid I'm not a good match for him. Pasta smiled and said, you little girl, do you want to find a sickly person to be satisfied? Carefully looking at Miss Xiaodong's delicate figure, and then thinking of Chu Kuanga's lion-like physique, there was really a big difference between the burly and petite ones. Pasta couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. Ruo Junyang heard Xiaodong's worry and said indifferently, hey, you little girl, what are you worried about? Auntie is someone who has been through this. Let me tell you, us women have the bones of a camel. If you lie down somewhere and a bag that weighs dozens of kilograms presses on you, you won't be able to breathe. But if this bag is a man, then it is different. Even if he is 8 feet tall, burly and majestic, and weighs more than 200 kilograms, it is not enough to press on you. He still has to smash down, ram down, and stab down. Hey, not only will you not feel uncomfortable, the harder he works, the more comfortable you will be. Ruo Junyang had been selling wine when she was young, and most of the people who liked to drink did not have a filter on their mouths. Ruo Junyang had long been used to it. When she was young, she didn't even blush when she talked dirty with others. Now that she was older, it was needless to say. When she said this, Miss Xiaodong didn't really understand and really didn't have any reaction. Instead, Pasta and Xiaoman blushed, especially Xiaoman, who had just had a melon last night. At this time, after hearing Ruo Junyang's words, her face was really as red as a pomegranate flower. Chapter 378, recalling Ruo Junyang's words. Xiaoman suddenly remembered last night when she and her Lang Jun were lovey-dovey. He also said something about the 48 tremors, that he would wait until her body could withstand it before he tried it with her. Xiaoman only thought of how hard it was for him to withstand last night's bravery. She really did not know how she could withstand the 48 tremors. However, according to what Ruo Junyang had said, could it make people happier? My God, I was already in a state of euphoria last night. How much more pleasure do I have to endure? As Xiaoman thought about it, she felt a burst of excitement. At this time, they had already arrived at the entrance of the southern city. Just as they were about to turn into the southern city, they saw many people dragging women and children out of the square opposite them. There were also some peddlers pushing small carts, as if something big had happened in the square. Someone shouted loudly, "Murder! So many villains are killing people on the street." Xiao Man stopped in her tracks and thought doubtfully, "The capital is an important place. Under the feet of the emperor, there is actually a group of people killing people on the street. Are they trying to rebel?" Another person panted as he ran, "Don't talk nonsense." I recognized the person who stopped his horse by the side. That is Prince Consort Wu. I think the person who must be killed is the villain. When Xiao Man heard this, her heart skipped a beat. Prince Consort Wu? How could there be a second Prince Consort Wu in the current imperial court? Who did Prince Consort Wu want to kill? Xiao Man couldn't hold it in any longer and said to Pasta and the others, "You guys wait here for a moment. I'll go take a look." Yang family's girl, Ruo Jianyang, was an experienced and prudent person. She wanted to call out to her, but who knew that Xiao Man's speed was extremely fast? In a short moment, she had already flown more than 10 zhang away. The guards of the martial house surrounded Yang Fan. They didn't expect Yang Fan's martial arts to be so brilliant. The long rod was cut off, but Yang Fan's counterattack was even sharper. The long rod was sharp, and he stabbed many people. The long street was quiet, with only the sound of heavy breathing, moaning, and the occasional neighing of the war horses. The leading burly warrior looked at Yang Fan in surprise. His eyes gradually fell on the short stick in Yang Fan's hand. The short stick was badly mutilated and full of scars. It seemed that this short stick would not last more than a few rounds. The corners of the burly warrior's mouth gradually curled into a sinister smile. He raised his sharp long saber forward and shouted, "Kill!" The warriors all raised their swords and rushed towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan took a deep breath and raised his short rod. Just as he was about to attack again, he suddenly heard a shout and saw countless bamboo poles shooting towards him like arrows. The warriors all had to withdraw their swords to protect themselves. Yang Fan looked up and saw a beautiful woman dressed in colorful clothes. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and she looked like a fairy flying in the sky. "Xiao Man!" Yang Fan called out cheerfully. "Lang Jun, take the stick." Xiao Man threw out a stick. Yang Fan raised his hand to catch it. He tested the stick. Although it was shorter than the one in his hand by 2 feet, it seemed to be 30% heavier. The body of the stick was soft but firm. It was straight and smooth. It was a stick made in the weapons industry. It was a real stick used in battle. He couldn't help but be invigorated. At this time, Xiao Man flew over. She turned and landed in front of Yang Fan. The two of them raised the sticks in their hands at the same time and pointed to the left and right. Yang Fan held Xiao Man's slender waist tightly and pecked her ear. He said softly, "Wife, let's kill our way out." At the end of the long street, Ruo Jianyang stood on her tiptoes and said nervously, "Should we report to the authorities?" Miss Xiaodong tried her best to open her eyes wide. Unfortunately, it was a blur in the distance. She couldn't see anything clearly. She pulled Pasta's hand and asked anxiously, "Suning Jiejia, how is it? How is it?" Pasta suddenly jumped up in joy and shouted, "They're out! They're out! It's fine now." On the long street, there was a lot of abandoned vegetable baskets. There wasn't a single person. On the empty street, there was only a steed slowly approaching. Xiao Man sat sideways on the horse's back. Yang Fan held her slender waist with one hand and a steamed cake in the other. The young couple fed each other and smiled sweetly. Xiao Man held Yang Fan's hand and sweetly took a bite of the fragrant steamed cake. She then said in a low voice, "Elder brother, although we've passed today, It's hard to guarantee that Wu Yuji won't cause trouble for you again. Elder brother, you have to be extra careful when you go out in the future. Yang Fan said, Yes, I was careless today. I'll be more careful in the future. Don't worry. Xiaoman lowered her head and said faintly, If I don't leave Langjun these 2 days, I'm afraid. I'm afraid she'll come to our door and blame us. She wouldn't dare. Yang Fan tightened his grip on her slender waist and said, Don't let your imagination run wild. Leave this matter to me. I'll talk to her. Xiaoman agreed and gently bit her delicate red lower lip. She then said, Although I did tamper with the oath, I'm still lying to her. If I were to face her, I'd really be too embarrassed to explain myself. I'll have to trouble Langjun. Besides, since Langjun said there's no love affair between you two, I'll have to think of a way to clear this matter. Otherwise, it'll be a big problem for Langjun. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought about this. Everything else was easy to handle. There would always be a way to express one's position. But this kind of relationship between a man and a woman was hard to explain. If you don't say it, others will be suspicious. If you explain it, it will only make things worse. Even if you use some ruthless method to prove that there's absolutely no relationship between you and the other party, others will only think that you've turned love into hate. What can you do? Although Yang Fan didn't have a clue, he didn't want Xiaoman to worry about him. He gently comforted her. Don't worry, I'll settle this with her. Princess Taiping had just arrived at the intersection of the long street when she suddenly saw a horse galloping towards her. Su Hao had sharp eyes and shouted, Princess, that's Quang Han. Princess Taiping took a look. It was indeed Quang Han from her residence. Taiping had sent a total of 3 people. This was the last one. Princess Taiping reined in her horse. Seeing Quang Han approaching, she didn't dare to ask a question. Her small hands held the reins tightly. Her palms were full of sweat. Quang Han saw the princess and a group of people waiting on the street from afar. He quickly came over and said to Princess Taiping, Princess, the prince consort sent a lot of guards. Princess Taiping asked in a deep voice, What's the result? Quang Han hurriedly said, Fortunately, Yang Fan's martial arts are excellent. The prince consort's men are no match for him. At the crucial moment, Madame Yang also arrived. The husband and wife beat the prince consort's men into a sorry state. They've now escaped. Princess Taiping's hanging heart immediately calmed down. She pondered for a while and urged her horse, Let's return to the residence. Princess Taiping returned to the gate of the mansion and got off the horse. All the family members and bodyguards also got off the horse. Princess Taiping threw the horsewhip to a bodyguard and was about to walk into the mansion. She suddenly saw the family member who came to report after Su Hao and said lightly, Wu Yudao, pack up and report to Mount Mang Field. Wu Yudao stood blankly and was momentarily at a loss of what to do. All the guards passed by him and gave him a sympathetic look. Mount Mang's field was one of Princess Taiping's properties. It was about 100 hectares of land. A field was set up to manage the tenant farmers and also to raise some horses for Princess Taiping. When they got there, they would have to deal with a bunch of bumpkins. Their work was not much better than that of the tenant farmers. There would be the head steward of the princess residence who would collect the rent. Every autumn, they would not be able to make any profit. If they went there, their future would be ruined. From start to finish, Wu Yudao did not know what he had done wrong. Why was he exiled? Princess Taiping returned to the reception hall of the residence and sat down. She first drank a cup of wine to calm herself down. She then coldly ordered the housekeeper, Zhou Min, who had rushed over after hearing the news, Go, wait for Fuma to return and tell him to come see me. Wu Yuji and Wu Yoshu turned into the gate of Shangshan workshop. Behind them, There were a few dejected warriors. More than half of them were missing. Some were seriously injured and had to be supported by other warriors to see a doctor. The warriors that came with them usually thought highly of themselves and always held their heads high when they went out. Now that they were beaten by the husband and wife, they were really not discouraged. Trash. Really, a bunch of trash. What's the use of raising you? Wu Yuji was unable to restrain his anger. He raised his hand and whipped a guard. The guard shivered in pain, but did not dare to refute. Wu Yoshu advised, "Third brother, forget it. Today, we failed because we didn't expect him to be so skilled in martial arts. Next time we go prepared, we will definitely be able to kill him on the spot." Wu Yuji fiercely nodded and said, "Good. Later, I will get some crossbows from the army. No matter how skilled he is, will he be able to escape the crossbows barrage?" Humph. Wu Yoshu heard that they were going to use crossbows and felt slightly uneasy. He said, "Next time we will just pick more skilled people to go." "How can we use crossbows at will? If the emperor blames us," Wu Yuji angrily said, "a kind person will be bullied, a kind horse will be ridden. I have already thought it through. At this time, the bigger the better. As long as I kill Yang Fan, this matter will become public, and the emperor will lose face. I am the emperor's nephew, and Taiping is the emperor's daughter. The emperor will not be afraid of this scandal spreading all over the world, and will only punish me. Besides, even if he punishes me, at worst, I will not be the great general of the inner guards. The emperor will not want me to pay for Yang Fan's life." Wu Yuji said angrily and arrived in front of the princess mansion. The warriors they brought were from Wu Yuji's mansion and Wu Yoshu's mansion. Wu Yoshu took them away, while Wu Yuji dismounted and entered the mansion. As soon as Wu Yuji entered, he saw steward Li Yi respectfully standing in front of the screen wall. Behind him were two fat sumo women. Li Yi had a harmless smile on his face. When he saw him, he bowed deeply and said, "Fuma has returned." Li Yi was part of Princess Taiping's dowry when she married Xue Xiao. Step by step, he had climbed to the position of external steward of the Princess Fu. He had a high position and power in the Fu. Don't look at how he was a servant in front of Princess Taiping. Outside, he was a master. At the very least, Wu Yuji's words were not as effective as his in the Fu. Wu Yuji was disinclined to pay attention to this number one lackey of the princess. With a cold snort, he walked away. Li Yi smiled and said, "The princess has instructed that when the prince consort returns, he is to meet her at the Yunya Xian." Wu Yuji flew into a rage and shouted, "Princess dares to speak to me like this? Tell me to see her?" Li Yi smiled and bowed. "Prince consort has misunderstood. The princess ordered this servant to inform Prince consort and invite Prince consort to meet her when he returns." Wu Yuji sneered, "I don't have time. If she wants to see me, tell her to come to Emerald Duckweed Pavilion." After saying that, Wu Yuji walked around the screen wall and strode away. Li Yi was not annoyed. She just smiled and waved her hand. The two fat women tightened their belts, slightly swayed their arms, and chased after Li Yi with heavy footsteps. Wu Yuji was not angry at all. Chapter 379. Wu Yuji was not forced by the two women to see Princess Taiping. He did not know that Princess Taiping had already found out about today's street incident. However, he thought that even if Princess Taiping did not know today, she would hear about it tomorrow. He might as well take the initiative to visit her and show off his prowess. Wu Yuji had had enough of being vexed. Actually, even though Princess Taiping threw him into the pigsty on their wedding night, she did not care about him, no matter what he did in the princess residence. Compared to all the sufferings he had suffered in the past, Princess Taiping really did not give him much anger. It was just that most people were like this. A little grievance here, a little vexed there, all kinds of resentment gradually accumulated. In the end, whoever provoked this anger would be the one to bear this accumulated anger. Moreover, even though he and Taiping had not really been husband and wife, but since he bore this title, this humiliation was his. In his view, no matter how domineering Taiping was, she was still a gigolo. Even if she was a widow, it would be detrimental to her reputation. Moreover, she was a married woman. In this matter, he was in the right. If he went to her and told her, she would only be able to justify herself and be ashamed. Therefore, he did not have the least bit of fear in his heart. Wu Yuji strode to the reception hall. As soon as he stepped through the door, he stood there and coldly looked at Princess Taiping. He asked, "Why did you summon me here?" Princess Taiping was sitting there with a delicate porcelain cup in her hand. She was gently drinking her wine. Hearing him speak, she only slightly raised her eyes to look at him. She still gracefully drank a mouthful of wine. She gently waved her hand. The two young maids in the reception hall immediately bowed and left. Princess Taiping unhurriedly said, "I heard that Prince Consort displayed his power on Tong Li Feng's cross street today. Ben Gong is very curious. What was the result?" Wu Yuji was surprised at first, and then coldly laughed. "Good move. You know about it so quickly. That's right. I wanted to kill that seductive wife Yang Fan. Even though I did not succeed today, I will still do it in the future. What do you want?" Wu Yuji strode over and sat opposite her. He disdainfully said, "Do you want to throw me into the pigsty again or go to the palace to complain to the emperor? Isn't that what you're best at? I will wait for my aunt to pity her daughter and order me not to harm Yang Fan. Otherwise," Wu Yuji leaned forward slightly, a heart-stopping smile on his face. "Otherwise, I will definitely do it again. Princess, if you have the ability, then tie him to your belt. As long as he is left alone, he will soon become a cold corpse." "Princess, this is not what I expected. Wu Sansi poisoned your wife, killed, and you did not seek him for revenge. Instead, I have a man, so you became very angry. This is somewhat unexpected. Wu Sansi poisoned your first wife, yet you didn't seek revenge on him. Instead, it was me who had a man, causing you to fly into a rage. Princess Sansi, Princess Wu Taiping Ping, Sansi's love, Ping. Wu, not. Sanshur took his princess. Princess and well. Wu and you. Princess Wu. Well, a consort. Princess. Well, consort. Ping. You took my wife. Now, I will take your man." Princess Taiping faintly smiled. Her smile did not carry a trace of anger. It was as if she did not see the finger that was extended in front of her. She disdainfully spat out 2 words. "Coward! What did you say?" Wu Yuji raised his hand and was about to slap her. "Shameless slut! I dare you to say one more word." Princess Taiping raised her delicate and charming face and looked at him with a smile. She said softly, "What? Do you want to hit me?" "This empress has never been." Princess Taiping coughed. She put down the porcelain cup and wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. "Bring him in," she said. As soon as Princess Taiping finished speaking, a few people walked out from behind the screen. The one in front was the housekeeper, Zhou Min. She bowed and said, "This servant greets Princess and Prince Consort." Behind her was a pretty girl. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She cried out in surprise when she saw Wu Yuji. "Prince Consort." She was about to pounce over, but there were 2 female sumo wrestlers standing behind her, who were even more muscular than the men. Each of them stretched out a hand and lightly held onto her arm, preventing her from moving an inch. "Chinyu, Wu Yuji cried out. "Why did you bring my Chinyu here?" Wu Yuji glared at Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping ignored him. She turned to Zhoumin and asked, "Have you found the whereabouts of the two men I asked you to investigate?" Zhoumin said respectfully, "This servant has already looked into it. They are currently living in Linru County's Sijiao Archway, Second Bend, First Alley. They have already entered the county school. There are two brothers named Sun Lin and Sun Dong." Wu Yuji took 3 steps back and sat on his butt. His face was ashen. He looked at Princess Taiping as if he had seen a snake or scorpion. He stammered, You? Princess Taiping waved her hand, and Zhoumin bowed and retreated. The 2 fat matrons also brought the little beauty called Qianyu away. Qianyu was pulled by the 2 fat matrons and had no choice but to leave. Before she left, she cried out, "Prince Consort!" Wu Yuji was dumbstruck. He turned a deaf ear to her cry. Princess Taiping sighed softly. "You must think that I am trying to harm them by asking about their whereabouts." Wu Yuji's face was ashen. He did not say a word. Princess Taiping smiled. "Up to you. Everyone in the world regards me as a snake or scorpion. What can I do? Since it has come to this, why don't we make a deal? What do you think?" Wu Yuji's lifeless eyes moved. He stammered, What deal?" Princess Taiping smiled. "Sun Lin and Sun Dong are your sons, Wu Chongyi and Wu Chongxian, right? You arranged them in such a close place. Even though you have handed them over to your most trusted steward, you are still worried about them. That's right. They are your own flesh and blood. And that Miss Chinyu, I heard that she is pregnant. Is that right?" Wu Yuji jumped up as if he was stung. His face was distorted. What do you want? What do you want?" Princess Taiping said, "I don't want anything. Wu Chongyi and Wu Chongxian have lost their mother. Their father is not always by their side. They are really pitiful. How about this? You can bring them back, but don't change their surnames. I don't mind. I am afraid that mother will harm them if she finds out. As for Miss Chinyu," Princess Taiping smiled brightly. "No matter if she gives birth to a boy or a girl, I can recognize them as my own. I can also guarantee their birth in the future. What do you think?" Wu Yuji clenched his teeth and breathed heavily. He was like a powerless beast in a cage. Princess Taiping looked at him with her limpid eyes. Victory was in her hands, so she was naturally calm. After a long time, Wu Yuji lowered his head and said in a low voice, "You win." "Very good." Princess Taiping leisurely stood up and floated out of the parlor. She walked gracefully and gracefully. "As long as my husband Fan lives to 100 years old, your Lady Chinyu and the child in her womb will definitely be fine." When Princess Taiping and Wu Yuji reached an agreement, Yang Fan had just returned home. Originally, after leaving Golden Hairpin drunk, he wanted to see Xiao Man and then go home to wait for Zhao Yu. But because of Wu Yuji's matter, Xiao Man was worried and wanted to go home with him. The city register and pass book that had been taken away had been taken back. He had also been acquitted. Of course, he had to explain these things to the shopkeepers to appease them. So Yang Fan simply accompanied her to Nan's city. Businessmen were especially well informed. Not only did the shopkeepers know that their masters were safe and sound, they even knew clearly about the love affair between him and Princess Taiping. When they found out that the real owner behind the scenes was Princess Taiping, they immediately became excited, as if they were royal merchants. Xiao Man used to be the Plum Blossom Internal Guard captain, and Yang Fan was the general of the Yulinwood Left Guard. But after all, This had nothing to do with the market system under the jurisdiction of Luoyang Prefecture. They had to humble themselves to the city magistrate and other market managers and often gave them gifts. But now they were suddenly valuable, and their status was different. So Yang Fan didn't need to appease them. They had already raised their spirits and worked very hard. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan and Xiao Man were relieved. Although they could vaguely guess where their excitement came from, they couldn't explain it clearly, and there was no need to explain it to them, so the couple could only be vague about it. Since the shops didn't panic because of the owner's imprisonment, the two of them were relieved. They only showed up at each shop, sat for a while, and accompanied Miss Xiaodong to buy a few bolts of bright and gorgeous cloth before returning to the Yang mansion. When Yang Fan returned to the mansion, Zhao Yu was already there. Zhao Yu didn't have to come so early, but since he came with the intention of apologizing, he had to show his attitude. As soon as Yang Fan returned to his mansion, Mo Xuanfei immediately ran over to report to him that someone named Zhao Yu was waiting for him in the guest hall. Looking at his enthusiasm, Yang Fan was afraid he had received some benefits from him. Xiao Man knew that there were some secrets between her Lang Jun and Zhao Yu that outsiders shouldn't know, so she only gave him a gentle reminder and went to the backyard with Tao Mei and third sister. Yang Fan walked into the study and said to Mo Xuanfei, who was following him closely, "Please meet Mr. Zhao in the study." Chapter 380. Zhao Yu followed Mo Xian to the study and stepped in. Once he saw Yang Fan, he bowed and greeted, "Erlang, it has been a long time." Yang Fan didn't get up and smiled faintly. "Please take a seat." Zhao Yu thanked him and sat down on the guest seat. He glanced at the door and saw that it was closed. He then said to Yang Fan, "Congratulations, Erlang, on your safe release from prison." Yang Fan said, "There is nothing to congratulate about being released from prison. It is fortunate that I did not die in prison." Zhao Yu laughed bitterly and said, "I knew Erlang would be resentful. Are you blaming me for not lending a helping hand?" Yang Fan frowned and said, "I don't think that your hidden sect has the ability to reach the heavens. Whatever the White Horse Monastery's Abbot Huai Yi and Liang Wanwu couldn't do after much consideration, your hidden sect will definitely be able to do it. After all, your hidden sect has drifted away from the officialdom. Although you have countless connections with the officialdom, you are ultimately not as powerful as the influential nobles in the officialdom." But Yang Fan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu said calmly, "When Erlang was first imprisoned, we were caught unprepared. We were afraid that you could not endure the torture and would confess some unnecessary things. We made some preparations and then inquired about everything in prison. Not only did we want to rescue you, but we also wanted to find some officials who are related to us." Zhao Yu changed his sitting posture and said calmly, "To be frank, our power in the bureaucracy is indeed limited. Our relationship with the bureaucracy is mainly controlled by Xianzong. We are currently in a fierce battle with Xianzong. We cannot borrow their power for this matter. Furthermore, even if Xianzong is willing to help, they have no way to start with the rebellion case that the emperor is most concerned about. It involves the major actions of the prime ministers. Erlang must understand this." Although Yang Fan didn't feel comfortable, he knew that Zhao Yu was speaking the truth. There was friendship and cooperation, but it wasn't realistic for Zhao Yu and Shenmu to treat him like Ma Qiao and Chu Kuanga, who were willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Thus, he just nodded slowly. Zhao Yu said, "After that, Shui Huai and Wu Sansi failed one after another. According to our judgment, the odds are stacked against you. I just didn't expect that Princess Flatboard would make a move at this time." Zhao Yu's eyebrows twitched slightly. Apparently, he was thinking about the romantic affair between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping. Unexpectedly, he also looked Yang Fan up and down with curiosity. With a smile, he said, "Erlang, you are very capable. If my third uncle knew about this, I'm afraid he would also be convinced by you." His third uncle was naturally the eldest young Master Shenmue, who was dissolute by nature. Yang Fan just snorted coldly and did not explain. This kind of thing, other than the person involved, no matter how you explain it to others, it would not change their preconceived ideas. Zhao Yu laughed again and said, "Erlang, I don't wish to deceive you. Honestly speaking, if it was me or Xiao Fei who caused Zhang Yi to fall into such a predicament, the only thing the hidden sect could do would be to sever all connections. To save someone, one must have the ability to do so. If one's good friend is drowning and one doesn't know how to swim and there isn't anything to borrow strength from, could it be that one has to jump down with the other to be considered loyal? That is called foolishness. If not, we can just die together. Even if we don't wish to be born together, the same month, the same day, and the same year, the pugilistic world's loyalty is not feasible, and it cannot be done. If my hidden sect adheres to this principle, we would have been finished a long time ago. If any of the important figures were to die, they might drag countless brothers along with them. In addition to their relatives and friends, wouldn't they have been executed countless times by the imperial court? Every time, they would have to kill tens of thousands of people." Yang Fan let out a light breath and said, "Forget it. I might be a little unhappy about this matter, but it is also human nature. Brother Zhao, please don't blame me. Logically speaking, I know that what you are doing isn't wrong. Just like I admire the noble character and unquestionable integrity of the current court officials. If they are in trouble, I am willing to lend a helping hand, but it must be within my capabilities. Otherwise, I won't sacrifice my wife and family just to die with them." Yang Fan leaned forward slightly and said, "I believe that Brother Zhao's visit today isn't just to explain to this Yang that when this Yang was imprisoned, it wasn't that you didn't do anything, but that you didn't have the ability to do so. There must be something more important, right?" Zhao Yu's expression turned serious and said, "That's right. I wonder what Erlang plans to do next." Yang Fan's handsome brows furrowed slightly, and he asked with doubt, "What plans?" Zhao Yu said, "Exactly. You can't possibly think that after everything is settled, you can still return to the Featherwood Guard as a general, right?" Yang Fan's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't reply. Zhao Yu smiled slightly and said, "I know. Although Erlang understands what we did when you were imprisoned, there is still a knot in your heart. This knot has to be slowly smoothed out with time. Similarly, you were imprisoned because of your conspiracy, and you were almost executed. Even if we find out that you were wrongly accused, there will still be a knot in your heart, in the heart of the Emperor, and in the hearts of you and the Emperor. Before this knot is untied, will the Emperor keep you by her side as a commander of the Imperial Palace Guards and an important general to protect her life?" Hearing this, Yang Fan was startled and thought to himself, "That's right. Why didn't I think of this? In the end, I'm still young. My experience is limited, and I'm not experienced enough when it comes to matters of human nature. I'm far inferior to these merchants who specialize in figuring out the thoughts of others." Zhao Yu looked at his expression and knew that he had understood. He said, "Therefore, I came here today to remind Erlang to make plans early. No matter what, do your best not to leave the capital. The capital is a threshold. It's easy to leave, but difficult to return. Don't look at how many important officials of the court are demoted and promoted. They are demoted again and promoted again. That's because their official position, reputation, and ability have reached a certain level. The Emperor has long since taken note of them. When he needs to use them, he will naturally think of them. But you still can't." Yang Fan lightly grunted and thought to himself, If I can leave the capital, it's not necessarily impossible. It depends on where I go. The emperor has always been gathering troops to attack the 4 towns of Anchi. If I go to the western regions to lead troops, and others make great contributions, if no one reports to the emperor, or if the higher-ups divide the contributions, there won't be much to reward in the capital. But I'm not the same. It's said that it's easy to be an official if there's someone in the court. As long as I make a contribution in the western regions, I'll definitely be able to reach the emperor. Would I be afraid that I won't be able to be put in an important position? But according to Zhao Yu, I'm afraid that the emperor will soon issue an edict. Wan is bound by an oath and is forcing herself to be happy in the palace. I don't know where Anu has become a monk. If I don't ask about it, it will really chill her heart. If I don't solve the problem with the princess, I can't guarantee that she won't find a way to bully Xiao Man. This body of emotional debt is really a headache. Zhao Yu saw him lowering his head in silence and his expression fluctuating. He said, "Erlang, you don't need to think too much. I'm just giving you a reminder. In reality, we are working on something that might be able to save the prime ministers from prison. Once they are safely released, they will more or less take care of you. The emperor will probably have to leave for a while, but he might not be transferred out of the capital." Yang Fan suddenly raised his head and asked in surprise, "You have a way to save Grandmaster D and the others?" Zhao Yu laughed. "You think too highly of us. Perhaps in the long run, we aristocratic families have a way to guide the way. It's like a torrential flood. If we dig a ditch, the water will naturally follow the route we draw. There will be no trace of digging, and the emperor will also take it for granted. But in the course of the flood, the boat capsizing depends on the force of the flood, and it's not something we can control. We can't even save you. So how can we save the prime ministers? The prime ministers were able to escape because of you. If you're not guilty, then are the prime ministers guilty? The emperor's mind will be shaken. Our method wouldn't normally be effective, but at this time, it's just pushing the boat with the current and giving the emperor a reason. Whether blood will flow or the sun will shine, isn't it all up to the emperor?" Yang Fan couldn't help but ask, "What do you plan to do?" Zhao Yu raised his hand and pointed upward. He smiled and said, "In 10 days we'll see some clues. Erlang, just wait and see." Wei Tuaner paced back and forth slowly in her bedroom. Her expression was uncertain. As one of the most favored female officials in the palace, her residence was very spacious and luxurious. Perhaps according to the specifications, it wasn't as big as the empress' bedroom, but the furnishings and materials in the hall were far more luxurious than the former empress of the Tang dynasty and the current crown princess of the Zhou dynasty. The official Jing stood by the table, his eyes moving along with Wei Tuaner's movements. After a while, he couldn't help but say, "Sister Tuan, other than a villa in Golden Grain Garden, 300 male and female servants, 7 shops in the north of Luoyang, 5,000 bolts of silk and satin, 1,000 ingots of gold, and 360 high-grade Persian gems." Wei Tuaner glared at him and said, "What do you know? Do you know how much responsibility this will entail?" The official licked his thick lips and said softly, "Sister Tuan, His Majesty is getting old. When His Majesty passes away, we don't know what the situation in the palace will be like. If Sister is released from the palace at that time, with this money, Sister will not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life." Wei Tuaner said, unhappily, "Nonsense! The problem is, do you have the appetite to swallow it all? This is a matter of life and death." The official said softly, "Sister, this matter isn't easy, but it isn't difficult either. As long as you agree, I can settle this matter. In this palace, how can there be no place for us to intervene? Besides, His Majesty is looking at the Eastern Palace and is probably an eyesore. We are just going with the flow. Sister Tuan, This opportunity doesn't come again. Chapter 381. Wei Tuan-er hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. It was not risky to leak information to others, and there was plenty of profit to be made. There was no harm in doing such a thing. However, this matter was not a small matter, and she was naturally aware of the risks involved. However, if she were to reject it just like that, she would not be willing to part with such a huge fortune. Jing official's words echoed in her heart, and Wei Tuan-er gradually wavered. That's right. What's so great about the crown prince? Who took that crown prince as the crown prince? If the emperor had him in his heart, why would Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi fight for it? When they were fighting for the position of crown prince, who would remember that there was already a great Zhou crown prince? Wei Tuan-er thought of Wu Zetian's eldest son, Li Hong. She heard that Li Hong was personally poisoned by Wu Zetian. At that time, she was still young and did not know if the rumor was true. However, Wu Zetian's second son, Li Xian, was indeed strangled to death by Qiu Xinji under Wu Zetian's orders. What punishment did Qiu Xinji receive? Not only did he not receive any punishment, he was placed in an important position. If he was not blinded by greed and betrayed His Majesty's country in order to seize military power, his emperor's favor would not have declined. The more Wei Tuan-er thought about it, the hotter her heart became. Jing official quietly followed up and said, with sister's capabilities, how can you surpass one? Every time you see her, Sister Tuan-er has to respectfully call her sister one. If this matter is settled, everyone in the Wu clan will remember sister's good deeds. By then, it is not impossible for sister to replace one and become the Minister of Internal Affairs of the great Zhou dynasty. Wei Tuan-er instantly stopped moving. These words completely calmed her wavering heart. She pondered for a moment and gritted her teeth. She looked fiercely at the Minister of Jing and ordered in a low voice, make sure your hands and feet are clean. Do not leave any evidence behind. Jing official was overjoyed and quickly said, Sister, don't worry, I will definitely settle this matter properly. After Jing official finished, she beamed with joy and left. The one who requested Yu Jingguan was naturally Lai Junchen, but Yu Jingguan had always thought it was Wu Sanxi. Lai Junchen knew that he was about to fall out of favor. The emperor had delayed the punishment of the rebels, but did not make any clear statement. It was because this mess had already reached a point where it could not be resolved peacefully. Someone had to take responsibility. The emperor was waiting for him to make the necessary move. What could Lai Junchen do? Admit that I made a confession under torture? Impossible. There was no turning back. He couldn't turn back now, nor could he stop. Otherwise, he would have to bear all the responsibility for this storm. Therefore, he could only take the risk. His value was to help the emperor bite people. He wanted to make the emperor feel unsafe, to make the emperor feel that someone had ill intentions towards her. Then, as a watchdog, he would still have his value. Wu Zetian entered the palace at the age of 14. She had spent her entire life in the palace. The years in the palace had shaped her, but also limited her. Lai Junchen believed that with his means, he could let the empress continue to recognize that Lai Junchen was an indispensable right-hand man. Therefore, he decided to attack the crown prince. To be cautious, Lai Junchen did not directly appear this time. He sent someone to find eunuch Jing. He had his own spies in the palace and knew that this eunuch Jing had an ambiguous relationship with the empress' favorite, Wei Tuan-er. He was her closest confidant. However, even though this eunuch Jing was as greedy as Wei Tuan-er, he was not as shrewd as Wei Tuan-er. Thus, Lai Junchen chose him as the contact person. Lai Junchen used almost everything he had. Even though he did not have any particular interest in money, He had been an official for many years and had handled many major cases. Whether it was intentional or not, he had still accumulated a large amount of wealth. Now, he took out almost all the wealth he could use and first bribed eunuch Jing in Wu Sanxi's name. Everyone knew that Wu Sanxi was fighting for the throne. Furthermore, after Wu Qingxi had been defeated by him, his greatest enemy was the current crown prince. He had the most reason to do this. As expected, eunuch Jing did not suspect the identity of the contact person. In reality, when he saw the carts of gold and silver ingots and the contract for the fertile fields and beautiful buildings, he probably did not think of anything else. News from the palace quickly came back, and Lai Junxin was relieved. The emperor did not say anything, and he did not have any reaction. It was as if everything he had done was open and honest, so he did not need to take any remedial measures. He was waiting for the Eastern Palace to be exposed. The situation would be completely reversed the moment the Eastern Palace was exposed. Everything would still be within his control. Yang Fan stood opposite the princess residence and carefully considered the countermeasures he would take after seeing Princess Taiping. Yesterday, Wu Yuji had almost killed him on the street. Naturally, he had thought of the possible consequences before coming here today. The princess residence seemed dangerous, but it was actually very safe. After all, the person in charge here was the princess and not the emperor's son-in-law. It would be best if Wu Yuji was here. He could explain things clearly to the three of them in front of the emperor's son-in-law. If Wu Yuji was not here, then he would have to have a good talk with Princess Taiping. Yang Fan had originally wanted to wait until he saw Wan and ask about the oath she had made before discussing the countermeasures. However, after Zhao Yu's analysis, he was worried that the court would soon punish her. He had to be the first to act. If Wu Yuji is not here, I will have to face that woman alone. How should I react then? I will treat her politely and thank her for saving my life. If we don't shed all pretense of cordiality, then we can talk. No, this woman is not moved by force or persuasion. She is as sly as a fox. Nice words will not work at all. I have to use force. When I see her, I will be angry and stern. At least I will gain the upper hand with a show of strength. I can't let her suppress me. Yes, that's it. Yang Fan had made up his mind. He walked down the long street with his head held high. He stepped up the stone steps and grabbed the bronze ring on the door. He smashed it 3 times. After a while, a lazy voice came from behind the door. Who is it? Yang Fan raised his voice and shouted, I am Yang Fan. I want to see Princess Taiping. There was silence from behind the door. Then there was a cry of surprise. It was followed by some whispering. It seemed like 2 people were arguing about something. Yang Fan listened. Fortunately, he had excellent hearing. He heard someone say, I'll open it. I'll open it. You get out of the way. What are you fighting for? Hey, he is really powerful. He dares to come here openly. Such courage. No wonder the princess likes him. Go, go, go. Amidst the chatter, the front door opened. In front of the door stood 2 members of the princess's household, dressed in black robes and little hats. They each held one door and looked at him with a very respectful expression. They did not ask him to come in, nor did they ask him to send the message. They only glanced up and down, left and right, and looked at him curiously. Yang Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He coughed and said, I want to see Princess Taiping. Please tell her. The 2 people seemed to wake up from a dream. They quickly said, Princess Taiping knew that you were coming. She had already ordered us to introduce you when you arrived. There was no need to tell her. Langjun, please. Yang Fan was stunned. Princess Taiping knew that I was coming? This, thinking that his thoughts and actions had long been calculated by others, Yang Fan could not help but feel a little depressed. The two people from the princess's mansion opened the door and respectfully let Yang Fan in. They hurriedly closed the door. The older one rushed to say, "Princess Taiping is fishing at the Moon Pavilion. Langjun, please." "Fishing? Her man tried to kill me in the street. She doesn't know about such a big thing? Fishing." Yang Fan followed behind the family. He did not know why, but he suddenly felt like a fat fish. It was the kind that took the bait voluntarily. He was shaking his head and wagging his tail to swim to Princess Taiping's fish hook. However, it was impossible for him to retreat at this time. The family members led Yang Fan around the front courtyard and rushed to the back from the side courtyard. After a while, they arrived at the back garden. The trees and rocks were lush and green, and the pavilions were set off in the middle. Occasionally, a corner of the lofty buildings could be seen. A refreshing and pleasant aura blew over. There was a red building in front of them. The plaque above the building said, "Suaping Pavilion." Suaping did not match this red building. However, from this building, they could see the pond in the forest in the distance. There were lotuses in the water. The green leaves were connected to the sky. Presumably, the two words Suaping came from there. Yang Fan remembered that the last time he was here, Wu Yuji was drinking and having fun with his concubines in this building. When he reached the first floor, he purposely stopped and coughed a few times, but it was quiet upstairs and there was no sound. Yang Fan was helpless. He deliberately raised his voice and shouted, "Yang Fan has been to the princess's mansion before. I remember that it's not far away from the Moon Pavilion, right?" The family member with the small hat turned back and replied, "Lang Jun has a good memory. It's not far away from the Moon Pavilion." After saying that, he smiled and added, "Lang Jun does not need to be so loud. This lowly one's ears are very good." Yang Fan pretended not to hear and continued to shout, "Yang Fan has taken the liberty to come here. Since the princess is in the back courtyard or is wearing a suit, it is not suitable for her to see outsiders. Is Yang Fan waiting here? Can you go and inform her?" He deliberately emphasized the two words, Yang Fan, in order to lure Wu Yuji out. No matter how much Princess Taiping looked down on Wu Yuji, he was Princess Taiping's husband in name. With him present, it would be easier to negotiate. Who would have thought that after he finished shouting, there would still be no sound from upstairs? Instead, the family walked over with a smile on their faces. They nodded and bowed as they said, "Lang Jun, please. The prince consort is not in the mansion. Even if you shout yourself hoarse, he won't hear you." Yang Fan, the water in the lake was sparkling. There were lotuses and flowers in the lake. There were even lotus heads that were gradually growing. Outside the pavilion by the pool, under the eaves that stretched out like the wings of a bat, Princess Taiping was wearing a wide-sleeved gown. She was holding a fishing rod in her hand. Her delicate and snow-white feet were bare. She was lying lazily on a beauty couch. Beside her sat a tender little girl who was about 10 years old. She was waving her small fists and gently massaging her legs. There was no one else other than them. The family member in green stood far away and smiled at Yang Fan. "Lang Jun, please. The princess has already instructed me. This lowly one will not follow you." Chapter 382. When Yang Fan came to this place, he felt that every step he took, every reaction he took, were all within Princess Taiping's calculations. He felt somewhat annoyed. He straightened his chest and strode over. Because he was angry, his feet stomped hard on the wooden planks of the porch, making a pa, pa, pa sound. The little girl who was massaging Princess Taiping's legs glanced over and whispered something. Princess Taiping smiled and replied, The little girl then got down from the couch, lifted her skirt, and slipped away from Yang Fan's side. Looking at her appearance, the little girl seemed to be afraid of Yang Fan's aggressive expression. Princess Taiping was lying on the couch, but she looked at him with a smile. Her watery eyes were very charming. Yang Fan's face tightened. He strode over, stood still, and shouted in a deep voice, "Get up!" "Yo!" Princess Taiping patted her plump chest and said as if she was frightened, "Your footsteps are so heavy and your voice is so loud. Are you trying to scare my fish away?" Right at this moment, the fishing float sank with a whiz sound, followed by a pull of the fishing line. Princess Taiping was busy talking to Yang Fan. The fishing rod slipped from her hand. Bang! It bounced on the floor and was dragged into the water by the big fish. "Aya, it's hooked! Quickly help me!" Princess Taiping shouted excitedly. Along the way, Yang Fan's every reaction was calculated by Princess Taiping. How could he believe her at this time? He thought that Princess Taiping was deliberately putting on an act. He folded his arms and looked at her with cold eyes. He wanted to see what kind of trick this peerless, enchanting woman was going to play. Seeing that he did not move, Princess Taiping angrily said, This person?" While saying that, she stood up and tried to grab the fishing rod. The fishing rod was pulled by the big fish and slid into the water. Princess Taiping hastily moved forward and grabbed the tail of the fishing rod from the water surface. She lost her footing and fell into the water surface. "Hey, hey, hey!" Princess Taiping shouted and waved her empty left hand like a wheel. In the end, she still could not stabilize her body. Yang Fan was standing next to her. With his agility, he could easily grab Princess Taiping. But if he did that, the imposing manner and angry expression that he tried to put on would all be in vain. Yang Fan thought that this was part of Princess Taiping's plan, so he coldly folded his arms and looked at her. Princess Taiping fell into the water with a plop sound and immediately screamed. Princess Taiping was not good at swimming. As soon as she fell into the water, she cried out in panic, "Help!" Yang Fan squatted down beside her and watched her struggling in the water. He felt angry and funny at the same time. In order to scheme against him, this princess really put in a lot of effort. Seeing Princess Taiping screaming and struggling, Yang Fan couldn't help but say, "Are you done? Why don't you come up?" Princess Taiping did not pay attention to him. Her body was struggling further and further away from him. Yang Fan felt that something was wrong. The panic on Princess Taiping's face did not seem to be fake. More importantly, Yang Fan saw with his own eyes that Princess Taiping even drank 2 mouthfuls of water while struggling. No matter how much Princess Taiping pretended to deceive him, it was unlikely that she would drink the water from the pool. When Yang Fan saw that she was indeed drowning, he didn't bother to take off his clothes and jumped into the water to swim towards her. "Help! Help!" Yang Fan grabbed her body and said snappily, "Stand still, the water isn't that deep." There were even lotus flowers growing in the lake. How deep could the lake be? It was because Princess Taiping did not know how to swim that she panicked in the water and choked a few mouthfuls of water. If she was calmer, she would be able to stand up in the water, and the water would only reach her chest and abdomen. Princess Taiping was grabbed by the shoulders and shouted. Only then did she regain her composure. She suddenly realized that her feet were on the ground, and the water was not that deep. She couldn't help but calm down a little. Yang Fan said, "Come, let's go ashore." At this time, Princess Taiping was hugging his body tightly in the water and had no idea what to do. When she heard what he said, she quickly nodded, but she only let go of Yang Fan a little. When she looked down, she suddenly saw her own appearance and couldn't help but let out a scream. Yang Fan impatiently said, "What are you screaming for?" Yang Fan followed Princess Taiping's gaze and was immediately speechless. At this time, although the midsummer had passed, the weather was still hot. Princess Taiping did not wear thick clothes. She only wore a thin layer of gown. Especially today, her clothes were white. They were light, soft, and of high quality. At first it was not obvious, but once it was wet, it was no different from not wearing anything. Her chest was trembling. No, it was not no different from not wearing anything. It was more tempting than not wearing anything. Fortunately, Yang Fan had seen her naked body under the light. Although this scene was sexy, it was not more attractive than that night. At this moment, Yang Fan was most worried that the servants of the Princess Palace would come. If they saw this scene, he would not be able to wash himself away even if he jumped into the Luo River. Therefore, Yang Fan impolitely said, "Scream. What are you screaming for? Which part of your body have I not seen? Go, quickly go ashore." Her Lang Jun was so unromantic that Princess Taiping could not help but pout. She was dragged by him and separated the lotus. Step by step, they walked ashore. Although Princess Taiping was very courageous and had never been afraid to show her seductive body in front of him, this was in broad daylight. Moreover, wet clothes stuck to her body, and she looked like a drowned rat. In Princess Taiping's eyes, it was not beautiful at all. Once ashore, she lifted her wet skirt and ran towards Zhuoyu Pavilion. The clothes were wet, and not only was it transparent, it was also heavy, revealing her soft breasts and back. As she lifted her skirt and ran, her plump buttocks swayed like a ripe peach. Her breasts and buttocks came into view. When had Yang Fan ever seen a beautiful woman run naked? This time, his eyes were really good as he watched her figure disappear into the pavilion. When her figure disappeared, Yang Fan came back to his senses. He hurriedly looked around, but did not see anyone. He did not know that Princess Taiping had already ordered that if Yang Fan came, all the servants should leave. Those servants only knew that she was going to meet her lover, so naturally they would hide as far away as possible. Even if they wanted to have sex, they had to look at who the person was. How could they have the fortune to see Her Royal Highness's bed scene? Yang Fan wrung out the water from his clothes and shouted towards the pavilion, "Do you want someone to bring you a few sets of clothes?" Princess Taiping answered snappily, "I don't need it." After a while, Princess Taiping said, "Come in." Yang Fan hesitated for a moment before walking in. If he had seen the other party's naked body, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Yang Fan walked into the Zhuoyu Pavilion and saw Princess Taiping sitting on a couch. She was still wearing that thin robe, and there was a puddle of water on the floor. It looked like she had wrung it out. Although it still revealed the color of flesh, it was not like before, where it did not have the slightest effect of concealment. Yang Fan entered the Zhuomun Pavilion and stood at the entrance. He looked at her snappily and said, "You didn't plan this in advance, right?" Princess Taiping wrung her clothes dry, and her demeanor immediately restored her usual grace. But her hair was also wet, and she had already pulled out the hairpin. Her beautiful black long hair draped over her chest and back. Her beautiful hair contrasted with her snow-white and tender face. She looked a little less magnificent and noble, but a little more delicate and elegant. She glanced at Yang Fan. Although she pretended to be arrogant, her small face covered by her beautiful hair was strangely charming. This was purely an accident. Yang Fan coldly snorted and said with a cold face, "Do you know why I came to see you today?" Princess Taiping frowned and smiled sweetly. Her expression was extremely charming and quick-witted. "Needless to say, of course, it is to thank me for bribing the jailers and traffic officials with a large sum of money to help you alter the documents of release, colluding with each other in prison, and not hesitating to tarnish my clean reputation to save you from prison." Yang Fan was suddenly at a loss for words. Although Princess Taiping said these words as a joke, but the truth was indeed reasonable. In order to save him, did Princess Taiping pay little? She had just saved his life. Yang Fan had always been clear about gratitude and grudges. If others treated him well, he would definitely repay them with all his strength. But towards Taiping, Princess Taiping glanced at his expression and twisted her plump waist, saying sweetly, "Come, sit beside me." Yang Fan's expression became serious and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, I admit that you saved my life. You saved my life, so naturally I am very grateful to you. You are a high and mighty princess, so naturally your life is not in danger. This life-saving grace, I am afraid that I will not be able to repay it in my life, so I will owe you for the rest of my life. But why did you force Wan and Xiao Man to make such a deadly oath?" "Why?" Princess Taiping suddenly jumped up, and her chest suddenly rippled. It seemed that this bold and unrestrained princess did not wear a bra in her own house. "Why? You tell me why." Princess Taiping was furious. Her face was flushed red. She originally had a calm and composed appearance, but Yang Fan's one sentence had infuriated her. Perhaps only Yang Fan had the ability to make her happy, make her angry, completely unable to control her own emotions. "You tell me why? Why can you accept Wan? But not me. Am I not as beautiful as her? Or am I not as talented as her?" Princess Taiping approached step by step like an angry tigress. "You shut up. I know what you are going to say. It is nothing more than an excuse that you do not know the cause of your love, right? Good. If so, I will accept it. But what about Xiao Man?" Princess Taiping sneered. "In that case, you should not also like her. I force myself on you, but she was forced on you by others. Why can you accept her, but not me? You tell me." Yang Fan was stunned. He looked at her and did not say a word for a long time. Princess Taiping's question was so deafening that Yang Fan's heart thundered. Why? Yes, whether it is beauty, status, talent, or deep love for me, Princess Taiping is not inferior to Wan, Xiao Man or Anu. Why, no matter how much she lowers herself and lowers herself, I am not willing to accept her. Chapter 383. Seeing Yang Fan standing there in a daze, the Princess of Taiping's voice suddenly turned soft and weak. In a low voice, she said, "Fan Lang, until now, I still remember clearly the kiss I had with you on the 100-foot flowering tree that year during the Shangyuan period. Until now, I still remember the pleasure and prestige I felt when I fought shoulder to shoulder with you on the polo field. Perhaps you have forgotten all of this, but I have always firmly remembered it in my heart as if it happened yesterday." Princess Taiping gently raised her head between her soft black hair. Her eyes were glistening with tears. "Do you still remember all these? If I have done something wrong, I can change it. Is it so difficult to get your love? Tell me, what do I have to do to make you accept me?" When she found that she fell in love with Yang Fan, she thought of making Yang Fan her gigolo. It was true that it was an insult to a man with self-esteem. But Taiping never wanted to insult him. She was just used to being superior and used to taking whatever she wanted. She didn't know that this request was a serious injury to his dignity. She was a princess, the favorite of the emperor and the empress. Her first husband became her husband with just a touch of her slender fingers. Her second husband was forced on her by the mother for the political purpose of uniting the Wu family and the Li family. It had nothing to do with whether she liked him or not. Although she was extremely smart, she didn't know that there were other ways to win a man's heart. She thought that it was enough that she had beauty, identity, and status to be worthy of him. As for the title of gigolo, wasn't a man who was attached to a noble woman, but not her husband called a gigolo. Anyway, she knew that she would protect him, love him, and obey him in everything. That was enough. She hadn't learned to put down her arrogance in front of the man she loved. So she failed. From then on, her attitude towards Yang Fan softened a lot. She still loved this man. So she boldly suggested that she would not restrict his identity and would not ask him to submit to her. She only asked him to come and accompany her occasionally, or just once, for a night of love and reminiscence for the rest of their lives. In her opinion, there was nothing wrong with saying that. Wasn't the final stage of love between a man and a woman? Why did it have to be the man who made the request? Couldn't she take the initiative? Could it be that she had to lie in her lover's arms tenderly, act coy, provoke his lust, and then obey him half willingly? Was this how a woman should be? She loved Yang Fan very much. She wanted him, so she brought it up directly. She didn't understand at all. Her first rough request was a humiliation to a man with high self-esteem, but this time it made him feel like she was belittling herself, as if she was only infatuated with sex. In fact, with her identity, status, and beauty, if she was only obsessed with carnal desire, what kind of handsome man couldn't she find? What kind of strong man couldn't she have? Why was she so infatuated with Yang Fan? Why did she spend so much effort to rescue Yang Fan after he was imprisoned for treason? Don't think that the princess was very rich. The princess was not as rich as those big merchants who were as rich as a country. In fact, she was far less rich than them. They also lived on their salary. Although Princess Taiping had been doted on by her father and mother since she was a child and received more rewards than the other princesses, it was inevitable that she would run some shops in secret like the other nobles. However, in order to rescue Yang Fan, what she paid was also a huge fortune for her, but she did not think about it. In particular, she had a sensitive identity as a member of the royal family of Li Tang, and Yang Fan was imprisoned for supporting the crown prince's restoration. Her intervention was not only a matter of losing money to avoid disaster, but also a matter of carelessness. She could also get involved and arouse the suspicion of the Queen Mother. She didn't even consider these at all. In fact, she had been secretly thinking about what was wrong with her. What did she do wrong? Why didn't Lang Jun like her? And why did he hate her so much? Therefore, she originally liked to wear bright red clothes, and she was also suitable to wear that kind of clothes. The same color might be too vulgar on other women, but on her it showed her grace, beauty, and charm. She was the flower of Luoyang in the Tang dynasty, the symbol of peony, Princess Taiping. However, now she gradually began to like wearing plain clothes. At least in front of Yang Fan, she would definitely pay attention to wearing plain and elegant clothes just because it was Shangguan Wanner's favorite clothes. Just because Yang Fan liked Wanner, so she wanted to please him. She was a noble princess, but she didn't like butterflies, flowers, or playing with cats and dogs like a delicate lady. What she liked was sumo wrestling, kuju, and horse racing, which were unrestrained and fanatical sports, just like her straightforward and unrestrained personality. But when she found out that Yang Fan had bought 2 raccoons, she also bought 2. Princess Taiping didn't know that under the control of her subconscious, she actually put down her pride and deliberately imitated and learned from the woman Yang Fan liked. All these were just to get Yang Fan to look back at her. Looking at her tearful eyes, Yang Fan couldn't help but ask himself, if she had never looked down on me, if she had been as gentle as one, or would I have fallen in love with her? However, all the assumptions were meaningless. Luo Fu had a husband, and the prince had a wife. Moreover, she forced Wanner to make an oath, which was to, thinking of this, Yang Fan said stiffly, "So, you have a reason to force Wanner to make an oath to leave me?" Princess Taiping's eyes flashed, and she immediately asked, "Why only Wanner?" Xiao Man didn't tell you? Princess Taiping was smart after all. Although she was still sad and angry, she immediately heard the problem in Yang Fan's words. Xiao Man. Yang Fan smiled and said, I know that Xiao Man made an oath. She said that if I followed the oath, I would become her long-lost brother. To be honest, Your Highness, not long after I went to prison, I reunited with Xiao Man. She is my younger sister, who I have been separated from since I was young, and I am her brother. Princess Taiping's eyes brightened, and she said in surprise, Then you, Yang Fan said, I'm sorry to disappoint Your Highness. Xiao Man and I are not related by blood. We just depend on each other since childhood. We are like brother and sister. Princess Taiping was startled for a while, and then she giggled. Good, good. This Xiao Man is really clever. She actually made a fool out of this empress. Actually, I had prepared a set of oath for her. I didn't expect that she would say it herself. I was a little surprised at that time. I didn't expect that was the reason. Princess Taiping nodded and looked at Yang Fan again. She smiled and said, But Warner didn't make a single mistake. She swore according to my words. What will you do? At this time, there were still tears in her eyes, but her spirit had risen. Yang Fan said in a deep voice, I want to ask you, what oath did you force her to make? If Warner has to leave me because of this, I will never forgive you. So what? Princess Taiping slightly raised her eyebrows and suddenly spread out. There was a very special seductive feeling. Otherwise, will you be good to me? If you can't love me for a lifetime, then it's not bad to hate me for a lifetime. At least you remember me in your heart. Princess Taiping flirtatiously turned around. Yang Fan grabbed her arm. Princess Taiping's face became stern and said, Let go. Although she had the intention to please Yang Fan, but it was easy to change mountains and rivers, but it was hard to change one's character. It was not her nature to deliberately change for the sake of others. After venting, Princess Taiping somewhat recovered her bold and unrestrained personality. Yang Fan really had a headache with her. If there was enmity, he could take revenge. If there was kindness, he could repay kindness. But if it was all on one person, it was really difficult to grasp the propriety. Yang Fan could not forgive her for bullying Warner, but she really had feelings for him. After all, he was just a young boy. He didn't have much experience in the matters of love. He didn't know how to treat her well. He tightly grabbed Princess Taiping's arm, but he couldn't do anything soft or hard. He didn't know what to do next. Princess Taiping shouted. Seeing that he didn't let go, she couldn't help but look at him and faintly said, if you were half as good to me as you were to her. After a moment of silence, she suddenly used her strength to struggle free from Yang Fan's hand. She gracefully walked over and said, In a few days it will be Chinese Valentine's Day. I want to go boating on the Luo River. You should come too. Yang Fan coldly snorted. He was about to refuse when Princess Taiping looked back and smiled. The stern expression on her face suddenly became like a fresh flower blown by the spring wind, bright and beautiful. She raised her willowy eyebrows, and her charming almond-shaped eyes glanced at Yang Fan. Warner's vow is not unbreakable. As long as I am happy, Yang Fan was surprised and happy. He hurriedly asked, How to break it? Princess Taiping proudly smiled. Her smile was like a fresh and beautiful peony that had just bloomed. Humph, so are you coming or not? Yang Fan returned in low spirits, faced with a woman who couldn't be hit or scolded, who couldn't be begged with soft words, who would turn a deaf ear to reason, who could act coquettishly, who could cry, who could act coquettishly, who could act cute, and who could even be affectionate. What else could Yang Fan do? If he left, then so be it. He even wore Wu Yu's Prince Consort Wu's robe. What else could he do? His robe was a formal official robe. It wasn't like Princess Taiping's soft and thin robe. Her clothes were already dry when she glared at him, smiled sweetly, and shed tears. If he went out wearing a wet robe, this rumor would not only spread within the princess residence. When Yang Fan walked out of the princess residence, the servants of the princess residence looked at him with admiration. They said, "Look at him. He slept with the prince consort's woman. He even wore the prince consort's robe. He left in such a big way. He really surpassed his master. He is even more impressive and overbearing than his master Shui Huai." Chapter 384. Wu Zetian leaned on the pillow, and her body suddenly swayed as she slowly woke up. Warner, who was waiting on the side, quickly came forward to support her. Wu Zetian sighed and said with a smile, "Can't do it, can't do it." Zhen fell asleep again. "AI, 2 years ago, I still felt full of energy. How long has it been?" Zhen would doze off from time to time. Shangguan Warner hurriedly said, "Everyone is working hard on the affairs of the state. That's why they feel tired. In fact, everyone's body is healthy and in good condition." Wu Zetian smiled and shook her head. Just as she wanted to sit up, she suddenly lay back down and said with a frown, "Shun is a little dizzy, my ears are a little buzzing, and my legs are also weak." Warner saw that Wu Zetian's complexion was indeed not very good, and her face was somewhat pale. She could not help but quickly said, "Warner, go and call the imperial physician over to take a look at everyone." Wu Zetian wanted to shake her head, but after a second thought, she nodded her head and said, "Don't be so ostentatious. Just call imperial physician Shun over to take a look at Shun." Warner knew that Wu Zetian was not willing to admit defeat and was not willing to let others think that she was old. Imperial physician Shun was, after all, the person by her bedside and was very clear about her physical condition, so there was no need to avoid it. She quickly agreed and helped Wu Zetian to sit down. She called the palace maids to serve her carefully, and then quietly left. Wu Zetian's condition of feeling unwell after waking up had occurred frequently recently. In fact, this state of discomfort was only due to brain anemia. Even in modern times, many old people did not pay much attention to this point. In the summer, old people were sleepy, and after eating lunch, some old people would sit on the sofa or chair and doze off. As a result, there was more blood flowing through the stomach and intestines after the meal, causing severe ischemia in the brain. When they woke up, they would feel particularly uncomfortable. But Shanghai Warner did not understand the reason. If the emperor was not feeling well, naturally, they must quickly call the imperial physician over. Shanghai Wan had just walked out of the main hall and was about to summon the chamberlain to instruct him to immediately summon imperial physician Shun. She was also afraid that the young chamberlain was not sensible and would attract too much attention if he went, so she warned him to try his best not to attract too much attention from the medical officials. As he was giving instructions, Wei Tuan dashed into the main hall. Wu Zetian was leaning on a pillow, and a little palace maid was gently massaging her shoulders. Suddenly seeing Wei Tuaner appear, she said lazily, "Tuaner is here. Come, give Zhen's shoulders a massage. Your strength is neither light nor heavy. It suits Zhen the best." This servant is used to being ordered around by everyone. Naturally, it suits everyone's wishes. It's not that this servant's technique is brilliant. Wei Tuana walked over with a smile and asked the palace maid to step aside. She took over and gently massaged Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian raised her head in satisfaction and closed her eyes slightly. Tuana massaged Wu Zetian's shoulders as she said, "This servant has just come back with this month's expenditure. Speaking of which, it's strange. The Crown Prince's palace did not increase the number of people in these 2 months, but the expenditure of candles has increased by more than 30%. This servant is a little puzzled. Today, When I distributed the expenditure to each palace hall, I specially instructed Eunuch Jing to ask why the Crown Prince's palace increased the expenditure of candles. I thought that if the Crown Prince needed it, this servant and everyone else would use it sparingly in the future. No matter what, the Crown Prince cannot be wronged. But strangely, when Eunuch Jing went to the Crown Prince's palace to ask, the people in the palace denied it and refused to admit that there was a need for more candles. Eunuch Jing was also thinking about it. He happened to pass by the Crown Princess's chamber and saw that the window was open, so he took a look inside. Look, there's a stack of yellow paper on the table, and there's a box of cinnabar beside it. There are many talismans drawn on the yellow paper. Wei Tuaner giggled and said, "Everyone, what do you think the Crown Princess is doing? Sooner or later, the Crown Princess is going to be the mother of the world. Why does she want to learn the Tao and become an immortal?" At first, Wu Zetian did not pay attention. Her eyes were hazy, and she rested with her half-closed eyes. She casually listened to her speak. When she heard the words yellow paper, cinnabar, and Tao cultivation, she seemed to think of something. Her eyes suddenly opened, and a glimmer of light flashed through her murky old eyes. Wu Zetian slowly sat up and stared at Wei Tuaner. She said in a low voice, "Are you sure?" Wei Tuaner said, "This servant has never been there, and naturally did not see it. However, this is what Eunuch Jing said when he came back. Eunuch Jing usually helps this servant manage the palace treasury. How can he not recognize these things? If he doesn't recognize them, it would be the talismans on the yellow paper. He doesn't recognize them at all. This servant also doesn't recognize them." Wu Zetian slowly stood up and started to pace around the room. Wei Tuaner quickly came over and held her arm. Wu Zetian pondered in her heart, "Yellow paper, cinnabar. Is the Crown Princess really going to cultivate the Tao?" Wu Zetian thought for a moment and asked softly, "You didn't tell the Crown Princess that you discovered these things, right?" Wei Tuaner smiled and said, "Hi. Eunuch Jing just came back to tell this servant about it and treat it as a joke. How could he mention it in front of the Crown Princess? As a servant, I have to follow the rules of a servant." Wu Zetian softly acknowledged with a gloomy expression. At this time, Shanghai Wana walked in and saw Tuaner supporting Wu Zetian as they strolled around the palace. She greeted, "Sister Tuaner is here." Wei Tuaner turned and saw her. She quickly nodded and greeted, "Sister Waner." Shanghai Waner smiled and nodded at her. She walked towards Wu Zetian and asked, "Is everyone better? Why are you all up and walking around?" Wei Tuaner said, "Why is everyone not feeling well?" Wu Zetian said with a gloomy expression, "Yes, we have not been feeling well for the past 2 months. Shanghai Waner advised, everyone should sit for a while. Let's wait for Imperial Physician Shun to come and examine everyone." Wu Zetian shook her head. She slowly looked at the caisson on the roof and the furnishings around her. She said in a low voice, "Waner, Tuaner, do you think that there is something bad in this room? I have not been feeling well for the past 2 months." Shanghai Waner was stunned. She asked in surprise, "Why does everyone say so?" Wu Zetian shook her head. I have a feeling. It's so gloomy that it makes people feel uncomfortable." Shanghai Waner thought, "It must be because His Majesty is getting old. That's why he often feels cold." She said, "If that's the case, why don't Waner accompany everyone out? Let's go to Flying Fragrance Hall and bask in the sun." Wu Zetian said with a gloomy expression, "I'm afraid the sun can't get rid of some of the yin energy." Shanghai Waner heard that there was a hidden meaning in her words. She felt it was strange. Wu Zetian's eyes flashed. She lowered her head and muttered to Shanghai Waner, "Waner, go and pass on my oral order. Tell Gao Ying to bring some inner guards to see me." Shanghai Wanner was a little surprised, but seeing that Wu Zetian's expression was not good, she did not dare to ask. She quickly agreed and left the hall. Wu Zetian asked Wei Tuaner to help her back to the couch. She sat down and ordered, "Tuaner, bring some competent palace eunuchs and go with the inner guards to the Crown Prince Palace." Wei Tuaner quickly replied, "Yes. Everyone, why do you want me to go?" Wu Zetian smiled coldly and said, "Go and search the entire place for me. If there is any place where the soil is loose, dig it up. I'm worried." Her slightly cloudy but dignified eyes looked coldly out of the window. She slowly said, "I'm worried that in the Crown Prince Palace there's something unclean." Unclean. Shanghai Wanner felt it was strange at first. Then she thought of what Wu Zetian had told Wei Tuaner. Shanghai Wanner suddenly had an idea. Two terrifying words suddenly appeared in her mind. Loathing curse. Loathing curse had been widely spread among the people since ancient times. It was considered the most effective curse method. Legends of using loathing curse to harm people were widespread. Even in the palace, such things happened frequently. And in the palace, the most famous story of loathing curse happened to Emperor Wu of Han. After Qin Shi Huang, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty was the most brilliant and powerful emperor. If Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty was ranked first, there would be no one who would object. However, such an emperor had almost executed his entire clan in his later years. During the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, he dreamt that someone was using loathing curse to harm him. He sent his most trusted official, Jiang Chong, to investigate this matter. Jiang Chong won the emperor's trust by creating major cases. He immediately began to act decisively. First, Prime Minister Gongsun, he and his son were killed by him. Then, Emperor Wu's nephew, Wei Yuan, was killed because he was an accomplice of cursing the emperor. Then, Emperor Wu's daughters, Princess Yang Shi and Princess Zhui, were also killed. Jiang Chong was in high spirits. Finally, he found out that the Empress and the Crown Prince were the culprits. Crown Prince Lu Ju was shocked. He knew that his father was headstrong in his later years and couldn't argue with him. He angrily led the Crown Prince's palace guards to kill Jiang Chong. Emperor Wu was furious and immediately sent troops to arrest the Crown Prince. In the end, the Crown Prince was killed. The Empress hanged herself, and the 3 royal grandsons also died. More than 100,000 people were killed or exiled because of this case. Just because of one sentence from the cruel official, Jiang Chong, Emperor Wu forced his wife to death and killed his son, daughter, nephew, grandson, and granddaughter. He killed so many people that there was no heir to the royal family. The imperial harem had no ruler, and the court was out of control. This brought a major political crisis to the Han Empire. Thinking of this, Shanghai Wanner couldn't help but be shocked. The Empress's heart was as hard as iron, and her desire to kill was not inferior to Emperor Wu. Moreover, she was the same as Emperor Wu of Han. She believed in things like divine Tao sorcery the most. If the Empress suspected the loathing curse and found the evidence, what kind of bloody storm would it cause? Not long after, Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and a group of female bodyguards, who were fully armed, rushed to Wu Cheng Hall. Wei Tuaner also brought Officer Jing and a large number of her trusted eunuchs and palace maids to the front of the hall to await orders. Gao Ying held her sword and stood in front of the hall. She heard Wu Zetian saying coldly, "Commander Gao, bring the inner guards and follow Tuaner to the Crown Prince's palace. Just listen to Tuaner's orders." "Yes." Gao Ying looked at Wei Tuaner in surprise and said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." Wei Tuaner pretended to be scared and said, "Everyone, then. I'll go now." Wu Zetian nodded lightly. Wei Tuaner bowed and left. When she turned around and walked out of Wu Cheng Hall, A gleam of pride flashed in her eyes. Chapter 385. Ever since Wei Tuan led a large group of eunuchs and palace maids under the protection of the inner guards and conducted a thorough search of the Crown Prince's palace, everyone in the Crown Prince's palace was in a state of panic. No one knew what had happened. Wei Tuan led people to search and left without saying a word. Not long after she left, the Empress ordered Crown Princess Lu and concubine Dou to see the Emperor. The two ladies didn't dare to delay and quickly changed into formal palace clothes to see the Emperor. In the end, the previous Empress of the Tang dynasty, the current Crown Princess Lu, and concubine Dou still hadn't returned to the palace when night fell. Everyone in the palace was anxious and uneasy. However, the Crown Prince of the Zhou dynasty, Li Dan, who had changed his name to Wu Dan, didn't seem to feel anything. When night fell, he was still happily drinking wine and enjoying the music. The main hall was brightly lit with candles, making it as bright as day. 3 musicians wearing large sleeves and crowns on their heads were singing and dancing in the hall. Sometimes they would use their vocal skills to make bird cries, making Crown Prince Wu Dan clap his hands and laugh. The song and dance being performed in the hall was called Long Live Bird Songs. This was a song and dance created by his Empress Wu Zetian. After Wu Zetian's parrot learned how to speak, the first thing it said was, "Long live the Emperor." This made Wu Zetian so happy that she ordered people to perform a song and dance to remember this, which was the song Long Live Bird Songs. Good, good, good. After the 3 birdmen left, the Crown Prince laughed and said, "I'm drunk. Where's Jinzong? Ask him to sing a song for me." The Crown Prince had the grandeur of a crown prince. Even the eunuchs and female officials who were favored by the Empress's side dared to scold the Crown Prince of the Zhou dynasty. However, even wealthy merchants would have a few singers and dancers. The Crown Prince couldn't possibly not have a few musicians and dancers by his side. Even though the Crown Prince's expenses were greatly reduced, he still had some attendants. There were about 12 to 13 musicians and dancers around him, following Li Dan's orders, his favorite musician, and Jinzong walked into the hall. This Jinzong was a young man in his early 30s. His appearance was nothing special, and his body was thin. However, his singing voice was clear and melodious. He was a musician with an excellent voice, and Li Dan had always enjoyed listening to him sing. And Jinzong slowly walked into the hall. There was not a trace of joy on his face. Instead, it was filled with endless misery. Under the light of the candles, he saw that it was too strange that the Crown Princess Lu and consort Dou had been taken away. Even now, they had not returned to the palace. He was afraid that they were in trouble, but the Crown Prince was still singing and dancing, and Jinzong was furious. However, Li Dan acted as if she did not see it. She smiled calmly and said, "Jinzong, sing a nice song for me to accompany my drinking." And Jinzong sighed, inwardly, bowed slightly to him, and made a hand signal to the audience. Seeing this, the musicians in the hall knew that he was going to sing without accompaniment, so they stopped playing the flute and zither. And Jinzong raised his head to look at the well in the hall. He stood silently for a moment, then suddenly opened his mouth to sing under the melon-yellow platform. As soon as Li Dan heard the first line, he could not stop his expression from changing. He shouted, "Shut up!" And Jinzong acted as if he did not hear, and continued to sing, "The melon is ripe and the seeds are separated. Once plucked, the melon is fine. Shut up! Shut up!" Li Dan angrily threw out a wine cup. The cup shattered into pieces at Jinzong's feet. And Jinzong did not move. He continued to sing in his sorrowful, low voice. His mournful and clear voice echoed in the hall, once more plucking the melon thinner, 3 plucking is still fine. For plucking the mango returns, as in Jinzong sang, 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. This song, written by Li Dan's second brother, the former crown prince of the Tang dynasty, Li Xian, echoed in the hall for a long time. All of the palace maids, musicians, and dancers heard it and felt their hearts move. They all lowered their heads, and some even began to quietly cry. Li Dan angrily shouted, "Guards!" 2 fat eunuchs answered and stood in the hall. Li Dan pointed at Jinzong and shouted, "This person has disturbed our drinking mood. He is truly vexing. Drag him away and flog him 20 times. The 2 fat eunuchs crossed their arms and coldly glanced at Jinzong. They rushed forward, grabbed his arms, and dragged him to the palace. These 2 fat eunuchs had been transferred to the crown prince's palace by Wei Tuan to serve the crown prince. In reality, they were in charge of surveillance. When they heard Jinzong sing the song of the late crown prince Li Xian, who had been forced to commit suicide by the empress, the 2 were already angry. Now that they had received the crown prince's orders, they naturally would not be polite. Li Dan angrily flicked his sleeves and stood up. He shouted, "What a disappointment! Disperse, we are going to sleep." Li Dan strode back to his own palace. Seeing that there was no one in the room, a bitter expression suddenly appeared on his face. He weakly leaned on the bed and said in a low voice, "Consort Lu, Consort Do, are you still all right?" Before he could finish, he choked with sobs, tears slowly crawling down his cheeks. "Crown Prince, I will help the Crown Prince change his clothes and rest." A clear girl's voice suddenly came from the door of the palace. Li Dan hurriedly wiped his tears and pretended to be calm. "Come in." Under Wei Tuan-er's repeated cuts, the number of servants in the Crown Prince's palace was decreasing. After Consort Lu and Consort Do were taken away, many of their palace maids were also taken away. Now, these maids were temporarily transferred from other palaces to serve the Crown Prince. Li Dan did not know if she was the Empress's spy, so he did not dare to show his sorrow in front of her. The young palace maid leisurely walked around the screen and bowed to Li Dan. Then she went forward to help him undress. Li Dan opened his arms and allowed her to untie his belt and take off his long robe. Under the light of the lantern, he saw that this young girl was about 14 or 15 years old. Her hair was combed into a black bun, which was so shiny that it could reflect one's reflection. Her graceful hair reached her forehead, and she had a unique charm of a young girl. He could not help but gently lift her chin and carefully look at her. The young palace maid only made eye contact with him before shyly lowering her eyes and gently letting him look at her. She was dressed in a palace dress, and half of her breasts were exposed. Even though they had just bloomed, her skin was smooth and smooth. Her waist was slender, and her pretty face and red lips made people want to kiss her under the light. Li Dan showed an expression of admiration and smiled. "What is your name?" The young palace maid shyly replied, "This servant is called Lon Fayer." "Lon Fayer? Good name." Li Dan's hand gently slid from her chin to her shoulder, and then gently held her soft and slender jade arm. He softly said, "Consort Lu and Consort Do have been summoned by the Empress. It seems that they will not return to the palace tonight. Fayer, tonight, you will serve them in bed." Lon Fayer opened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Crown Prince!" Li Dan used a military tone to order her, "Undress." Lon Fayer hesitated for a moment, and her delicate face slightly blushed. She had no choice but to obey the Crown Prince's order. She stood up gracefully and gently untied her robe. She was only wearing a small dress, and she looked at Li Dan in panic. Li Dan used a commanding tone and said, "Take it all off." This 30-year-old crown prince might not have much status in the imperial court or the palace, but he was not someone a little palace maid like Lon Fayer dared to defy. She hesitated for a moment, then gently bit her thin lips and closed her eyes. She took off her tube top and undergarments one by one, revealing a youthful and energetic female body in front of him. Her jade-like body was soft and lovely, and her skin was soft and smooth. Even though she still had some of the childishness of a young girl and had not fully matured, and there was still a certain gap between her and the plump beauty that the Tangs admired, her seductive charm was undeniable. Li Dan looked at her beautiful body, and his breathing gradually quickened. He quickly tore off his own robe, picked up the smooth and soft female body, and threw himself on the bed. The two fat eunuchs had beaten the musician in Jinzong's skin and flesh open with 20 planks of the planks. Rolling up their sleeves, they came back to report. When they arrived at the front of the bedroom, suddenly they heard a girl's tender moaning in pain, as well as the crown prince's hurried breathing and licentious laughter. The two fat eunuchs looked at each other, twitched their mouths in disdain, and quietly left. In Wu Zetian's bedchamber, Wei Tuan-er quietly walked into the hall and stood in front of Wu Zetian with her hands hanging down. Two female officials were serving Wu Zetian, carefully removing the complicated and beautiful jewelry on her head one by one. Wu Zetian saw Wei Tuan-er walking over in the mirror and lightly asked, "How is it?" Wei Tuan-er said, "The Crown Princess, Lady Lu, and the Crown Princess, Lady Do, refused to admit their crimes and refused to confess. We have received orders from everyone to beat them to death." Wu Zetian said, "Wrap them in straw mats and send them out of the palace tomorrow morning. After cremation, sprinkle the ashes into the Luo River." Wei Tuan-er bowed and said, "Yes." Wu Zetian asked again. The palace maids around them also refused to confess. Wei Tuan-er's eyebrows rose slightly, and she revealed a slightly proud expression. She said, "They refused to confess at first, but after being beaten, they could not bear the pain, and someone confessed." Wu Zetian's gaze slightly froze, and she asked coldly, "Does the Crown Prince know?" Wei Tuan-er hesitated for a moment. Wu Zetian still sat motionless, and her eyes looked into the mirror, but gradually a cold light appeared in her eyes. Wei Tuan-er's face showed fear, and she replied timidly, "Lady Lu and Lady Do are practicing witchcraft and cursing everyone in the palace. The Crown Prince, the Crown Prince, the Crown Prince naturally knows about it." Wu Zetian looked at herself in the mirror, and her eyebrows, eyes, and mouth slowly drooped down and gradually formed an extremely cold expression. The fingers of the two female servants beside her trembled, and one of them panicked. When she pulled out a jewelry, she pulled Wu Zetian's hair, and she was so frightened that she knelt down and repeatedly kowtowed, "This servant deserves to die. This servant deserves to die." Wu Zetian ignored them, and only said to Wei Tuan-er with a cold and cynical voice, "Tomorrow morning, pass down the decree that the mother family of Lady Lu and Lady Do will be exiled to Lingnan." Wei Tuan-er hurriedly agreed and asked softly, "Then the Crown Prince?" Wu Zetian picked up a pearl and gently rubbed it, feeling its smooth and pink texture. She said in a low voice, "There is no court meeting tomorrow. Ask Lai Junshin to come and see me at 3:45 a.m. Yes. Chapter 386. Yang Fan and Xiao Man had just become husband and wife, so they were very close to each other. When they got home at night, the couple had dinner together, chatted, and drank a few cups of rice wine. After getting a little tipsy, they walked hand in hand in the back garden. It was almost Chinese Valentine's Day, so the moon wasn't very bright. However, the two didn't light a lamp or ask a maid to accompany them. They just walked side by side in the quiet night, talking softly. When they came to a cluster of blooming flowers, they smelled the fragrance and felt refreshed. Yang Fan pulled Xiao Man to sit among the flowers. Xiao Man was about to sit on the stone bench next to Yang Fan, but Yang Fan, who had sat down first, pulled her into his arms. Xiao Man was really gentle to Yang Fan, and she did whatever he wanted. She sat on Yang Fan's lap, and after a moment of shyness, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Yang Fan held Xiao Man's slender waist with one hand, and gently stroked her smooth and firm thigh with the other. He said, "The Emperor is obviously waiting for me to come up with a way to clean up the mess, but it's already been a few days, and there hasn't been any movement from the censorate. If this continues, the Emperor will definitely be impatient, and maybe tomorrow he will make a decision on the prime ministers. At that time, there will be a conclusion to my matter. I think I will have to leave the palace for a while." Xiao Man said reluctantly, "If you don't stay in the palace, then you will have to go to another imperial army. Lang Jun is in the barracks, so it won't be easy to go home." "Yes." Yang Fan kissed her thin, soft, and sweet lips. He said, "Can't bear to part with Lang Jun?" He thought that this teasing would make Xiao Man shy and silent, but he didn't expect Xiao Man's face to turn red, and she lowered her head slightly. After a moment of silence, she actually softly said, "Yes, can't bear to part." Her words were full of affection, and Yang Fan unconsciously hugged her tightly. He gently stroked her shoulders, and their ears and temples were close for a while. Although they didn't say a word, their tenderness and affection were all in the silence. Yang Fan stroked her hair and said softly, "It's fine if you go to the Imperial Army. You can always come back after 10 days or half a month." He was afraid that when he was sent to a place, the imperial court would not allow him to bring his family with him. That would be terrible. "So, I would like to meet Xue Shi tomorrow and ask him to represent me so that I can remain in the capital." Yes, although Master Xue was Long Juan's master, he still had to be polite. "Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the warehouse and see if there's anything suitable for Master Xue. After I've made the necessary arrangements, Lang Jun—" At this point, Xiaoman's voice stopped abruptly as if she had thought of something. Yang Fan patted her head and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Did you think of something?" Xiaoman said, "When Lang Jun said that he was going to visit Master Xue tomorrow, I suddenly thought of something. This afternoon, a very strange person came to visit, but he didn't bring a visiting card. He only brought a message, asking Lang Jun to attend a banquet at the Golden Hairpin Tavern tomorrow afternoon." When Yang Fan heard this, he also felt a bit strange. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Tineno. The first time he went to that place was with Tineno, and he was lucky enough to enjoy a wonderful Huxian dance. These 2 days, after he was released from prison, he had a lot of things to deal with, and he didn't have time to look for Anu's whereabouts. Could it be that she took the initiative? Thinking of this, Yang Fan hurriedly asked, "What did that person say in the message?" Xiaoman said, "That person said that his master's name is Lotus Canal Companion Fishing Mountain Man, and he invited you to the Golden Hairpin Tavern tomorrow. He also said a lot of strange things." When Yang Fan heard the 4 words, Lotus Canal Companion Fishing Mountain Man, a strange expression appeared on his face. Fortunately, Xiaoman was softly nestled in his chest and didn't see his expression. Lotus Canal Companion Fishing Mountain Man. Yang Fan thought of the beautiful princess who was dragged into the water by the fish and her alluring buttocks when she ran into the moon-sweeping pavilion with her wet clothes. He immediately snorted, "She's just pretending to be mysterious. Ignore her. I'll be back after I go to White Horse Temple." Xiaoman innocently said, and Nu also thought that person was pretending to be mysterious and crazy. Not only did he refuse to tell me his real name, but he also said that his master caught 2 big fish. One was more alert and actually let go of the hook, but the other was fatter and got hooked. He wanted to invite you to the Golden Hairpin Tavern to share delicious food. Yang Fan was stunned again. "Is that so? Then I'll go." Xiaoman curiously asked, Does Lang Jun know who that person is? You understand what he's saying? Yang Fan looked at the mermaid in front of him, who was a little alert and actually let go of the hook, intimately scratched her nose, and softly sighed. Yes, this person is a true disciple of Jiang Taigong. When he's fishing, there's always someone willing to take the bait. I'll just go with her. Xue Huai really cared for Yang Fan. In the past, he sheltered Yang Fan, mainly because Yang Fan was the most promising among his disciples and brought him a lot of face. That day when he was drunk, he confided in Yang Fan, and in his heart, he faintly regarded Yang Fan as a close friend. When Yang Fan explained the purpose of his visit, Xue Huai immediately agreed. As soon as Yang Fan left, Xue Huai changed into a purple kasaya bestowed by the emperor and rushed to the palace with his two trusted disciples, Hong 1 and Hong 6. On the lovely spring terrace, Lai Junqin was prostrating himself in front of Wu Zetian. One bow, two bows, stand up, kneel, meticulous, extremely respectful. As he knelt down, his eyes secretly glanced at Wu Zetian's expression. Unfortunately, Wu Zetian's expression was like that of the great Buddha of Dragon Gate, mysterious and serene. It was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry. Lai Junqin unconsciously felt a bit of fear in his heart. He considered himself as Wu Zetian's lackey, so he naturally put in a lot of effort to figure out his master's temperament. It seemed that ever since Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, there was only a short period of peace and clarity, just when the world had a feeling that she was working hard to create a glorious Great Zhou Empire. She reverted to her old ways. This old way was suspicion, and bloodlust. In the past, this mentality was based on her desire to become the empress, and the resistance was endless. Not only did it come from Li Tang's imperial family and Li Tang's ministers, but the people also held a suspicious and opposed attitude towards a female empress that had never existed before. In the process of this kind of struggle, Wu Zetian seemed to have the bag of victory, but Chao Mingda's suspicion, Sima Yi's suspicion, and the decisive and unhesitating character of many founding heroes formed the main aspects of her character. Regardless of whether she was calm, thunderous, or kind in front of others, these were the things hidden in her heart. After she ascended to the throne, all of this seemed to disappear. For half a year, there was no longer a reign of terror in the imperial court, and the ruthless officials had put away their weapons. Even the informants in the copper pans were no longer read by her. It seemed that she really intended to use open and above-board political means to govern the world. In the end, it did not take long for Wu Zetian to revert to her old ways because of the struggle for the throne. She was not only the first female empress in history, she was also the oldest empress in history to overthrow the previous regime and ascend to the throne. So after she ascended the throne, the most important problem was not the governance of the country, but the choice of the heir. And through peaceful evolution, she seized power from the hands of her husband, and son was unprecedented. So the difficulty of choosing her successor was something that the founding emperors had never encountered before. So she once again reverted to the mentality that she had developed in order to seize the throne. She was doing something that no previous woman had ever done. She was walking a path that no one had ever walked before. In the past, whether it was fighting for the position of empress or emperor, she had a clear goal, but when faced with the problem of inheriting the throne, even someone as wise as she was had no choice. Her future, she could not see it clearly. She was afraid of any counterattack, and she happened to have the greatest power in the world. So what would she do? Lai Junqin had grasped this mentality of Wu Zetian, so he felt that no matter if it was a prince, a general, or a minister, he could do the same as before he helped Wu Zetian ascend to the throne, controlling life and death. But now, he could not grasp the emperor's mentality. When Lai Junqin heavily kowtowed for the last time, he suddenly thought of an answer. Could it be that the emperor has made a decision regarding the heir? Wu Zetian did not interrupt his bow. With a smile, like before, she calmly sat there, waiting for Lai Junchen to finish kowtowing for the last time. Then she slowly said, "Someone in the Eastern Palace has reported a change of heart." Lai Junchen's expression quickly became solemn. Wu Zetian said, "Today, a chamberlain revealed that the crown princess, Lady Lu, and concubine Do harbored resentment against me and used witchcraft to plot against me. Today, the two of them have been executed, and the Eastern Palace chamberlains and palace servants have confessed that the crown prince not only knew about it, but was also the mastermind. Lai Junchen, I hand this case over to you to try." Lai Junchen was ecstatic. He knew that once this case was confirmed, his crime of forcing the prime ministers to confess was no longer a big problem. Wu Zetian was silent for a while, then said, "Dan is my son, and he is the crown prince. I do not want the world to know that the current crown prince wants to rebel against the emperor, and I do not want the world to know that my son wants to kill his mother. You cannot bring this person to the Senate, so you can try him in the crown prince's palace." Lai Junchen had already expected this kind of arrangement, so he only calmly agreed and did not raise any questions. Wu Zetian revealed a slightly satisfied expression and said, "The crown prince's palace is under the strict supervision of the palace guards. Without my written order, no one is allowed to enter or leave." Shanghai held up a yellow silk handwritten order from Wu Zetian and handed it over. Wu Zetian said, "Take this and use it to enter the crown prince's palace. I want to know the truth." Lai Junchen took the emperor's order with both hands and humbly lowered his head. I will not disappoint your majesty." At this time, Chamberlain Xiao Hai tiptoed into the hall. Seeing that the emperor had finished talking to Lai Junchen, he bowed and said, "Everyone, White Horse Temple's great master, Huai requests an audience." Wu Zetian slightly frowned and said, "I have not summoned him. What is he doing here?" However, Wu Zetian had personally decreed that great Master Huai of the White Horse Temple could enter the palace without being summoned. He could freely enter and leave the palace. Now that Xue Huai had come uninvited, it was not a crime. Wu Zetian pondered for a while, then said, "Call him in." Lai Junchen did not change his expression and directly left the hall. As he turned to leave, he thought to himself, "Looking at this situation, Xue Huai's royal favor is gradually declining." Chapter 387. This poor monk, Huai, greets your majesty. "Master is here. Please have a seat." "Thank you, your majesty." Shanghai Wanner's eyes flickered, and she said to Wu Zetian, "Everyone, Wanner still has some books to deal with at the history library." Wu Zetian said, "There's no hurry, it won't be too late to go after you deal with the remaining memorials here." As she spoke, she beckoned for a palace maid to massage her legs, and asked Xue Huai, "Master, is there a reason you're here?" Shanghai Er's heart skipped a beat when she was called by Wu Zetian. In the past, as long as Xue Huai came, everyone would naturally avoid him. Even if the emperor was not in the mood to do it today, he would still keep Xue Huai by his side for a while. Why now? Wu Zetian did not realize that this action of hers had already caused many people to speculate about it. In fact, she was greatly affected because the person who used the curse to harm her was her own son. Although Wu Zetian had never placed much importance on kinship, she was, after all, old. She was now 70 years old, and her way of thinking was more or less different from before. Of course, subconsciously, although she did not hate Xue Huai, she was not as attached to him as she used to be. It was probably because they had been together for a long time, and she did not have the same passion for Xue Huai as before. With Xue Huai's careless nature, he did not realize the deeper meaning of Wu Zetian's action. He was no longer the young man in his early 20s, and he could no longer snuggle in Wu Zetian's arms and play coquettishly to make her happy. Moreover, Wu Zetian had been working hard for the past few years, racking her brains for the throne. She did not take good care of herself like she did in the past. After removing her makeup, she had wrinkled skin and white hair. She looked old, and he felt disgusted with her from the bottom of his heart. Hearing that Wu Zetian did not ask others to leave, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Xue Huai went straight to the point. This poor monk has not seen your majesty for a long time, and I miss you very much. Today, I specially came to the palace to visit your majesty. Moreover, there is a small matter that I would like to trouble your majesty with. Wu Zetian frowned imperceptibly and lightly asked, "Is there a shortage of funds?" "I can call the palace treasury." Xue Huai laughed and scratched his bald head. "Thank your majesty for your concern. It is not that I lack money to spend. It is because, your majesty, this poor monk has received your majesty's favor to become the abbot of White Horse Temple, and I have accepted a few useless disciples. Speaking of which, the only one among this poor monk's disciples who has some potential is the layman disciple, Yang Fan." Shang Wanwan was pretending to look at the memorials. When she heard this, her heart skipped a beat. "Is this Xue Huai speaking up for Fan Lang?" Xue Huai said, "These days, this poor monk often heard people say that although my disciple Yang Fan was released from prison, he has not returned to the palace to lead troops and protect your majesty for a long time. This has lost the favor of your majesty. Cough, cough. Your majesty, this poor monk's disciple is extremely loyal to your majesty. Xue Huai said, "These days, this poor monk has often heard people say that although my disciple Yang Fan was released from prison, he has lost the favor of your majesty by not returning to the palace to lead troops and protect your majesty for a long time. Cough. Your majesty, this poor monk's disciple is extremely loyal to your majesty. Wu Zetian finally understood the purpose of Xue Huai's visit. She smiled and interrupted Xue Huai. "I see, Master is here for your disciple." Wu Zetian gently waved her hand and said, "Master, you don't need to talk about this matter anymore. I did not teach Yang Fan to return to the palace for a long time because I have other plans. However, to say that he has lost my favor or even be demoted is absolutely impossible. Master, you can rest assured." Xue Huai was overjoyed and said, "Since your majesty has said so, then this poor monk can rest assured. But how does your majesty plan to arrange for my disciple?" Wu Zetian stared at him and said, "I have my own arrangements. Now that the edict has not been issued, letting Master know first is not in line with the laws of the court. Master, you were asked by your disciple Yang Fan, right? Master, when you go back, tell him to wait at home with peace of mind. I will make arrangements in a few days." Hearing this, Xue Huai did not ask further. He could only nod and said, "Now, I will have to trouble your majesty. This poor monk only has this good disciple. Please take care of him." Beside him, Shang Wanwan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Judging from his majesty's tone, Fan Lang won't be implicated by this case anymore. But I wonder what his majesty's so-called appropriate arrangements are for Lang Jun. Yang Fan once again arrived at the Golden Hairpin Drunk. He had just tied up his horse and was walking up the stairs to the main entrance when a winemaker, who had politely sent off a customer, turned around and happened to meet him. "Oh my, it's General Yang. Quick, invite him in, invite him in." This wine expert was the waiter who had witnessed the conflict between Yang Fan and Wu Yuji. Seeing the most manly man in his heart arrive at the hotel, he was especially excited. Yang Fan was puzzled by his unusual enthusiasm at first. Looking at him carefully, he felt vaguely familiar and knew that he must be the waiter who had seen him the last time. Yang Fan nodded and said, "I have come by invitation. Please bring me to the laundry room." He was referring to a private room. The wine expert heard him and said, "Ah, the guest in that private room has already arrived. He arrived just a moment earlier than General Yang. I will bring you." Just as he said this, another two people walked in through the door, followed by a few family guards in green. One of them raised his voice and said, "Innkeeper, is the heaven class still available? I would like to invite an esteemed guest for a drink." The wine expert turned around and was stunned. Yang Fan turned his head and was also stunned. He did not recognize one of the two people who had just walked in, but he was very familiar with the other one. It was Princess Taiping's son-in-law, Wu Yuji. Wu Yuji listened to the other person's words with a faint smile on his lips. He did not expect to meet Yang Fan again here. For a moment, the smile froze on his face. The other person saw Yang Fan and Wu Yuji's strange expressions and asked, "Know each other?" This person was Zheng Kejuan, the son of Great Elder Princess of Yen and Great Elder Princess of Yen, and was the youngest daughter of Emperor Gaozu of Tang, Li Yuan. She was only 4 or 5 years younger than Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian should call her aunt, but she recognized Wu Zetian as her mother. Seeing that Li Tang's imperial family was being purged, the princess hurriedly recognized Wu Zetian as her godmother. She felt that it was not safe, so she actively tried to get close to the Wu family and claimed kinship with the Prince of Wei, Wu Chengxi. She asked her son, Zheng Kejuan, to marry Wu Chengxi's daughter. Wu Chengxi was now a prince, and his daughter was called Junju, so Zheng Kejuan became the Juanma. Because Juanma Zheng actively tried to get close to the Wu family, he was familiar with the kings and generals of the Wu family. Today, he met Wu Yuji by chance and knew that Wu Yuji was not in a good mood. He sincerely wanted to curry favor with him and invited him for a drink. He did not expect to run into Yang Fan as soon as they stepped through the door. Wine Scholar was a quick-witted person and knew the situation was not good. The drama of Prince Consort Wu chasing Yang Fan on the street was the hottest topic in Golden Hairpin drunken wine these 2 days. If the two of them fought here, Professor Wine shuddered, turned around, and ran away to report the news to the innkeeper. A moment later, the ashen-faced Golden Hairpin drunken Wine hurried over with a large group of waiters, shouting as he ran, "Stop the fight! Stop the fight! As long as you stop them from fighting in our Golden Hairpin drunken wine, each of you will get 3 months' salary. Injured? If you're injured, I'll cover all your medical expenses and allow you to rest for half a year. Your salary will still be paid." When these waiters ran out in unison, they immediately attracted the attention of many customers. Some busybodies also followed them out. They hurriedly ran into the main hall and stopped at a distance. Wu Yuji's face alternated between red and white. After a long time, he suddenly took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Miraculously, his expression calmed down. "Kejuan, let's go to another shop. I'm not used to this Golden Hairpin drunken wine." Wu Yuji's words stunned Zheng Kejuan and Yang Fan. Based on the previous scene of him chasing after Yang Fan on Wu Yuji Long Street, now that they had met again, their eyes were burning with hatred. It was hard to say how the fight would turn out. Zheng Kejuan was still hesitating whether he should help when the time came. If he helped, he would offend Princess Taiping. If he didn't help, it would be inexcusable. Zheng Kejuan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was also filled with disdain for Wu Yuji. A man can be killed, but not humiliated. Killing one's father and stealing one's wife are absolutely irreconcilable. Wu Yuji is a dignified prince, yet he actually tolerated it Who would have thought that Wu Yuji's face did not show the slightest bit of shame or anger when he said this? He calmly said this and turned to walk away. Zhang Kajuan was stunned for a moment before he quickly chased after him. "Princess son-in-law, wait for me." As soon as Wu Yuji left, the hall exploded with noise. The guests and the restless waiters were all talking at once, discussing spiritedly. Someone said, "That's right. Of course, I'm not used to golden hairpin drunken wine." "Ha ha, with a certain someone here. All the wine here is sour." "Shoo, shoo, shoo. Can't you have some manners?" But speaking of which, Princess Taiping really knows how to control her husband. Yang Fan saw that Wu Yuji actually turned to leave. It was completely different from the last time they met, and he was stunned. He suddenly remembered the words that Princess Taiping said to him when he left Shuiyu Pavilion, when he went to the Princess Mansion to see Princess Taiping. "You don't have to worry. Wu Yuji will not find trouble with you anymore." He could not help but be secretly surprised. This princess was really amazing. What method did she use to make Wu Yuji swallow his anger like this? Thinking of Princess Taiping's power, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel anxious. He secretly raised his guard and walked over to the wine drinker. "Excuse me, take me there." "Ah, good, good, good. Guest, this way, please." "General, this way, please." The wine drinker came back to his senses and suppressed the urge to kowtow to Yang Fan. He eagerly led him into the restaurant. The waiters and customers who were watching immediately moved to the sides and uniformly looked at Yang Fan, who was walking slowly, as a salute. Yang Fan was under a lot of pressure. Chapter 388. The last time Yang Fan was here, he didn't notice that the 2 private rooms on both sides of the door had been changed. That day was the Wu clan's family banquet. The seating arrangement in the hall was also different from today. Today's banquet was arranged around the circular stage, and the private rooms on both sides were in the best position to watch the stage. Once the door of the private room was closed, it was a completely enclosed space where people could talk about private topics, and when they opened it, they could enjoy the singing and dancing on the stage. The disturbance that occurred at the entrance had attracted the attention of many customers, and in order to attract everyone back as soon as possible, the manager sent 6 enchanting beauties to dance a sexy and moving dance on the stage. Yang Fan walked to the orchid room amidst the lively rhythm of the Kucha dance, and there were still 2 tall and sturdy female sumo wrestlers standing at the door. When they saw Yang Fan walking over, the 2 fierce-looking women tried their best to squeeze out a friendly and cordial smile and open the door for him. At this time, the customers of the Golden Hairpin Drunken already knew Yang Fan's identity and were curious as to who he was meeting here. Taking advantage of the opening of the door, everyone looked inside and saw a beauty lying on her side behind a low table with one hand supporting her cheek, smiling at Yang Fan. The door was closed again, and with just a glance, the beauty's radiance hit them in the face. Everyone felt that the woman was extremely beautiful, and her charm and temperament were also excellent. That slender thigh that was bent was even more beautiful, but as for her facial features and figure, which part was the most beautiful and what she looked like, they couldn't think of it at the moment, and the only feeling left in their minds was extremely beautiful. Some of the customers raised their wine cups in a daze and drank a large cup of wine, still reminiscing about the beauty's extremely graceful figure and the indescribable beauty. They only felt the fragrance lingering in their teeth, and the aftertaste was endless. Only now did they know that beauty was truly a feast for the eyes. However, even though they had never seen Princess Taiping before, everyone immediately guessed that the woman in the private room was the flower of Luoyang, the princess of the princesses, the noble Taiping, because even though she was lazily lying on the couch, that kind of noble, awe-inspiring, and sacred beauty was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Yang Fan was in the room, so naturally he could see more clearly than anyone else. He was a little curious. He didn't know why Princess Taiping liked to wear plain clothes these days, but the deepest memory in his mind had always been of Princess Taiping wearing a red dress on the banks of the Luo River, like a beautiful mermaid leaping ashore. But he also had to admit that even if Princess Taiping was wearing plain clothes, she was still extremely beautiful. This kind of beauty of hers was completely different from Shanghai, Wan Er's simple, elegant, tranquil, graceful like a white lotus, her facial features exuding a scholarly air. Even if she was wearing plain clothes, Princess Taiping was dazzling like a cluster of flames. Although she was wearing a simple and elegant gown, it was completely different from Shangguan Wan Er's wide robe with big sleeves and elegant intellectual beauty. Her plain gown was made in the style of a Hu costume, and it was very tight and close-fitting. It had a half-sleeved collar, a short skirt, a crescent white belt, and pearl-white pointed satin boots. If when Wan Er was wearing a white robe, she was like a bright moon hanging high in the sky, making people intoxicated with her bright and beautiful, then Princess Taiping, for a moment, Yang Fan couldn't think of any words to describe her. Perhaps she was like a plate of delicate fish that was as thin as cicadas' wings and as white as the first snow. Anyone who saw her would want to take the entire plate and swallow her proud and enchanting body into their stomach to satiate their desire. Today, she was wearing women's clothing. Yang Fan had rarely seen her go out in women's clothing. "You're a little late." Princess Taiping smiled sweetly at him, lightly patted the couch beside her, and softly said, "Come and sit." Yang Fan looked calm, walked over very calmly, and sat down beside her. Princess Taiping thought that he would be full of vigilance and vigilance towards her like before, and would never sit beside her. Seeing his action, a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. That trace of surprise was seen by Yang Fan, and Yang Fan couldn't help but secretly smile. Since the last time when he fled in panic from the princess mansion, he had reflected on the reason why he was often teased by Princess Taiping. In fact, he was often at a disadvantage in front of Princess Taiping. The key was not whether Princess Taiping had guessed what he would do, but facing Princess Taiping, who had both gratitude and resentment towards him, and facing her passionate and bold teasing, Yang Fan's state of mind was easily disturbed. When his mind was disturbed, naturally his mood would be easily controlled by Princess Taiping. Therefore, Yang Fan had already thought of the most effective way to deal with her, turning from guest to host, turning from defense to offense. Yang Fan put on a serious face and said, "Originally, I wouldn't be late, but unfortunately, I met an old friend at the door just now and was delayed for a while." Princess Taiping slightly frowned and said, "Old friend? What old friend do you have?" Yang Fan said, "Of course, it's that Prince Consort Wu who chased me on the long street 2 days ago." "Oh, whoosh." Princess Taiping sat up with a slightly nervous expression. However, seeing Yang Fan's clothes were neat and tidy, without any injury on his body, her nervous expression was swept away. She smiled again and said, "Where is he? He didn't dare to do anything to you, right?" Yang Fan originally wanted to scare her, but Princess Taiping's reaction was somewhat beyond his expectations. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a little strange, and asked, "What did you do to him? I can see that he has a deep hatred for me, but he actually endured it." Princess Taiping made a face at him and proudly said with a smile, "Mountain people have their own brilliant plan, but heaven's secrets cannot be revealed, hee." When she said mountain people, Yang Fan immediately thought of her metaphor of 2 fishes and asked, "You sent someone to my residence and said that there is a fish on the hook. Once the fish is on the hook, it can also be released, right? I would like to ask, how can this fish escape from the hook?" Princess Taiping slightly narrowed her pair of charming eyes and enchantingly said, "You think I will easily tell you?" Yang Fan's eyes quickly flashed, and he picked up the half cup of wine that Princess Taiping had placed on the table and gently took a sip. He actually didn't get angry. This time it was Princess Taiping's turn to be surprised. She glanced at Yang Fan in astonishment and slightly rolled her eyes, thinking about his unusual reaction. Yang Fan held that mouthful of wine, tasted it for a moment, and swallowed it. He looked at Princess Taiping again and calmly asked, "Why did you find me again today?" He actually didn't ask how to release from the vow. Princess Taiping was even more puzzled. Yang Fan's performance was always beyond her expectations. Her feeling of having the pearl of wisdom in her hands gradually became less and less. Of course, she didn't like it. Every time Yang Fan saw her, he couldn't forget about Shanghai Every time he anxiously asked how to release from the vow, she would be sad, jealous, and angry. But she always had a way to provoke Yang Fan and make him even more out of control. But now, Yang Fan's performance made his mood like the clouds in the sky, floating here and there, completely unpredictable. Princess Taiping simply didn't know what Yang Fan was thinking, and also didn't know what he wanted to do. Her Royal Highness was a little flustered. She gently bit her lower lip and glanced at Yang Fan. Then she gently straightened her long leg and gently rubbed it on Yang Fan's knee. She put it under his eyelids and again used her old trick, charmingly and softly said, "I want to ask you to come and drink with me." Her left leg was curled horizontally under the knee of her right leg. Her right leg was perfectly straight, like a fur on the back of a piece of paper. That perfectly straight right leg was stretched horizontally in front of Yang Fan as if to show off. Her snow-white riding pants were tucked into her boots. The line of her calf was beautiful, smooth like a silver sori that had just been caught on the shore. And her thighs were perfectly round, like jade pillars, forming a sharp contrast with her slender calf. But there wasn't the slightest sense of awkwardness. It was a pair of thighs with a golden ratio, and the line of her legs was perfectly straight without any protrusions. "Didn't you ask me to go to the Luo River on Valentine's Day?" Yang Fan glanced at her. As he spoke, his hand was already on her calf. Then he slowly tightened his grip. Her calf was just thick enough for him to grasp it with one hand. Princess Taiping's calf muscles were flexible and firm, full of elasticity. But this was only a momentary feeling, because Princess Taiping's leg immediately straightened, and the calf muscles immediately became as hard as iron due to the tension. Princess Taiping didn't know if she was surprised and happy or afraid and embarrassed. She had racked her brains. Didn't she just hope that her lover would look back at her and have a little bit of intimacy and love for her? But when all of this really happened, she had a kind of panic and fear. Because in her view, it was impossible for Yang Fan to give in so easily or be captivated by her beauty. Because of this, she was somewhat at a loss of what to do with Yang Fan's unconventional actions. She wanted to pull her leg back, but she was also reluctant to do so. Yang Fan's hand was on her calf. First, he lightly touched it, giving her a kind of ticklish feeling. Then he tightly grasped it, and the burning feeling was like putting her leg on a stove. Princess Taiping couldn't help but shudder. Yang Fan grasped her calf, and then played with her perfectly round ankle. Then he slowly moved up her calf and gradually slid down to her sensitive, delicate, soft, and plump thigh. Yang Fan's speed of speaking was not fast, but there was a kind of unquestionable tyranny in his voice. "I'm asking you a question." Taiping gave in and replied in a low voice, because I can't wait until Valentine's Day." "Huh." Yang Fan looked at her again, causing Princess Taiping to be flustered. She lowered her eyes, not daring to look at Yang Fan again. She only stammered, I miss you." When these words came out, her face immediately became as red as an apple. Because of the strength that Yang Fan had displayed, she probably felt a little wronged. Chapter 389. Yang Fan couldn't tell if this sentence was true or false. When the false becomes true, the true becomes false. After all, Princess Taiping's current appearance was very different from the arrogant image that she used to have in the past. Now she looked very much like a weak and easily bullied little wife. "So, you found an excuse to come here and ask me to drink with you?" Yes, Princess Taiping continued to lower her head and eyes, but the sound coming from her nose became more and more gentle. Yang Fan said, "You are wrong. Also wrong." "What?" Princess Taiping raised her eyes and looked at him with some confusion. Yang Fan said word by word, "I am not drinking with you. You are drinking with me. You understand?" Princess Taiping was surprised. "What's the difference?" Yang Fan didn't say anything and just stared at her deeply. Yang Fan's hand had already slid to the depths of her thighs, gently caressing her soft flesh that was like tofu. His hand was very gentle, caressing, definitely the hand of a competent lover, but his eyes were very calm, as sharp as a wolf's. Such a huge contrast produced a very special effect in Princess Taiping's eyes. Yes, she liked this kind of man's eyes. She was addicted to this kind of man, but she didn't want a man to be addicted to her. She was arrogant and noble, so there was only one thing in this world that she couldn't get, and that was to be humble and obedient like a devout slave. She had never had this kind of feeling. Even her most beloved son-in-law Xue Xiao, although she really loved him, she had never received such passion and impulse from him. Only that time, when Yang Fan pressed her on his knees like a child and spanked her buttocks hard, and the stimulation of the ice cubes completely ignited the special qualities hidden in the depths of her body. She liked this kind of feeling of being conquered. Just like when a small beast opened its eyes, it would treat the first creature it saw as its mother. Princess Taiping's arrogant and noble outer shell was broken in the hands of Yang Fan, and her true temperament was only shown to Yang Fan. She had gone from one extreme to the other. In the past, she wanted Yang Fan to be her gigolo. Later, she settled for the next best thing and only wanted to be a pair of secret lovers with him. From that day onwards, what she wanted the most was to be Yang Fan's female slave, a slave that belonged exclusively to him. At this moment, Yang Fan seemed to be repeating what he had done that day. His hands were causing her body to have a strong reaction, and his attitude was tough and domineering. He only needed one response from her: submit. It was the ultimate surrender of happiness. Princess Taiping almost couldn't bear the thought of groveling at his knees. She tried hard to resist the thrill of pleasure and the urge to moan, but her pair of eyes gradually became dreamy and misty, revealing the true feelings of her heart without a doubt. I knew, understand, when her thighs were being stroked and she was about to have a strange reaction in the secret part, and she was about to make a fool of herself in front of her sweetheart. Princess Taiping finally understood. She meekly bowed her head and used the most gentle tone and the most humble address to address this man as subject. Yang Fan smiled and let go of her hand. "Then pour the wine." Yes. As soon as Yang Fan's hand left her hand, Princess Taiping was relieved. But there was also a hint of disappointment in her. She obediently got up and didn't dare to lie in front of Yang Fan with that arrogant look anymore. Instead, she knelt down and gently poured a glass of red grape wine for him. She held it with both hands and brought it to her forehead and presented it to Yang Fan with the most respectful gesture. She had never served anyone before. For a long time, she had always been high up, always being held up, respected and cared for like a goddess. So at this moment, for the first time in her life, she was serving a man with a humble and docile attitude, which made her feel novel and excited. When Yang Fan reached out his hand and took the wine from her hand in a condescending manner, her body couldn't help but tremble. She liked this feeling. At this time, The barrier door was opened with a hua sound. The one who opened the door was the external steward of the princess mansion, Li Yi. He had just received an extremely important news, so he immediately rushed over. If this was Her Royal Highness' boudoir, and Her Royal Highness had summoned a young and strong man, then even if the entire princess residence had been engulfed in a monstrous fire, Li Yi would probably remember to report it first. However, this was a wine shop, and Her Royal Highness would not do anything too excessive here. So Li Yi wasn't too cautious. Plus the news he had just received was too shocking. So he opened the barrier door, and after opening it, he regretted it, since they knew that behind that door was the most noble and beautiful Tang Dynasty princess. The noise outside suddenly disappeared. Every guest became polite and firmly adhered to the teachings of Confucius. Don't talk while eating. No one spoke. No one spoke, but no one left either. Usually, they didn't have the opportunity to be so close to any princess, let alone Princess Taiping. Princesses were also born of the first wife, and some were born of concubines. Some were beautiful, and some were mediocre. But for Princess Taiping, only the best title could be used to describe her. She was the most noble and beautiful princess who was loved by all. Now, they were drinking in the same wine shop as this beautiful and noble princess. This experience was enough for them to brag to anyone. What's more, there was the princess lover in that private room. The passion and yearning of the people of the Tang Dynasty, who liked romance and unrestrained, was enough to make them completely ignore the fact that these two people were bound by marriage. Not a single guest left the golden hairpin drunken table, but people kept coming in. Every guest who came in would get a mysterious hint from the waiter at the first moment. When they were confused, they would be kindly reminded by other guests, so they also became the most refined drinkers. They drank wine, but their ears were always pricked up, hoping to hear a word or two from that private room. This was enough for them to brag to others. The manager of the Golden Hairpin Drunken was very excited. Her beautiful and noble highness had actually chosen this place as the place for her tryst with her lover. This alone could push the Golden Hairpin Drunken to the top of the 8 great wine shops in Luoyang. This was a benefit that couldn't be bought with money. At this moment, Li Yi came, and he even opened the barrier door. All the guests and the manager of the Golden Hairpin Drunken, who followed and saw this scene. Yang Fan was sitting upright with his legs crossed. In front of him was a table with wine and dishes on it. There was also a long sword that he had brought with him. Princess Taiping, who was more beautiful and noble than the fairies in heaven in their hearts, was kneeling on the side of Yang Fan, holding a cup with both hands and offering wine to him in the most humble manner. Yang Fan, on the other hand, just stretched out a hand and used 2 fingers to take the cup. This was completely the relationship between the most honorable master and the most lowly slave. Even though she was toasting in such a manner, Princess Taiping's figure was still impeccably beautiful, elegant, dignified, noble, and generous. However, in the eyes of others, all of this only served to highlight Yang Fan's status as the master in front of her. This contrast was really too big, until Li Yi reacted and closed the barrier door. All the drinkers outside were still in a daze. Although these poor people had long known that the relationship between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping was unusual, but was this Princess Taiping's gigolo? In front of him, the Honorable Princess Royal Highness was only a maid. Clang! The wine pot in someone's hand fell to the ground, rolled twice on the ground, and spilled wine. Someone held chopsticks in his hand, but didn't take the food. He just made a few movements in the air, and then put the empty chopsticks into his mouth, only to find that there was nothing on the chopsticks. Someone hurriedly turned back and wanted to ask his companion to confirm that he was not hallucinating or dreaming. but when he saw the same stunned expression on his companion's face, he knew that there was no need to ask again. "What's the matter?" Princess Taiping saw Li Yi's shocked face, but she didn't panic at all. After Yang Fan took the wine cup, she gently shook her big sleeves, straightened her neck, turned to Li Yi, and asked in a noble and elegant manner, Oh. Li Yi quickly closed his half-open mouth, quickly walked to the front of Princess Taiping, bent down, and whispered a few words in her ear. "What?" Princess Taiping's calm and unhurried expression finally disappeared. She gently pursed her lips. Only at this moment, that charming face restored some of the resolute and decisive expression that most women couldn't have in their lifetime. "I know, you can leave." Princess Taiping ordered in a calm tone, but Yang Fan heard the fear and panic hidden under the calmness. Li Yi bowed and walked out backwards. This time, he learned to be smart. He only opened the barrier door a little, and as soon as he stepped out, he quickly closed it again. As soon as Li Yi stepped out, Princess Taiping's panicked expression couldn't be hidden anymore. Yang Fan couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter?" Princess Taiping tightly pursed her lips. After a long time, she gently raised her head and looked at him with glistening tears. "My mother Empress made a move against my brother." Yang Fan slightly frowned and suddenly said involuntarily, "Crown Prince?" Princess Taiping whispered, "Yesterday, Wei Tuan reported that she found someone secretly practicing witchcraft in the East Palace. Mother Empress sent internal guards with Wei Tuan to search the Crown Prince's palace. In the rooms of Crown Princess Lu and concubine Madame Dou, they found talismans and cursing puppets with Mother Empress's name on them." Yang Fan stared at her and asked, "And then?" Princess Taiping said, "Then Mother Empress ordered people to arrest Madame Dou and Madame Lu and beat them to death. Some servants and maids in the Crown Prince's palace reported that Madame Dou and Madame Lu cursed the emperor with witchcraft, and it was the Crown Prince's intention. This morning, Mother Empress ordered Lai Junchen to go to the East Palace to investigate this case." Princess Taiping gritted her teeth and smiled coldly. "Lai Junchen is the chief judge. He, Crown Prince brother, is finished." Chapter 390. Yang Fan frowned and said, "How is it possible? The Crown Prince has always—" The word coward almost slipped out of his mouth. Yang Fan quickly held it back and said, "The Crown Prince has always been filial. Why would he kill his mother? This is obviously a false accusation." Princess Taiping shook her head gently and said, "This is not important. The important thing is whether the Empress believes it or not, and what the Empress is going to do." She looked at Yang Fan and said sadly, "If the Empress believes it, or if she has made up her mind to kill all the descendants of Li Tang, then the Li family will be finished. The royal family has been killed. Now, only the two sons of the Empress are left. If the Crown Prince falls today, the Empress doesn't need to do anything. The officials will figure out the Empress's intention. The elder brother in Luzhou will not be spared. The royal family of Li Tang will be wiped out." She closed her eyes and slowly opened them again. She said with tears in her eyes, "Deceiving her husband, killing her son, killing her grandchild, and slaughtering her husband's entire family. As an empress, I have to do everything." Yang Fan saw that she was so depressed and couldn't help but frown. He said, "We don't know the emperor's intention. Why are you so desperate?" Princess Taiping said sadly, "If it wasn't the Empress's intention, who would dare to frame the Crown Prince? Even Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi, who have been coveting the Crown Prince's position for a long time, would not dare to use such a crazy method." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "Since you still care about your brother, you should try your best to help him. At least, you should first find out whether Wei Tuan accusation to the Crown Prince was planned by the emperor. You should have some spies in the palace. It shouldn't be difficult to find out this information. That's right. I should at least find out whether this is the Empress's intention. Princess Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened up. She gratefully looked at Yang Fan and gently snuggled up to his side. She opened her arms and hugged his body. She gently rested her chin on his shoulder and gently caressed Yang Fan's cheek. She softly said, "Xiao Fan, help me under these circumstances." How could Yang Fan bear to push her away? He could only smile bitterly. "I am but a mere soldier. If you hadn't saved me, I would already be a ghost under Lai Junshin's blade. What can I do to help you?" Princess Taiping gently shook her head and said in a low voice, "Fan Lang, you don't have to flatter yourself. Pooh, you can help me a lot. I don't need you to give me anything that I can get. What I can't get, only you can give me." While Yang Fan was still pondering over the meaning behind Princess Taiping's words, 2 tears of love from Princess Taiping gently fell on his shoulder. She had already left his embrace and turned to walk out. When the barrier door was opened, Princess Taiping did not stop for even a moment. She quickly walked out of the drunken golden hairpin. All the customers in the restaurant immediately held their breath in awe. They silently watched this beautiful princess float out of the main hall like a lithe butterfly, and then simultaneously cast their gazes towards the private room. The door of the private room was open. Yang Fan was sitting cross-legged on the mat. After a moment of silence, he gently picked up a full glass of wine in front of him and drained it in one gulp. He slammed the glass heavily on the table and shouted, "Waiter, settle the bill." Everyone immediately fell for it. Yang Fan also left. The moment he stepped out of the golden hairpin drunken, the entire restaurant burst into an uproar. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I originally thought that the encounter between Yang Fan and Prince Consort Wu would be a good show, but I never thought that Prince Consort Wu would actually be terrified. I originally thought that Princess Taiping had a way to control her husband, but looking at her posture just now, the truly powerful one is still Yang Langjiang. Truly, truly a way to control a woman. What's so great about controlling a woman? What's amazing is that Princess Yu has a way. Yes, 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 the #1 person in the Tang dynasty. All the customers nodded their heads in excitement. What? Why wasn't anyone angry and denouncing him? What era was this? In this era, Wu Zetian could serve 2 generations of monarchs, and then she could become an emperor and obtain the allegiance of many outstanding people. This was the era when Li Longji's father took in a daughter-in-law, but he could obtain Li Bai's clothes on the clouds, flowers on the flowers, and the dew on the balustrade is dense. If we don't meet at the top of the Jade Mountain, we will meet under the moon on the Jade platform. And by Ji, we are willing to be birds flying together in the sky, and we are willing to be intertwined branches on the ground. This is the era where the heavens and the earth will never end, and this hatred will never end. This was the era where Hu Feng was prevalent, and the Tang people had always worshipped romantic love. Otherwise, they wouldn't have adapted the love story of the cowherd and the weaver girl into a weaver girl meeting her lover in secret, and after lingering on the bed, they would then make fun of the cowherd for not understanding the mood. They first saw Wu Yuji's cowardice, and then saw the 2 of them being so calm. Not only did they not feel the slightest bit of disdain, they instead admired and admired them. Yang Fan's name was finally known by everyone. In the past, people were only concerned about Princess Taiping's affair. As for Yang Fan, who cared who he was? It was just a tool for Her Highness the Princess. Now, they actually knew that the noble and beautiful Princess Taiping was actually fawning over Yang Fan and considered herself a female slave. This was incredible. Even those who originally despised Yang Fan for being a gigolo had a drastic change in attitude at this moment. They admired and admired Yang Fan to the extreme. Originally, there were still some criticisms of him in the streets, but at this time, they were all swept away. If anyone dared to say anything bad about him, there would immediately be someone who would jump out to defend him, spitting on that person's face. Don't say that Princess Taiping is a female slave in front of you. If you have the ability to make Her Royal Highness look at you, then you have the ability. You don't have the ability? Stop bullshit*ting. It was still a small matter, but people had a completely different impression of who was the master and who was the servant, and who was the superior and who was the subordinate. This was the counterattack of a loser. Princess Taiping's father and mother were both emperors, and her brother had also been an emperor. Therefore, all the men in the world were loser in front of this noble princess. Therefore, overnight, Yang Fan became the most respected and envied man in the hearts of all the loser men in the world. It's not the order of Mother Empress. After Princess Taiping returned to the princess mansion, she immediately sent someone to get in touch with the palace. After she got a detailed report, she finally confirmed that before the outbreak of the curse in the Crown Prince Palace, her mother knew nothing about it. Princess Taiping immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was not the order of her mother, her brother still had a chance to survive. However, although it was not the plan of Mother Empress, it had already happened according to her mother's temperament. Even if this person was her own son, she would not hesitate to kill him coldly. If she wanted to save her brother and save the hope of the Li family, how should she start? Princess Taiping paced anxiously in the room. After thinking hard for a long time, she raised her head again and looked at Chengqian on the roof. She stood quietly for a while, and the anxious look on her face was gradually replaced by calmness. She turned around and calmly asked the internal steward, "Zhou Min, is there any way to get in touch with the East Palace?" Zhou Min shook her head and said, "Princess, it is very difficult. The emperor has blocked the East Palace. Without the emperor's written order, no one can get in or out. And the emperor's written order is in the hands of Lai Junqian. Originally, we had Wei Tuaner, the biggest insider. But now it is she who reported to the Crown Prince. How can she help us communicate with the Crown Prince?" Princess Taiping gently pinched her fingers, making the knuckles make a slight sound. One by one, after a moment of silence, she slowly said, "Is it the internal guard who guards the East Palace?" "Yes." Princess Taiping let out a long sigh and murmured, "Internal guard, internal guard. Warner, I have to see her." Zhou Min worriedly said, "Princess, it is not appropriate for you to enter the palace now. The emperor has even suspected the crown prince. If you enter the palace at this time, I'm afraid you will bring trouble to yourself." Princess Taiping replied with a and said, "Then please ask our Shangguan to leave the palace. Zheng Mansion." In the whole of Luoyang, even in the whole of Great Zhou, there was only one mansion that was named after the mistress of the house. Although the Shangguan family was no longer as severely persecuted as in the past, but in name, the Shangguan family had not been rehabilitated. The two words Shangguan could not be written on the lintel of the house. Therefore, there was this Zheng Mansion, a mansion that was named after Shangguan Wanner's mother. In an era where even the empress could appear, although naming a mansion after the mistress of the house was somewhat impolite, it did not attract any criticism. Of course, this was also related to the current status of Shangguan Wanner. Just like the mansion of the princess and the prince's son-in-law had always been called the Princess Mansion, not the prince's son-in-law's mansion. When a woman's status reached a certain level, the etiquette and rules of the world would no longer be binding on them. Men would also feel that it was natural. Madame Zheng was sick, very sick. It was said that after the magic hands Jiang Yechuan treated her, he felt that it was very difficult. Now, He simply lived in the Zheng mansion and focused on treating Madame Zheng. Filial piety was the most important of all virtues. This rule was the most valued since ancient times, even for the emperor, especially for the emperor, who was experiencing the incident of his own son trying to kill him with a curse. He especially valued filial piety. Therefore, as soon as Shangguan Wanner mentioned it to her, she generously agreed and allowed Wanner to return to the mansion to visit. In the backyard of the Zheng mansion, Shangguan Wanner's boudoir, the embroidery building. Although Wanner had not lived here for more than half a month, since she was the young mistress of the Zheng mansion, and since she was still unmarried, this embroidery building was naturally kept for her. Moreover, there were people who cleaned it every day. When Shangguan Wanner returned to the Zheng mansion, she hurried to the backyard to visit her mother's illness. But after only half an hour, she quietly appeared in her own embroidery building. Except for a few of the most trusted family members in the Zheng mansion, others thought that at this moment, Shangguan Wanner was still in front of Madame Zheng's sickbed. "What do you want to see me for?" Shangguan Wanner was neither servile nor overbearing. She was not affectionate, but she was not hostile either. Princess Taiping saved her lover, but she also took advantage of her perilous situation to force her to swear to leave Yang Fan. She could maintain this kind of attitude, which was already very gentlemanly. Princess Taiping had obviously expected her attitude, but now the situation was urgent. She did not care about being polite or trying to repair the relationship with Shangguan Wanner. She directly stated her purpose of coming and anxiously said, "I want to see the crown prince, or let my people see the crown prince. No one in the palace is more powerful than you. Only you can help me." Shangguan Wanner was silent for a moment. She gently raised her eyebrows and stared at the face of her former best friend. She coldly asked, "See the crown prince? Do you know how much risk there is in this? I can help you, but why should I help you?" Princess Taiping showed a trace of a bitter smile and said, "I knew that you would wait for me here. So, let's talk about the deal." Chapter 391. The Crown Prince's palace was surrounded by internal guards. The Crown Prince's palace was filled with officials and bailiffs from the imperial censor. Although no one had restricted the Crown Prince's freedom, the Crown Prince had long ago shut himself in his chambers. Even his meals were delivered to him, and he refused to take a step outside. He was fearfully waiting for his mother's punishment. The Crown Prince was the heir to the throne, and the heir to the throne had his own government hall. This was where he received the officials of the Eastern Palace. When the officials of the court wanted to see the Crown Prince, they would meet here. Li Dan had also lived here when he was the emperor. Back then, Wu Yuji and the others had used both carrot and stick to force him to submit to Wu Zetian. Now, this place was Lai Junqian's court. In the court, Lai Junqian sat majestically. A dozen attendants knelt in front of him. They were all the Crown Prince's trusted aides. Lai Junqian had Judge Wang Desho read out the Crown Prince's crimes and the confessions of the attendants of the Crown Princess Lu and concubine Do. He said in a clear voice, "The Crown Prince's crimes may be hidden from others, but not from those who serve him. Logically, as the Crown Prince's attendants, if the Crown Prince commits treason, you should be beheaded. But according to the laws of the Zhou dynasty, if you commit treason and confess immediately, your crimes will be reduced by 1 level. Then you will not have to die. This is your only chance to live. Now confess." The dozen or so attendants knelt in the hall and were silent. Lai Junqian waited quietly for a moment and laughed. "Good, no one confesses? Then I can only use torture." One of the attendants gathered his courage and argued, "Deputy Minister Lai, the Crown Prince has not rebelled at all." Lai Junqian slammed the gavel and shouted, "Come, each of you will be flogged 20 times. Torture." This was the Crown Prince's palace. Lai Junchen could not bring all the strange instruments of torture from the imperial censor. Also, he was not clean at the moment. Even though he was eager to perform a meritorious deed and resolve his crisis, he was more afraid of giving others an excuse. So, he only used the flogging. However, even if it was just a cane punishment, it was not something that could be easily endured. More than a dozen eunuchs were pressed to the ground and flogged. Screams immediately sounded in the political affairs hall. Lai Junchen's gaze slowly moved across the faces of the eunuchs. He didn't believe that this bunch of spineless eunuchs would be so unyielding that not a single one of them would confess. Crown Prince Li Dan had feigned calmness for the first 2 days, but as Lai Junchen entered the palace to interrogate him, he finally lost his cool. He shut himself in the Crown Prince's palace for the next 2 days, not even leaving his room. His heart was filled with anxiety, and his mouth was covered in blisters. He wanted to pray and ask his ancestors to bless him, but he didn't even dare to kneel and pray now. He was worried that others would think that he was cursing the Queen Mother. At this time, he had no time to grieve for Madame Doe and Madame Lu who had just died. He couldn't even save his own life. Crown Prince Lon Fayer quietly entered the bedchamber and called out softly, "Get out!" Li Dan flew into a rage. He didn't show any mercy even though Lon Fayer had become the person by his bed. Lon Fayer jumped in fright. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears of grievance. She pursed her lips and sobbed, "Crown Prince, someone from Princess Taiping's residence wants to see you." "What?" Li Dan hurriedly ran out from behind the screen and exclaimed in surprise, "Did the Queen Mother ask Lingwe to send someone?" Lon Fayer shook her head and said in a low voice, "Princess Taiping was extremely worried when she heard that the Crown Prince was in trouble. However, the Crown Prince's palace has been surrounded and her people can't enter. That's why she went through a lot of trouble and asked for the approval of the inner guards. Crown Prince, the person can't stay for long. No, I won't see him." Li Dan turned pale with fright. "Chase him away. Hurry up and chase him away. It'll be troublesome if the Queen Mother's people find out. This Taiping is too outrageous. Isn't he just causing trouble for me? Hurry up and chase him away." Lon Fayer looked at him silently. She looked at this son of the Son of Heaven, the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou who had once been the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. No matter what, this Crown Prince would be her man from now on. Who didn't want their man to be a man of indomitable spirit? But if he wasn't born into an imperial family, then what would he be? In his panic, Li Dan didn't notice the disappointment and disdain in Lon Fayer's eyes. Seeing her stand there without moving, Li Dan was even more furious. However, he didn't dare to raise his voice. He could only growl in a low voice, "What are you still standing there for? Even you want to harm me? Hurry up and go." Lon Fayer silently turned around and walked out of the hall. Li Dan scurried around the hall like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Suddenly, he quickly chased after Lon Fayer. Just as she was about to step out of the bedchamber, he grabbed her arm and asked in a trembling voice, Was the person Taiping sent discovered by the censorate?" Lon Fayer said. He pretended to be a eunuch who delivered food to the censorate. The censorate didn't suspect anything, but because of this, he couldn't stay for long. He had to pack up the food and leave, so he said he could only see the Crown Prince for a moment. Li Dan fiercely grabbed at his hair, his heart struggling. He was only 30 years old, but his hair was already white. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. Li Dan gritted his teeth and struggled for a moment. Suddenly, he said, "Bring him to see me, quickly." Lon Fayer happily agreed and quickly walked out. Soon, Li Yi appeared in front of Li Dan, dressed in a eunuch's uniform. He was a eunuch to begin with, before Princess Taiping's marriage. He had been serving in the palace, so it wasn't difficult for him to pretend to be a eunuch. Li Dan looked him up and down, puzzled. "You are one of Taiping's people?" Li Yi took out something from his bosom. Li Dan snatched it and quickly opened it. It was a jade disc, the one that the court had conferred the title of princess on Li Linghua. Li Dan let out a long breath and nervously gripped the jade disc. He anxiously asked, "Taiping sent you to see me. What does he want to say?" Li Yi said, "Crown Prince, this servant cannot stay for long. So I ask that the Crown Prince listen carefully to every word this servant says. If the Crown Prince does as the princess says, there may be a chance of survival. If the Crown Prince continues to wait without doing anything, then the Crown Prince is doomed." Li Dan's face paled even more. He trembled as if he was suffering from a disease. "Fine. Speak quickly. Is there still no one?" Lai Junchen clasped his hands behind his back as he slowly paced around the hall. Every word he spoke produced an echo effect in the empty hall. This made Lai Junchen feel as if he was high above the masses. "It's fine if you don't speak, you murderous dogs who won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Someone used the rod." The servants, who had just retreated with their punishment sticks, came up with another rod. These rods were 5 small round wooden rods, each with a tough and powerful rope wrapped around the top and bottom. When the 5 fingers of a person were inserted into the rods, the fingers could be firmly clamped down with force from both ends. Lai Junchen stopped in front of an eunuch who was groaning in pain and lying on the ground. He said in a gloomy voice, "I have plenty of ways to wear you out, and I have even more time. If you obediently confess, you won't have to suffer this physical pain and may even be spared from death. Otherwise," he had already noticed that there were 3 people who couldn't bear the pain and were crying the loudest. The eunuch in front of him was one of them. As he spoke to this eunuch, he looked coldly at the other, causing the eunuch's face to turn ashen and his body to tremble. The eunuch's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he lowered his head and didn't say anything. Lai Junchen smiled faintly. It was like a gust of cold wind gently brushing past his face. His smile quickly changed from a curved curve to a cold expression. Lai Junfo lightly spat out 2 words. "Continue the torture." "Crown Prince," the eunuchs and palace maids responsible for sweeping the courtyard were trembling with fear as they suddenly saw a person run out of the Crown Prince's palace. This person was wearing a small white robe, barefooted, and had disheveled hair. He looked like a madman, and they couldn't help but stop in shock. Upon closer inspection, they recognized that this person was the current Crown Prince, Li Dan. They couldn't help but be even more shocked. Li Dan's eyes were fixed on him. He ignored them and ran barefooted toward the palace gates. "Crown Prince, please stop." Lan Yiqing suddenly appeared at the palace gates and raised his sword in front of him to block him. Li Dan roared, How dare you block this prince? This prince is the current crown prince. If this prince wants to see the emperor, who dares to block this prince's path?" Lan Yiqing's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. He leaned back a bit to prevent Li Dan's spittle from splashing onto his face. Lan Yiqing very politely said, "This humble subject is guarding the palace gates under the emperor's orders. Without the emperor's decree, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Please forgive me, Crown Prince." Li Dan suddenly burst into tears when he heard this. "I want to see the emperor. I want to see Mother. Let me out." Lan Yiqing waved his hand. 2 inner guards rushed out from the side of the door and dragged Li Dan back. Li Dan wailed, "You can't stop me. I want to see the emperor. I want to see Mother. Mother, Dan, wants to see you." The 2 guards dragged Li Dan through the gates and threw him aside. Li Dan staggered to his feet and said in a sorrowful voice, "Fine, if you won't let me see Mother, then I'll die in front of you. Men, bring me the white silk." At this time, Gowing heard the news and rushed over. After listening to Lan Yiqing's brief introduction, she quickly dashed through the gates and said to Li Dan, "Crown Prince, we are only following orders. Please don't make things difficult for us. How about this? If the Crown Prince has anything to say, please tell this humble subject. This subject will report it to the Emperor on behalf of the Crown Prince. How about this?" "I have nothing to say." Li Dan covered his face and collapsed to the ground in tears. Tears and snot flowed down his face as he said, "Li Dan only wishes to beg Mother to abolish my position in the East Palace and demote me to a commoner. Li Dan has no other requests. I only wish to live a commoner's life and spend the rest of my life in the mountains. Mother, please grant my wish." After saying this, Li Dan knelt on the ground and began kowtowing in the direction of Wanxiang Divine Palace. At this time, in a side hall of the Crown Prince's palace, a young eunuch said to Taichung Temple's musician and Jinzong, "Are you really willing to do this?" 2 days ago, and Jinzong had tearfully recited the late Crown Prince Li Xian's Huang Taigua Siai in front of Li Dan. Li Dan had ordered him to be beaten and had been recuperating here ever since. Hearing the young eunuch's words, and Jinzong excitedly crawled up and said, "I am willing. If I can use my lowly life to exchange for the Crown Prince's safety, even if I have to climb a mountain of knives or enter a sea of fire, I am willing to do it." The young eunuch said, "Good. Since that is the case, He lowered his voice and said a few words, his face revealing a very feminine and sweet smile. "After this is done, your parents and brothers, old and young, will be taken care of by that noble person. As long as that noble person is alive, your family will not have to worry about food or clothing." After saying this, he took out a shiny dagger from his boot and presented it to Jinzong with both hands. Chapter 392. Gao Ying held her sword as she stood in front of Wu Zetian. She repeated the Crown Prince's words to Wu Zetian without missing a word. Wu Zetian raised her eyes and calmly glanced at her. She asked, "Is that all?" Gao Ying replied, "Yes. The Crown Prince said that he was framed and could not defend himself. He only asks your Majesty to be merciful and demote him to a commoner so that he can spend the rest of his life in the mountains. If your Majesty does not agree," Wu Zetian lowered her eyes and asked coldly, "What if we do not agree?" Gao Ying said in a low voice, "The Crown Prince said that he would rather die than bear the name of being unfilial for attempting to kill his own mother. Then he is willing to die to prove his loyalty." Wu Zetian was silent for a moment. Then she suddenly laughed softly. "Ha! This son of ours." Gao Ying didn't know why Wu Zetian was sighing. She didn't dare to continue and stood with her hands at her sides. Wu Zetian was silent for a moment before sighing softly. "It has been hard on him. This son of ours has always been weak, but now he finally has some courage." It could be seen that Wu Zetian's expression was one of admiration. She stood up from the couch and said, "Forget it. As a son, he doesn't want to bear the name of killing his own mother. As a mother, how can I bear the crime of forcing my own son to die? Come, we will go see him and see what our Crown Prince wants." Wei Tuana wanted to say something to stop her, but when she saw that Shanghai Wan-er had already stepped forward to support Wu Zetian, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She also quickly stepped forward to support Wu Zetian. At the same time, she quickly signaled to one of the Crown Prince's trusted eunuchs. Eunuch Jing hurried over to the Crown Prince Palace after receiving the message from the young eunuch. Unfortunately, even he couldn't enter the Crown Prince Palace now. No matter how he tried to persuade Lan Yiqing just stood in front of the palace with his arms crossed. He didn't shake his head or nod his head. There was a sweet smile on his face, making it hard to be angry. The official was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks, but there was nothing he could do. Right at this moment, the little eunuch who brought the news gently pulled the corner of his clothes and sent a look into the distance. The official turned his head to look and saw the emperor's yellow silk umbrella cover slowly moving over from the distance. He could only give a dejected sigh and left unhappily with the little eunuch. In the political affairs hall of the Eastern Palace, Lai Junchen was so engrossed in asking questions about the case that he forgot to eat or sleep. He didn't even eat a few bites of lunch. Just from this action, it could be seen that he was really diligent in political affairs. There is a limit to my patience. If you still refuse to confess, I will continue to torture you. Even if you die, you will be charged as accomplices to the rebels, and your families will be implicated as well. You better think carefully. Lai Junchen's dark and cold gaze swept across the faces of the Eastern Palace servants, who were covered in cuts and bruises. Finally, it landed on the three servants whose willpower was already wavering. He pointed at one of the three and said, "Interrogate them one by one. Leave one behind. Take the others away first, and let them reflect." Lai Junchen knew that the three of them had already developed a fear of punishment. However, with so many of their companions in front of them, everyone was gritting their teeth and holding on. Thus, they could not immediately make the decision to betray their master. If only they were left in front of them, a little torture and intimidation might be enough to force them to confess. Just at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the front of the hall. "Get out of the way. I want to see the Deputy Prime Minister. I have something to say." Lai Junchen raised his head and saw a thin man wearing a green robe rush in from the entrance of the hall like a gust of wind. The political affairs hall of the Eastern Palace was very spacious, for yamen runners stood to the left and right of the door. They had not expected that someone would dare to barge in. When they realized that someone had forced their way in, it was too late to stop them. The green-robed man pushed aside one of the runners in front of him and rushed into the hall. The Eastern Palace servants kneeling in the hall all turned their heads to look. They saw that this person was the musician of the Eastern Palace, and Jinzong glanced at Lai Junchen. He bent down and pulled out a sharp dagger from his boot. Lai Junchen cried out in shock. "Assassin!" The four martial arts masters that Lai Junchen had hired with a lot of money were standing to his left and right. Seeing the commotion, two of them immediately flashed to his side. The other two leaped to the table and pulled out their knives to point at Jinzong. And Jinzong held the knife in his hand but did not rush forward. Instead, he raised his voice and said in a clear voice, "Why not? Deputy Prime Minister Lai, the Crown Prince is loyal, filial, and benevolent. He has no intention of rebelling. Deputy Prime Minister Lai, how can you bear to use torture to frame me? I am a musician of the Eastern Palace. The affairs of the court have nothing to do with me, but I really cannot bear to see the Crown Prince be framed and killed." He raised the dagger and shouted loudly. Wei Tuaner coveted the position of the Crown Prince's consort. She begged the Crown Prince, but failed. She harbored hatred in her heart and decided to take revenge. The Crown Prince is innocent. The Crown Prince's consort and concubine doe are also innocent. I am willing to cut open my stomach and dig out my heart to show my sincerity for the Crown Prince. And Jinzong finished speaking and waved his knife to cut open his own abdomen. Blood spurted out, and Jinzong ruthlessly cut open his own abdomen horizontally. This person was really a ruthless person. After one cut, he did not stop. He made another vertical cut from his lower abdomen to his chest. His entire body was immediately stained with blood. Even though Lai Junshin was used to seeing criminals mutilated, he had never seen someone treat himself so ruthlessly. For a moment, he was stunned. And Jinzong was a musician of the palace. The musicians of the palace were all the best singers in the world. Their voices were very penetrating. And Jinzong also timed it well. He waited for Wu Zetian to enter the Eastern Palace. The moment she arrived, he rushed into the political affairs hall to commit suicide. His cry was sorrowful and powerful. Not a single word was missed by Wu Zetian's ears. Wu Zetian was about to rush to the Crown Prince's palace when she suddenly heard this cry. She couldn't help but turn around and rush to the political affairs hall. Wei Tuan framed the Crown Prince's consort and concubine Da. She also framed the Crown Prince. She never thought that there would be a day when she would be framed. She heard someone shouting that she coveted the position of the Crown Prince's consort. She flattered the Crown Prince, but was rejected. That's why she wanted revenge. She couldn't help but be angry and anxious. Although the Crown Prince was noble, the Crown Prince's consort would be the future empress. It was a position that all the women in the world dreamed of. But who would be willing to be the Crown Prince's consort for a precarious Crown Prince like Li Dan? She, Wei Tuan, would covet the position of the Crown Prince's consort, which had little hope. Wei Tuan was so angry that her face turned red. She wanted to explain, but when she saw Wu Zetian walking quickly towards the political affairs hall, she knew that if she was too impatient, she would appear guilty. She could only force herself to endure. But no matter how much she wanted to act as if she had a clear conscience, her expression appeared unnatural, and Jinzong's decisive and terrifying method of cutting open his chest and abdomen frightened everyone in the hall, especially the 3 eunuchs who originally had the intention to confess. As soon as they heard Lai Junshin's order to bring the other eunuchs away, they secretly let out a sigh of relief. As long as they were not in front of them, they did not have to bear too much guilt. Now that they saw in Jinzong's magnificent feat, they were truly stunned. Loyalty and filial piety were the noblest qualities of this era. In their hearts, being a loyal and devoted servant was the greatest value in their lives. Today, a musician who could not have been implicated in this case had stood up and died for the Crown Prince. He had done what they should have done, but they had not. They could not help but feel ashamed. Lai Junshin was stunned for a while before he swallowed and shouted, This person must be the Crown Prince's death warrior. He is using this action to exonerate the Crown Prince. Guards, drag him away. This official will not let this affect my work. Just as he said this, a loud shout came from the entrance of the hall. His Majesty has arrived. Following the voice, Shangguan Wan and Wei Tuan supported Wu Zetian and walked into the hall. Behind them, many palace maids and guards followed. Lai Junshin was shocked. He quickly left the table and prostrated himself on the ground. Subject Lai Junshin greets Your Majesty. Judge Wang Desho and the officials of the censorate all bowed to Wu Zetian. The eunuchs of the Eastern Palace who were being interrogated suddenly saw the emperor arrive and were immediately stunned. When they saw the officials of the censorate bowing to the emperor, they unconsciously turned around and wanted to kowtow to the emperor. But when they turned around and were about to kowtow, one of them suddenly had a stroke of luck. Perhaps it was because Jinzong's heroic feat had raised his courage, and he suddenly wailed, Everyone, the Crown Prince is wrongly accused. This servant is wrongly accused. Once this person started, the dozen or so servants immediately cried and kowtowed. Everyone, the Crown Prince does not have any rebellious intentions. The Crown Princess does not have any rebellious intentions. Lai Junshin used torture to force us to confess to crimes that did not exist. Everyone is wise. Please help the crown prince. Please help Nubi. Wei Tuan was a female official second only to Shangguan Wan in the inner palace. Under her power, no one dared to follow up on Jinzong's topic. But right now, they were in Lai Junqian's hands. Since they had no way out, they might as well use this rare opportunity to bite him. Lai Junqian gritted his teeth in hatred. But with his status, he could not argue with the eunuchs. He could only kneel on the ground and not speak. Wu Zetian looked at Jinzong, who was lying on the ground. Seeing his intestines protruding from his body and the terrible state, she couldn't help but be moved. She sighed softly and said in a deep voice, "This is a loyal servant. Use Zhen's imperial carriage to carry him to the imperial hospital. Zhen wants him alive." After Wu Zetian gave the order, people immediately ran outside and carried Wu Zetian's step carriage in. They carefully carried in Jinzong, whose intestines were protruding and breathing weakly, up and hurriedly left. Hearing Wu Zetian's order, Lai Junqian couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. But he was still kneeling on the ground and didn't dare to raise his head. He only saw a corner of the dragon robe appear in his line of sight. Under the dragon robe was a pair of feet, so he lowered his head even more humbly. Wu Zetian's gaze swept across the servants who were covered in wounds and had bloody fingers. Then she looked at Lai Junqian kneeling at her feet. She sighed and said, "Lai Junqian, you have failed to live up to Zhen's trust." Lai Junqian originally wanted to argue, but the thought only turned a few times in his mind. Thinking of how Wu Zetian had addressed him, he swallowed his words and corrected himself. "Yes, this subject is guilty." This subject was anxious to solve the case and used rough methods. "I have failed the emperor's expectations. Your Majesty, please punish me." Wu Zetian didn't pay attention to him. She only looked at the puddle of blood on the ground. She stood there blankly for a moment before she turned and walked out. Shangguan Wan glanced at Wei Tuan on the other side. She saw that Wei Tuan's originally pretty and bright red face was now as pale as paper. Chapter 393. Wu Zetian came to the crown prince's bedchamber with heavy steps. She frowned when she saw the tightly shut doors. "Where is the crown prince?" Lan Feier quickly replied, "Your Majesty, the crown prince has been in seclusion for the past few days. He refuses to see anyone, and even his meals are delivered by me. Just now, the crown prince suddenly clamored to see your Majesty. After I persuaded him to come back, he hid in the palace and refused to come out." "Open the door," Wu Zetian ordered. "Yes," Lan Feier quickly replied, and gently pushed the door open. "Wait here," Wu Zetian ordered. "If everyone goes in alone, Tuaner is worried." Wei Tuaner said, anxiously. Wu Zetian glanced at her and said, "This son of mine doesn't have the guts to kill his own mother in public. What's there to worry about?" Wu Zetian walked into the crown prince's bedchamber. Shanghai Wan glanced at Wei Tuan and stood quietly by the door. When Wu Zetian walked into the palace, she felt that it was dark and gloomy. She couldn't help but furrow her brow and call out, "Dan, There was a moment of silence before a frightened voice came from behind the screen. Who's calling me? Who's calling me?" Wu Zetian was slightly angered and raised her voice. "Dan, can't you recognize your mother's voice?" A cry of alarm came from behind the screen, followed by a series of clattering sounds as Li Dan ran out with disheveled hair. Wu Zetian looked at him. Her son was dressed in a white shirt with disheveled hair. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. His sleeves were hanging down, and he was in a very sorry state. Wu Zetian's gaze slowly landed on Li Dan's feet. He was barefooted and didn't even wear shoes. "Mother! Mother!" Li Dan hurriedly bowed, but Wu Zetian waved her hand impatiently. All right, there's only you and me here. There's no need to stand on ceremony. She turned around and sat down on a couch. As soon as she sat down, Li Dan threw herself at her feet and hugged her leg. She wailed loudly. Mother, would never dare to have any evil intentions or try to harm the Empress. I'm innocent. I'm really innocent. Wu Zetian's body also swayed slightly as he hugged her leg and cried. She said calmly, but someone found talismans and puppets in your palace. Li Dan's tears streamed down his face. I'm innocent. I've never seen those things. The Lu matriarch and the Do matriarch. Wu Zetian suddenly interrupted him and asked, What's going on with you and Tuan? Li Dan was a little confused. He raised his head and wiped his tears. Tuan? What's going on between Tuan and Miss Tuan? Wu Zetian's gaze sharpened. She stared at him and said, Does Tuan want to be your crown princess? Li Dan blurted out, No. Facing Wu Zetian's sharp gaze, Li Dan stuttered, Son, once. Miss Tuan was only in charge of the expenses of the crown prince's palace. Sometimes Wu Zetian saw that his eyes were wandering. She sneered and said, I already know everything. Li Dan was stunned. He suddenly kowtowed and said, Mother, that was only Miss Tuan's idea. I didn't agree. Mother chose the crown princess for me. How could I dare to make decisions on my own? Miss Tuan is Mother's trusted aide. How could I dare to marry her? Li Dan seemed to be scared out of his wits. He hurriedly explained. Miss Tuan said that as long as I wrote a secret edict for her, Mother, to make her empress after 1,000 years, she would be able to take more care of the East Palace. She would also put in a few good words for me, but I didn't dare to agree to her. I'm not the emperor. How can I write a secret edict? I understand the rules. Don't say any more. Wu Zetian didn't expect to hear such words from her son. She was extremely angry at first, but her anger soon disappeared. Instead, it was endless sorrow. I'm really old. Even the people closest to me are making plans after my death. My nephews are worried about my throne. The ministers are worried about the ownership of the country after my death. And Tuan wants to be the empress. Wu Zetian gradually calmed down. She stared at Li Dan and said, Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Li Dan lowered his head uneasily under Wu Zetian's sharp gaze. He stammered, I don't know how to say it. I don't have any proof. Tuan is Mother's most trusted aide. Wu Zetian looked at him. Li Dan's face was full of fear. His lips were chapped, and there were many blisters on them. He looked extremely haggard. Wu Zetian couldn't help but sigh. She faintly said, Could it be that I really trust an outsider more than I trust my own son? She seemed to be asking herself, but also seemed to be asking Li Dan. But Li Dan didn't dare to answer. He only deeply kowtowed and fell to the ground in silence. Wu Zetian slowly lowered her head. She looked at Li Dan, who was prostrating on the ground. Her voice became calm again. Dan, tell Mother that you don't want to be the crown prince anymore? Li Dan hurriedly said, Yes, I have neither virtue nor talent. I have let down the crown prince position. In addition, your son's daily life is not very orderly, often causing unnecessary trouble, affecting the relationship between your son and Mother. So, Mother, please remove your son's crown prince title. Wu Zetian slowly raised her head. She looked at the ray of sunlight that shone through the half-opened palace gate. She asked blankly, If I remove you from the crown prince position, who will inherit my country? Li Dan was overjoyed and said, Seventh brother is in Fangzhou too. Or, Prince Wei and Prince Liang are also good. He didn't finish his sentence before he was forced back by Wu Zetian's cold and sharp gaze. He anxiously lowered his head again. Wu Zetian was silent for a moment. She said, "I have no intention of changing the crown prince." Li Dan didn't dare to raise his head. He only nodded. Wu Zetian continued, "However, you are indeed not very careful in the way you handle things. You have given people a lot of ammunition. Even if you have no intention of rebelling, it is inevitable that people will slander you. I may not believe it once or twice, but if it is said too much, how can I not be suspicious and give others an opportunity to take advantage of?" She slowly stood up and said, "How about this? You continue to be the crown prince. In order to prevent people from saying that you have bad intentions, you should be more careful in the future." Li Dan was still lying on the ground. He didn't move at all, like a carved stone turtle. However, his hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were tightly gripping the ground. If not for this, he would not have been able to suppress his ecstasy. He had made it through this ordeal without any mishaps. Wu Zetian's calm voice still echoed in the palace. "I know that there will always be people who want to catch you. In the future, you can live in the East Palace in peace. Dismiss all the subordinates in the East Palace. Stop receiving officials every 10 days. Li Dan hurriedly said, "Yes." Wu Zetian glanced at him and said, "You are the crown prince. You haven't even inherited the throne, but I have already made the crown grandson. I have also made all the other grandsons princes. No wonder people hate you. How about this? The crown grandson will be demoted by 2 ranks, and the other 4 grandsons will be demoted by 1 rank. The crown grandson and the princes will be demoted to Junwang. There will also no longer be special princely mansions for them. The prince's guards and guards of honor will all be removed. Bring them to the East Palace to keep you company. This will save you from being lonely in the East Palace." Li Dan hurriedly said, "Many thanks, mother, for fulfilling my wish." Wu Zetian didn't say anything else. Li Dan lay on the ground for a long time. He quietly raised his head. At some point, Wu Zetian had already left his bedroom. Li Dan still maintained his kneeling position. He was silent for a long time with both hands on the ground. An indescribable smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He used to be the emperor. When he was the emperor, he wasn't a qualified emperor. He was now the crown prince. When he was the crown prince, he wasn't a qualified crown prince either. However, he was a qualified actor. Crown Prince Li Xian and Crown Prince Li Hong were both smart and capable people. When they were still crown princes, they were praised by the officials. They said that they would definitely become virtuous rulers. But what happened in the end? They died before they even became virtuous rulers. However, he was still alive and well. He really didn't have any great ambitions. The empire of his ancestors and the hegemony of the emperor were all **T. As long as he could live, he would be satisfied. However, it wasn't easy to live by the side of such a mother. When Wu Zetian walked out of the crown prince's bedroom, Shanghai Wan and the palace maids and eunuchs secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Zetian didn't say a word. They helped her out of the crown prince's palace. There was already a carriage in front of the palace gate. Wu Zetian boarded the carriage and said only 3 words, "Hall of Flying Fragrance." A large group of people escorted Wu Zetian to Hall of Flying Fragrance. Wu Zetian sat down and glanced at Wei Tuan. She said lightly, "Madame Lu and Madame Dou are dead. The crown prince doesn't even have a single person by his side. Tuan, what do you think? I will appoint you as the crown princess. What do you think?" Wei Tuan was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. She knelt on the ground and said fearfully, "Everyone, I only want to serve by your side. I don't want to be the crown princess." Wu Zetian sneered. I am old and don't have many more years to live. You are in the prime of your life. How many years can you guard me? If you don't want to be the crown princess, then I will grant you the position of empress. You will be the mother of the world. What do you think?" Hearing such words, Wei Tuan-er was frightened out of her wits. She banged her head on the ground, and in a short while her fair and clear forehead was bruised, with drops of blood seeping out. Wu Zetian waved her hand and said in disgust, "Drag her away." Wei Tuan-er finally cried out, "Everyone, I am wronged. I am wronged." This servant was set up by someone. In the midst of her cries, Wei Tuan-er was dragged out of the main hall by 2 guards. Wu Zetian sneered and turned to Shanghai Wan-er. She said in a deep voice, "Bring some men to search the residence of that T6. Also, find out who ordered her to frame the crown prince."